time. That's what I keep on saying till I lose my mind. Feel like I'm drowning in sea breeze, shine like a moon in the last sky. Can you believe it till the end of your life? Oh, we some back into a room. That's enough for satisfaction. Ready to know how to have fun. No need no explanation. What's it worth of nothing? What's it worth of nothing? Surely that doesn't matter. Sorry, no. What's it worth of nothing? What's it worth of nothing? Oh no, it doesn't matter. So we will never lose.
Okay, last time on Records of Remnant, Team Supernova. It's right at the Vital Festival, to which we came out victorious. And everybody loves us now. But everyone had some talks. Viridian talked to Reyna about trying hard in school and the importance of education. And how the education system is perfect and not flawed at all. But then we went over to Clara and Felix talking about trauma. You know, it's good to talk about these things and not bottle it all up till it explodes. And then we go over to Felix talking to Gwen about getting better with dust, which is something he's neglected. And then we had Clara talk to Rosalind about relationship stuff. Then our heroes are sent on a mission to deal with a native uprising. Oh, I'm sorry. The VRA and the natives are having a bit of a scuffle. You know, there's no good guys or bad guys, right, bros? So we're gonna go down there.
All morally gray.
A lot of morally gray area here. We're going down there. We're above the law, sort of. Not really, but we're not. We're neutral.
You're adjacent to the law.
We're adjacent to the law.
You're like medical professionals being sent to a third world country. No one's supposed to shoot you, and you're supposed to help everyone.
Right.
Let's see how well that goes.
But right before we're sent there, you know, that's the mission briefing. Brittany and Kid had a scene. They talked about their relationship stuff. Jose got 2 scenes. Let's go. Oh, also, Clara talked to Kid as well. They do yoga together. Jose talked about his dad, and then to Viridian, and then Felix talked to him about Valenwall and all that stuff, where he's from. And then we go on the mission. And, you know, get dropped off in the middle of nowhere with Team Nurture because we were saddled with babysitting's not the right word. Supervising them. They're a year below us. Unfortunately, no one was there to show us the way there, so we just kind of wandered around killing Grim. And then we came upon the people who were supposed to take us there, but they were being assaulted by Grim. Took care of that real quick. Now we're headed to where we were supposed to begin with. Unfortunately, a mysterious figure loomed over the mountain. Someone with really sharp teeth.
Okay, Ben, I have a skill check. What is the last name of the man we met that was there?
Oof, that's a tough one. Gossamer.
Okay.
God, that was so close to pain.
You did it.
I told you, I always remember Gossamer. I don't know why. It's
a good name.
Well, that's why I asked.
Because it's cool.
That's why I asked you. Because I knew there was a chance you'd remember. I didn't just ask questions I knew you could not answer.
Thank you, Blake. Alright, we're fucking going.
We're ready, bros!
Oh, dude, I cussed in the first 2 minutes. We're getting demonetized.
We're demoned!
Yeah, we're getting demonetized.
Wait. Age restricted, fuck.
Wait, get this stuff back on the GM layer. Those are background things. Why are you over there? Okay, that's much better. Okay, well, we will come back in. Actually, hold on. There's an extra NPC that's not supposed to be there. I noticed because there's like a horse standing on Felix. That looks wrong. Okay.
No, that's right.
Sorry, I just apparently these NPCs must have gotten randomly shuffled up a bit.
Someone say random NPC.
Yeah, that's you, buddy. Okay.
Uh,
Okay. This is suitable enough. I'm sure they were arranged slightly differently, but we're transitioning when they're traveling a bit. So we'll be coming back in basically where we left that scene off, if not a little in it, because, you know, some people were tired, so we're just kind of assuming we're in the middle of the scene still, for the sake of things. Talk is clearly probably just on some cliff somewhere else, so, you know, if you roll a chance roll, maybe you'll just see her and ruin the entire arc.
Alex, did you see that?
You see that alligator woman? Yeah.
I did,
She's
and I
pretty
checked her
hot.
power level.
Damn, she's cool.
What's your scouter
Damn,
say?
she's cool.
Damn,
What is
she's
this?
cool. Check her out. Yeah.
Yeah, her semblance
tough.
is broken.
It's tough. Her semblance is a gimmick?
Well, actually, Felix, I think she's talk.
No, I think she's clock.
Wow, your time is almost up.
Tick-Tock. Okay. So, as we come back in, you've all begun the march towards the Roamers of the Storm, colloquially just known as, and will be referred to as the Roamers because it's a much less wordy name. With Dr. Gossamer in tow, the mysterious man who is apparently with them for some reason, who also is an incredibly skilled either doctor or manipulator of dust, or both, because he did some very miraculous-looking sudden surgery on that horse that was unlike anything anyone's ever seen before in practice. Like, it seemed conceptually like something like that's possible, but that's much easier said than done. He also had the... shall I describe him again in case you needed to? Be reminded on his physical description. Anyone? Or is it still fresh in our minds?
I think I remember, like, he's wearing the bishop-ish clothes,
Yeah.
such.
They're a little more practical
Yeah,
than
yeah,
just
it's-
being like
it's a-
straight up
it-
bishop,
yeah,
but
yeah.
they're clearly fen robes.
Where it's like,
color
you can
scheme-wise.
recognize.
Yeah, they're built for travel to a degree, more like a monk would just have like nice brown travel robes. It's not like the fancy papal sort of stuff they might have back at a clergy or something where they're actually practicing, but
Yeah.
It's the color scheme and all of that. And
Yeah,
then
it's just-
underneath kind of looks like a doctor or medical school student almost, where he just has like denim, gray jeans and a belt, or not jeans, pants and a belt, a button-up gray and blackish sort of, or no, I think it was just white shirt with a red and gray striped tie on, and his little slightly copper spectacles, hair tied up in a ponytail and stuff. He seems like a pleasant man with a bit of a soft voice, and was quite friendly. As you guys are continuing off and starting to move, Gwen looks over to the rest of the team who had gathered after they had immediately begun their combat, or immediately finished their grim combat and been surveying the area and getting in, you know, figuring out where you're going to be moving in this team now that you have some extra bodies and stuff and people actually guiding you. And she'll look over at everyone and go, wow, Dr. Gossamer, I've read about him before. He's made a couple of, well, more than a couple of contributions to some studies on abacology in the recent years and stuff. The last decade, really. I know he's also a doctor or something, and, I think he's like a priest?
I mean...
I think it's a Fen by going by the colors, Viridian. That'd make the most sense. He's from Vital, I think. Just didn't realize he was Elaine's dad. Huh. Small world.
Yeah. Didn't think we'd run into someone like him randomly out here. Certainly didn't seem like he was just with them, from what he was saying.
Pretty weird, Gwen says, staring at him a bit as Donovan has jogged up to talk about something, and he is, Flamel is like, or Dr. Gossamer speaking up to the roamer of the formerly injured horse, and just chatting about something, pointing at it as the roamer's talking enthusiastically with him and Donovan. And he's just kind of chuckling a little bit. But I mean, I don't know. Pretty interesting, all things considered. I've never seen anyone use dust like that before. It looked like it healed the horse's flesh. I mean, I guess it has some aura. I think the roamers train their horses, or Tammy said something about that, but still, that's,
It was
I've never seen it applied that way to be able to actually, like, mend flesh. I don't think there was any scarring.
Yeah, it was certainly something. Didn't even look like the horse was in too much pain what was happening. He was just more, I think, excited and confused what was going on.
Yeah, he said something about that, right? Wow.
Yeah.
As much as I'd like to give him some questions, I did say I'd keep the rear guard a little bit. Well, Viridian, aren't you supposed to be in the center of the pack? We don't want you getting caught. Even if we have guards, I still think we should have your birds on duty and everything. So why don't you go walk with the doctor?
Yeah, I'll keep on that job. No problem.
Gwen kind of gives him a little shoo to get in the group as she grazes or I always want to say like unsheaths, but it's not really a sheath when it's a gun. As she transforms Orb-Weaver back into a rifle state from its inert state that she uses to carry it on her like back waist, and hoists it ready at a moment to be able to fire some shots off and stuff, and goes back to keeping an eye on things herself.
Hey, Felix, why don't you go take point? I'll stay back here with Gwen to make sure the rear is guarded.
Of course, Squire.
You sure that's a good idea? Gwen yells over. I don't want it making Tammy mad again.
Why don't you take front point, a bit ways from Tammy, probably close to where Yu is sticking.
Felix will kind of narrow his eyes and be like, of course, Squire. I would not like to have any incidents as we're making our way there.
Well, I trust you won't get anything like that going.
Thank you. Felix will go take point.
Alright. Yeah. Mr. Dr. Gossamer will smile over Viridian, or smile up at Viridian, as he makes his way closer to him. Ah, Mr. Amis. Keeping watch of things then?
Yep. I'm pretty good at that.
A particularly useful semblance outside of normal combat scenarios as well is a blessing, I'd say.
Oh yeah, thanks. I'm pretty lucky.
Luck is an expert skill to possess, and so is favor from, well, the world itself. The goddesses spread her blessings in different ways, of course.
Yeah, Viridian will nod and go.
You
Oh
have
yeah.
a watchful soul, then.
And he'll nod and go. Oh, thanks. Oh yeah, I was meaning to ask you about that, Flammel. And he'll be like, what's a guy like you doing out here?
A guy like me, he corrects his spectacles a bit.
Well, I mean, I just heard my friend Gwen talking about how you got all these smart achievements, and he'll just kind of look down at them and go, and I mean, looking you over, you seem like a priest at the top.
Well, I am a bishop, yes.
Wow. And he'll nod and go, yeah, so what you doing out here?
Research, of course. The Varatian wildlife has some incredibly resilient natural resources growing here. Herbs, plants, and a variety of different mutations on dust due to the environment. It needs a certain ecosystem to grow, after all, and, well, become refined. And there's some dangerously hidden materials here that I was quite interested in studying. But also, I found myself rallied by a cause to make sure I have to keep myself tied down for a while. After all, the current situation with Del Odos requires my observation to a degree. I would like to assist in the pacification of the city. Well, state, he says, kind of mildly. In time with the VRA's efforts with as little bloodshed as possible, then I would find myself free to continue on my own personal pursuits.
Delodos, that's the place we're here to make sure it doesn't get grimmed, right?
Yeah, it's the place currently under siege by the roamers, the
Okay.
VRA.
Okay. You'll be like, oh, yeah, all right, yeah. Guess I can see all that. Huh. Yeah, we're here to watch Delodo's stuff too.
Yes, I was briefed on the acquisition of some huntsman teams from Shade by the general himself. The man's taken quite a fancy to keeping me around and poking my brain with things. It's quite difficult to come up with an excuse to get out and do some of my research while I'm here, but, well, I suppose it's good to rub shoulders with important people. That's, in a way.
You're gonna be like, Hey, isn't this place, like, particularly, hard to walk through? And, you know, it's got grim and stuff, so that makes it a bit more dangerous, right?
Oh, of course, child. It's a perilous adventure.
How are you taking care of yourself, Mr. Flemmel?
With an abundance of caution.
And he'll nod and go, well, you won't need as much as that right now since we're here.
Oh, well, that's good to know, child. Thank you, but I wouldn't ask you be separated from your own duty just for my needs.
Protecting people like you is our duty, sir.
Of course. But there's a number of others who will need it as well, not just one man venturing off on his own. At least I've chosen to take part in this incident. There are too many that are being affected by it, who had no choice but to live through it.
And he'll nod and go, yeah, alright. Well, we's mainly here for that. So, you know. I mean, just don't go doing nothing reckless, I guess. But I think you've probably been doing this for long enough to know better.
Oh, of course, my child. Very long time. You can't learn anything in a day, really. You can only get the steps to it. Well, I suppose if you commit yourself to learning just one thing, but then you'd be missing so many steps to another point.
And he'll nod and go, right. Hey, so, like, you're the bishop, so I hear you're from Vital, that right?
That's right. Originally, I was born and raised there. I work with the Argenta Monastery. Keep close to home in a degree. Though my diocese is here in Sanus, of course.
Right. That's pretty nifty. I hear Vital's a pretty interesting place, in some ways.
Well, what have you heard?
I mean, it's like own special place now, isn't it? Had something special to do with the end of the last war, and now it's not part of any kingdom, really.
I see you're not clear on the specifics of things. Well, it was before your time, I suppose, which means we're doing a good job at bringing a better world if everyone isn't focused on the realities of the previous one. Vital is now a neutral territory, not governed by any kingdom. Correct. Not only is it a holy land for the Fen, us, or, well, like, he points to himself, but it's, of course, also might be considered a holy land to you huntsmen now as well, considering the Union's faction, or the Union's operation resides there. That might be a bit sacrilegious to call it holy.
Cool. I'll have to go there someday.
Oh, yes. I would very much recommend it. A pilgrimage to the land is important for everyone, I'd say. There's nothing quite like the city of Pax.
I'm good for right now.
Alright, cool. How about anyone else? You want to do?
Yes, I'd like to talk to Glenn.
Sure, buddy. Go for it.
As we're just bringing up the rear guard, going around, Claire will kind of look over for a second.
Mm-hmm.
At least we got to meet up with the roamers just fine. No.
Yeah, silver lining to this mess of a start.
Say, you talked to Donnie about anything interesting, Gwen? Were you chatting with him?
Well, just discussing things as usual, going over a few things with him. He was curious if I made any observations during their fight against the Grimm. That would be important.
What'd you say to him?
Well, I informed him that as long as he has an understanding of his position on his team, it should go well in the future. After all, we're supposed to only provide a bit of assistance to them, aren't we?
Yeah. Definitely noticed.
One grimaces.
I definitely did notice a few things too, but
Oh, who wouldn't?
it's definitely not the time yet to get hands-on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they've done anything bad enough to warrant that, besides the mission you started.
Right. Yeah, a little too preoccupied to be telling that, or to be going over that in detail right now. So I just asked him to explain what he thinks he did wrong, if he did think he did wrong.
Claire will look towards Gwen. Well, that's a smart way of doing it. Have him try and work it out himself.
Sometimes talking out loud makes people realize how idiotic they act. A little less than I'd like, unfortunately. Gwen grimaces as she looks over to Verdi and Dr. Gossamer. I hope he doesn't say anything inappropriate to a guy like that.
You seem like a friendly guy, so I don't think they'll have anything bad go on. I mean,
there's friendly and then there's polite.
Claire will kind of look over. He strikes me more on the friendly spectrum than just being polite.
Sure, whatever. If you say so.
Claire will continue to observe. Tammy said something about Grim knocking rocks down over the cliffs, so...
Ugh. Well, if Viridian can't see a big rock coming towards us, we basically deserve to get hit by it.
Well, seems like everything's going fine so far. So... Claire will look towards Gwen and then I continue to look around more. I'll be relying on you to make sure, to keep me in line if I end up getting too hands-on with Team Nurture.
Like, if you start talking too much? I guess I can do my best. I figure letting you have your own judgment on things would be right. That way I can consider an evaluation of you as a team leader.
Claire will think for a moment. I guess that's fair, but I don't know if you really have to do that at this point, yeah?
I was mostly joking.
Oh, you're doing the thing Felix does.
Oh yeah, he invented it, huh?
Well...
I'm way funnier than Felix.
Well, that's true. Claire will continue to look around and observe, as I don't think I have much more to say there. I just wanted to have a short scene talking to Gwen.
Sure. Anyone else, or are we good?
I would like to talk to Nadeshko.
Alright.
That's alright.
Of course it's alright. Go ahead.
I was taught to keep away from Tammy. I think that's a good idea. Some good advice.
Yeah. Wise to follow it. Yeah, so, you see, Nadeshko stomping off around forward, bat slung over his shoulder, giving a mean stare at anything in the area that goes by. Not much goes by, so she just keeps glaring at the cliffside and things like that. Probably nervous about those stories of falling rocks.
Right. Felix will kind of go closer to her and be like, Nadeshko.
Eh? Yeah, what is it? Jabs a finger one of her ears. Yeah, sure, dude, go for it. Sorry, continue.
Alright, Felix will say... Sorry, that threw me off. I'm autistic. I shouldn't get thrown off by that, but it did.
Nice.
Felix will say, I think that you can... I think that you can calm down just a bit.
Huh? She cranes her head over to look at you fully now and raises an eyebrow.
I'm sorry.
Either an intimidation or just actual... That's how much she raises her eyebrow. It's hard to tell from Nadeshko sometimes what comes naturally and what doesn't.
Calm down is the wrong word. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Just... Viridian is watching all around us. He would not let us down in such a way. But, of course, must too be vigilant.
She clicks her tongue a few times. Yeah, Viridian's never screwed up, you're right.
That is fair, but I think you should have a little bit of trust in him. Even if
I'm doing my own thing. I'm a team leader, aren't I?
Of course. I just feel as if something's troubling you.
Well, I don't know how you get that idea, she says. And huffs. Looking away. Hair covering her eyes. And face trying to. She grinds her teeth. You need to do a rapport roll, or you think you're not retarded?
As much as I would love to do a rapport roll, I think I don't know. I think that we've kind of driven home what she's not feeling too great about.
Yeah, probably.
Felix will cast a glance up towards the mountains or whatever and be like, yes, I do not think you should beat yourself up about earlier today.
Yeah. Who said I was doing that?
I suppose it was just a guess.
What, you placing bets on how we're gonna fail this mission?
I do not think we will fail.
Well, we have two different missions, Prince.
Perhaps. But I have faith you'll all come out.
Coming out alive and doing well is two way different goals here. And one's a lot harder with this team sometimes.
Yes, I imagine that not everyone is so cooperative.
No, not at all. So it's like this for every first year team. How many missions did you guys fuck up before you finished it? Are all those stories about you guys doing great and all your missions actually true? I mean, I'm more willing to believe it now after I saw how well you did the festival and everything. It's not like I don't know you guys don't put in the effort, but still. Pisses me off to hear that.
I think that while our missions tend to end in success, there are many hiccups in between that aren't mentioned.
Yeah, well, who cares how you do it, as long as it gets done well. That's the results that matter, isn't it?
I suppose, but I think you want everything to go perfect, but that's just not going to happen.
I don't need it to go perfect. I need it to work a little bit.
I think that So I must take his words back and be like, what I saw earlier was not good, frankly, but I do not think that you should let that control your further actions.
Oh, yeah. I'll just forget about it.
That is not what I meant.
Yeah, well, what's it supposed to mean? I mean, yeah, everything that starts is a new beginning. I know. You're not supposed to get that shit all gugged up in your system and let it stop you. I'm not an idiot. I listen to the sages about stuff like that. It's smart advice. They're old and, well, she kind of like snorts a little bit and rubs under her nose. They're all honored for a reason. I can hear that sort of thing and understand it without being able to figure out how to put it in practice, you know? When you got so many people that's hard to work with and you don't even know if you're doing the right thing in the first place, what's the good of forgetting how bad you did? Or not trying to let it bother you or whatever. Hardships are the road to success, aren't they? So I'm supposed to be able to glean something out of them and improve.
Felix will just nod at her.
Nisko cranes her head up looking at the sky as you're walking. So, yeah, I'm trying. It's just not happening. The hell am I supposed to gain out of this right now? Kicks a rock really hard and smashes into the side of the mountain, into some, like, pebbles and dust. She growls.
I wish I could tell you that, but I find that it's usually a personal revelation that will reveal
Yeah, well,
that.
I didn't expect you to have an answer for it. Don't worry, I'm not exactly fucking pissed you're not reading my mind and figuring out what I'm doing wrong. I'm not fucking unreasonable, unlike Everly.
Yes. The tension between you two is, well, not good.
Huh. Yeah, that's a real simple way to put it, I guess. She's a pain in the ass.
I suppose that is because she undermines your authority?
Huh? Yeah, I guess. And she's obnoxious, ill-mannered, a brat, gets into trouble stealing and, like, scamming people all the time, is an asshole, talks back in class, misses class, doesn't even care about Huntsman in general, really. Doesn't realize how important our job would be. She's got that stupid accent. Can't understand half the words she says sometimes.
Felix will be a bit taken aback by the whirlwind of complaints, but
Just pisses me off to know. Oh, and Nadeshko kind of like growls out and kind of rolls her shoulder with her bat on it and looks at the hill as a smaller sized rock tumbles down innocently from just a normal rock crack. Nadeshko hits it with her bat, smashing it to dust. And she sure looks over at Sukaban as her hand shakes a little bit with anger and the sound of, and the resistance of actually smashing a rock, and she sighs and swings it over her shoulder again and clicks her tongue.
Your problems with her are almost innumerable. That is...
Yeah, she's a real brat, ain't she?
I feel like she'll not answer right away, but be like, I think that she has redeeming qualities.
Yeah, whatever. I'm so sick of people taking that middle ground stance on this. If someone says I'm wrong, they should tell me I'm wrong. And if someone's not willing to say they're wrong, they shouldn't say anything at all. Like, come on!
I'm afraid I do not know her well enough to pass judgment like that.
How well do you have to know someone to know they're a problem? they act like that for a reason, it doesn't stop the fact that they're being a problem. Nails like that should get hammered in, you know?
Just not sure I agree with that, but I understand where that may come from.
I always forget you're like a weird hermit from Mistral. You don't act like anyone back home.
Yes, I'm quite sorry. If you wanted to find something familiar about me.
Ugh, no, I'm good. Just growls a little bit and keeps doing her wide, angry stomp walk.
I think that's all I got. I
Alright.
don't think Felix has the tools to fix this ever. Not ever, but not ever. I didn't mean that, but
Well,
he's not.
wipes hands, looks at Clara. I've reached my limit.
Well,
I'm gonna go back to studying the blade.
Whew.
Woo!
Hey, look.
Real
I'm
bitch,
not
ain't she?
look. I'm not a.
I'm not a miracle worker.
It's look, man. This is a cat fight. All right. I don't know what's going on.
I hate girls. They're so annoying. All right. Right. So we will follow the trail for a while. As said last time, it's about an hour and 40 minutes before you guys are cresting one of these pathways on one of these hill areas and are coming across another flat plateau area raised above a couple other ones, following one of these thin paths that's the way up to it. And as you do, Tammy from the front hollers back, as she's one of the people in the front who can see it first. We're here at the sea. Come take a look. And I will just put us back here for the moment. As you guys crest this pathway and look down, you are met with a massively spanning campsite as you have entered another one of the plateau areas. So it's a big field area, like one of these. None of the flooding rivers up here. And it is absolutely covered, possibly for like a mile or two, with tents of multicolored silk or cloths and like furs and things. An absolute like sea of people milling in between them, horses everywhere. The sound of people shouting, people wrestling for fun, working on weapons and things like that, cooking, smoke raising up from a bunch of fires and things they're cooking on, or just for warmth, or just to have because fire's fun. A couple of people talking over loudspeakers, telling where people to go over parts of the camp. As you are met with the sea of tents that is the roamers moving almost city, as the entirety of the tribe travels together like this and takes base in places. So you will have to wade through an absolute load of these to get to the main roamer encampment area. So you are pushing past groups of people in that similar attire of that like black and blue and yellow armed outfit. Some just in the normal VRA brown with the red stripes, some with a mix of both. And then a bunch of normal people who wear the similar VRA similar roamer outfits, which are generally some tougher looking like leather with like fur trimming and things like that. Generally sleeveless, like vests with an undershirt or wrappings, or sometimes just bare chested under that, and like longer pants with riding boots and those fur trimmed hats or just bandanas and things like that. They are more uniform, but still with that variety enough of an ensemble army, combined with just a normal culture of people who travel with the army. And you make your way through the encampment, passing by some set up barricades and things. They are nomadic in nature, but they don't exactly move every day, and they have become famous for their ability to set up these tent seas, or tent cities. So they still are able to get some rudimentary defensive and carry larger scale weapons and things. Like, these cannons are obviously not a literal like Revolutionary era cannon. They're like more like a mounted AA gun. And as you start parting through the sea of people with your escorts and Dr. Gossamer, you get people looking over at you, and you're met with enough people who recognize you guys from the Vital Festival, cheering and walking over to pat you on the back, or like rub your hair for luck, or some even Viridian feels someone like smack him like on the rear and then run away. It was like a younger child or something. As you hear people say to like hit the ass's ass, which is apparently, as Tammy says, a friendly thing. That's like a respectful thing. She just says it's fucking nomad culture, and not to try and make sense of it.
Oh, okay.
So yes, you guys immerse yourself in this crowd of mix of people and soldiers. You go by people doing some traditional Romer-style wrestling in their little, like, shirtless with little weird cut-off top and, like, kind of like sumo wrestler binding thong wrestling outfits, doing it in, like, mud or some in oil and stuff, and more traditional martial arts fighting that they're just doing for fun and to keep themselves ready. People riding around on horses, people coming in with food and other supplies like dust they've collected in the area. You see there are many of these water pits set up, which are a contraption they utilize to create artificial wells using water dust and things. People serving out food. Spice is the smell of spice in the air. These impromptu garden farm areas with plant dust that they set up. It's a very interesting environment that none of you have probably experienced before to this degree. The Tented City is quite a famous like landmark, and it's hard to, always track down. So how's everyone feeling entering this place and getting like pushed through this crowd of people towards the center?
I'd say that Felix is a little bit overwhelmed, but he's just trying to keep his mind on the mission and not get too distracted by all these people.
Of course.
It's a bit weird, but you know what? It's not too weird. Let's just try to go with it. Yeah, let's just go with it. It's fine. We're just having fun. We're just living out here.
Claire really likes it, walking through like all these like tents, this kind of like almost crowd of people that's just constantly moving with like the atmosphere of the place. People like stopping her, trying to like pat her in the back and things is it's nice. She likes it when that happens in shade, and having it be from like people she's never seen is definitely a very good feeling. And like she's trying to kind of take in the atmosphere, also like enjoying the walk before they actually get to like more proper mission activities. Trying to take this moment to relax in between like what she expects to be like more serious moments.
Yeah, of course. A horseman rides up to the front of your pack where Dr. Gossamer is and says something to him. And he turns back to the rest of you and waves and goes, "I'm needed at the moment for some injured, some sick. I wish to go over a couple of them, and apparently there's been some new entries to my impromptu triage station that I've been helping with. So I'm needed at the moment. I will be in the camp if you need me at any time, and I plan to talk to you all at some point again. Well, follow these three to the general, of course. He'll be happy to see you. Goddess's blessings, children."
You too, Dr. Gossamer. Thank you.
We'll talk later, Dr. Gossamer, once we're not so busy. Of course, Aranea.
Goodbye, sir.
Tip his head to you all, and he will reach into his duffel bag, not his actual suitcase, and pull out a wide-brimmed little hat thing and put it on to cover himself from the sun. And we'll follow this guy off towards them. All right.
Okay.
Right. Let's see. So, you guys will be led over there. Any other discussions you wish to have among yourselves, tell me now, or else we'll just go to the general.
Can I roll rapport to see how Team Nurture are taking in the atmosphere?
Yes, please do. Excellent. Well, to quote a great man, Tammy's feel of this area is living, because Tammy is grinning ear to ear and yucking it up, running like from groups of people near as you're passing by, like grabbing some food or checking out one of the wrestling matches or things, or surveying the horses, and excitedly pointing to Donnie and talking about the breed they are and things like that, or pointing at some of the roamers' weaponry, which isn't so rudimentary that it's literal like spears and tribal shit. Because of course this is a modern army under the VRA's wings, but they have these. Sorry, go ahead.
It's like Jose's tribe, where it's like the tribes of Vacuo.
Hagios's,
Hagios's tribe. Jose's tribe is a bit more advanced. Hagios's tribe, where it's like the tribes of Vacuo aren't like barbaric. It's just like they've you know like that like.
They're closer to city-states than actual tribes.
Yeah, and like their technology looks a bit different from like a lot of other places, because it's more like it looks more hackdash, but it really works well for like the environment they live in.
Yeah, exactly. And Veracians have an unbearable amount of cultural pride in their own traditions sometimes. So yeah, they have a lot of styles of weapons that relate towards some cavalry involvement. Their rifles and things are made in these longer form mountable things where they're easier to brace on horseback, and are built for like skirmishing in camp encounters. They have these cavalry sabers and shields that normally are able to change into lighter forms of equipment depending on if they're mounted or fighting on foot afterwards. People take a great pride here in dressing their horses in like styles of outfits ranging from like minimalist cloth armaments and saddlery designs to more like an armored, like oh god, I forget what that style of mail is called, but like that mix of chain, I think it's like laminar or something mail, where there's a sort of cultural style to it, and pride and grooming not just yourself but your horse and things. And as soldiers, they have to keep a similar sort of regiment in their outfits, but their horses are allowed to be used for their normal expression of their normal clothing, which, as you know, in the RWBY universe is pretty important inherently in most cultures. So it's fun to see a bunch of guys who kind of have these slightly similar uniforms, but have hilariously different horses of cool color and weird cloths on them to try and express themselves. Yeah. But back to the actual point, Tammy was pointing all that sort of thing out, and Donovan's taking it all in with his sort of a composed interest, as Donovan's pretty good at normally composing himself to a degree. You know how excitable and polite he can be at school and things like that, but now seeing him after being in action a few times and being in a foreign environment to him, you really see that there is a sort of weird unfallibility in Donovan, that he normally is in that attitude at all times. And you remember maybe perhaps like after seeing his mother that he quickly snapped back to that also. And you're realizing that it's pretty impressive that he's always like that and never really lets it show in his face, or is maybe just like that. It's hard to tell if that's like a facade or not, but he's pretty weirdly, I wouldn't call it stoic, but like friendly stoic, hard to crack. Reyna and Nadeshko are much more wide-eyed, tourist, foreigner-looking-y. Reyna is like sniffing all over the place and getting distracted by smells and the horses and things like that, and almost looks a bit fidgety, like she's kind of excited or nervous by the area. And Nadeshko just looks completely overwhelmed and like slacked, like attention slacked off and like not really focused anymore as she's looking at this place, and people keep like walking over to her after walking to you guys and saying that and talking and asking her questions and things like that. a couple kids like tug at like her long skirt area to ask about looking at her bat and things before running off after giving her some like candies and things.
Right. Claire will like to start walking a bit slower to keep pace with Reina and Nadeshko. And will kind of look towards Reina a bit, but then pat Nadeshko on the back. Hey. After we talk to the general, me and you can go over the exact plans we're gonna have for how to move forward in the mission.
Right, she says, pulling her attention away from these two women locked in a grappling contest as one just, like, slams an elbow into her and, like, splatters some blood on the ground from a bloody nose, and there's a pause, and then they both start laughing, and everyone starts cheering around, and she blinks and looks back over, a little perturbed by this, new cultural acceptance of brutal wrestling and violence on the ground, but everyone seems fine. And she kind of nods a little bit. Yeah, right. I guess since we're working together, it'd be better to get those out of the way now, once we hear what we'll be doing. Who knows if we'll even be directly... Wait, no, right. We're not supposed to let him tell us where to go.
Yeah,
Right.
me and you can decide what exactly we'll be doing after we hear the situation from the general.
She'll nod a little bit and look back and notice that Tammy and Donovan and Reina have both all disappeared into the crowds of people. And she sighs. Well, it's really only important that I hear it, right?
I guess so.
Then I'm not gonna bother wasting my energy right now.
Claire will look towards her, but then for a moment, and then continue on towards the tents or the general's area.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Last check in with Felix and Viridian as they're passing by.
Do they also want to wander off?
Yeah, you guys can wander off if you feel like it.
No, I don't think Felix would want to go see the general.
I'll wander off after that.
After the general?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just double check it. All right. So you guys are led. I have to make couple adjustments, obviously. This format, this order you walk.
The fuck?
It's a clown.
Part of their culture, I think.
Nah, he just kind of got caught up. He's like a performer, and he just. Well, I mean,
He's a
making good
POW.
money. He's making good money. He's a POW.
That's pretty good.
Being tortured.
It's a POW.
Trapped in a mine box.
They're about to throw him over the fire there.
Yeah, they're gonna trap him in a mine box and throw him in the water as he slowly suffocates. It's one of the worst tortures that the roamers are capable of.
The Iron Horse.
We now have to face the strongest member of Salem's Coven, the mime.
They tie him to 4 imaginary horses and send them in different directions.
It's a clown, not a mime. That's just cruel.
I know, but
he can't stop that.
I'm sorry. I was making.
No, mimes are
they
too
have
powerful.
mimes at their disposal.
Of course, the roamers are famous for their mimes and imagery combat.
Yeah, it's a horrifying thing to see in practice.
So powerful. Okay, Blake, can you pause for a second?
A few moments later.
I will be... Oh, wait, let me not turn the music off until I cut back in. Okay. I'm ready to cut back in now, Blake. Give me the go.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as you guys approach the area, following the guides, they point you over to the mass of people before separating off their own way to go back to some other business. And you see there's a large group of soldiers and roamers and people nearby, letting out some cheers and stuff and heckling a bit from the distance surrounding this larger camp area. And as you guys are met there, it's like a wall of people there. It basically blocks most of your sight from them. There's people on horseback and stuff too. I only have so many people here because it would just be pointless to stack that many NPCs. So you guys would have to kind of push your way through to see them. And the desk just kind of huffs and goes, Is he in the middle of something, or should we, like, get in there?
I think we should just get in there and then see if that's true.
Yeah, no use waiting. We got important work to do. I should go start pushing through a couple of people.
As Claire will do the same, trying to get towards the front.
Alright. Assuming none of you are cowards and all make your way through. Eventually, as you're pushing through, some people will separate and move to the side as they see you coming in. And you'll be greeted by the sight of two people at a game board that everyone had been surrounding and apparently heckling. And it's a facing away from you at the game board is a younger man, maybe in his late 20s, you assume. He's got golden blonde hair spiked up above his head, one of those fur-lined leather jackets with nothing underneath it, or vest with nothing underneath it, and long riding pants with boots on that is crossed down. He's incredibly muscular and well-built and tall-looking, and he's narrowed his eyes staring down at the board like a hawk's or a falcon, some bird of prey surveying it, and he kind of gets a crude smile on his face, a bitter smile, as the man across from him grabs a giant wineskin again and glugs some more, what you presume is some sort of alcohol, if not the actual name behind the skin, wine, into his mouth and starts laughing again. As he booms through the crowd of people, as clearly some mental exchange has gone on between the two men. Here, I'll get you their pages. The larger man, of course, is a large beast of a man with a really big, like, gut, and like he looks kind of fat, but it's kind of got that built fat where he just looks like a fucking brick house, more so, with that big, massive, with the big belly and big arms and everything. So it's still a kind of intimidating, like, form. He's got a bit of armor on, just like some leather jerkin stuff, a red long cape with the some brown lines, which you assume is a VRA style one. He has a horned helmet on that he has at his side, and he has a fearsome, monstrous, not like terrifying, but intense face with these small little black and red eyes, all narrowed, big bushy eyebrows, jagged, sort of almost looking teeth. And he just emanates this sort of like wild and warm, like burning, like presence of like energy and ferocity that it's juxtaposed against the man sitting across from him, who has this sort of stilled, cool feel in the air, but with this steeliness to it. As the muckbot sighs and hangs his head a little bit as some of the VRA and roamers heckle him, and he throws a hand up and goes, "I'm not winning from here anymore, that's for sure, Pops. I surrender." "Ha ha! Oh, so soon already?" "Well, what would be the point?" He grimaces. "If these were real soldiers, I'd just be leading them to their death, so I might as well get out before you get me caught into something worse, right?" "Ha ha ha! Right you are, boy! No winning today!" And Mockbot hops up to his feet in an instant and turns around to see the crowd parted a little bit. Standing up, he's at Viridian's height of about somewhere just below maybe like 7 feet tall. He's abnormally tall with really lanky, long limbs. And he's got a sort of grace to him as he looks over and surveys all of you. And those unblinking sort of bird of prey style eyes survey you all. And he gives you a small grin, showing that he doesn't have the same jagged teeth that his father does. And he looks over. "Oh, B, they really are the winners, huh?" he says as he walks over to stand beside his father. "Wow, you must have paid a pretty penny for them." "Ah, nonsense! They're huntsmen! They work for cheap, don't they?" Well, don't just stand there. Come on! As Gwen narrows her eyes a bit as you've all walked forward and goes, "He kind of looks familiar." Yeah, he looks like a Oni. Nadeshiko mumbles.
Claire will like look back at him for a second and then start walking up.
Gwen nervously walks up and then kind of as she's pushing over, avoids eye contact with either of them as she gets like goosebumps and then looks up at this giant fucking horse and does like a quick stuttered step over to the side where there's less intimidating things. The Deshko walks up to the horse and surveys it a bit impressed at seeing an animal get this big, as it doesn't seem to be any variant of horse. It just seems to be like a normal built war horse that just ended up being massive.
Claire will look him over.
Alright, acumen roll, everyone.
Okay.
Oh, I was about to say except for Bree and Felix because they're standing back there, but you guys walked up. Good work. If you have anything to relate to history or Vratian culture, it might help.
I do not.
Alright, Fenlix. Yeah, okay. Well, Felix and Clara, that's enough. It's not that uncommon. So an 8 or so passes it, basically. Gwen's realizing about the same time you guys are, and Nadeshiko probably wouldn't immediately, but this man is Tumen Subutai, the former Khan, a great Khan, in fact, of the Vratian people, as stated in his page. I can give, you're basically just reading the page description, but during the Great War, this guy was supreme dictator, commander of the armies of all of Vacuo. He stood beside Artorius the 23rd, the 22nd, and at repelling the forces of Mistral and Atlas, or at the time Mantle, away from their land. This guy had full control over Vacuo during that time, and is one of the top generals of the VRA currently. Not the president of the VRA, but one of the highest generals. He is a famed general in the war for not only his success, but his impact he had on Vratian culture, being able to rise up and lead the scattered Vratian city-states and tribes under one banner during the course of the war, which speaks to not only his success as a military general, but also his charisma as a leader. He still has the fierce face that you recognize from some of the documentation, which is why it's easy to tell. He didn't used to be this fat or anything. He looks a bit more out of shape than usual, but his, fierce appearance still shows he's still a threat, obviously, if you were to, want to survey him on just like a purely combat skills thing, as he's gone on in age. But this guy is an incredibly famous person, a historical figure, laughing in front of all of you as he's chugging more on a wineskin and looking over all of you with his unblinking, fierce stare, gnashing with his teeth a little bit in laughter.
Clara will look towards him and kind of bow slightly. It's nice to meet you, General Subutai.
Ha! Well, don't go showing any pretty manners like that. I hired huntsmen, didn't I?
She'll pause.
He looks up at this guy and laughs a little bit.
She'll pause for a minute and look towards him.
What, are the rest of you scared? Saloon doesn't bite, do ya? He shouts over to the horse, who lifts his massive trunk, face out of the watering hole that's built there just for him, and snorts a little bit with some water spitting out, and goes back to drinking. He stares at the people. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Vernon's gonna dig in his ear with his pinky because this guy is loud, and be like, "Yeah. Kid, say something." He'll kick Felix and not kick, but nudge Felix in the shin.
Felix will shoot him a dirty glare and look back to Subutai really quickly and be like, and give him a bow and say, "This is an honor."
What did I just say? Ha! He just shouts out a little bit as everyone laughs around at you. Ha ha! What did he teach you at school? That funny girl doing manners now?
Oh, by the goddess, you made him louder, kid.
I'm sorry.
What are you two whispering about over there?
We were just discussing how great of a tactician you are, sir.
No, you weren't! My ears aren't gone yet! You buffoons!
Could you tune it down a notch, man?
Never! Why would I bother?
On. Grinning will just like cover his ears with his hands. He can still hear him, but it dampens it at least.
What a brat! I always knew the Valish were weak in spirit.
Clara will...
They don't make them like they used to this generation, I swear! Like that frilly pants prince of theirs! None of the energy passed down that line!
Clara will look towards the general, then look towards the game board. Did we interrupt anything, General?
No, of course not! I was gonna win either way! I was just seeing how long my boy would take to realize! This is my bot! My son! He can't be much older and definitely isn't much wiser than some of you, at least.
Thanks, Pops. Really appreciate that.
He says as he folds his arms but smiles a little bit coolly over at you all and nods. Congrats on winning and thanks. We're sick of seeing people get kicked around by everyone else for so long. It's about time we had some Veration actually claim the trophy. Wish it could have been our own people a little bit, but hey, you're practically them now, aren't you? At least most of you, he says as he tilts his head towards Felix, Gwen, and Viridian. Maybe a few of you.
Well, thank you. At least Team Iris was able to represent true Verations in the finals.
Ivory Boy tried his hardest, didn't he? Your little buddy's doing all right for himself. I can't wait for him to grow out of those diapers already and get on with it. I've been changing him since he was a little boy, you know.
Really? Well,
yeah, we go back a long time. Pretty good relation with the broken wing, after all. He's a good kid. I think he's got promise.
Ha! You're just saying that because you'd always beat him in sparring, aren't you? Want to be the best one?
Who wouldn't, Dad? I got it from you.
You didn't get it from me. I'm still alive.
Claire will be a bit taken back when it mentions that he constantly beat Hagios, because she really respects Hagios for like his ability and everything, and like how he carries himself.
As Clara stares at him a little bit with that second regard, she can tell that his fit muscles and everything, they're pretty big and everything, aren't definitely for show. This guy radiates that same kind of confidence in how he carries himself that you've seen in other professional huntsmen or mercenaries like Jet, where they're clearly very practiced because there's this cool sort of tension within them that it feels like they could spring at a moment's notice into action. That sort of sharpness about him, especially his eyes and everything. And you notice at his waist, you didn't really catch it before since, you know, he was already kind of diverting your attention with his interesting face structure and like height, that he has this folded up 3 broken up staff parts hung on his waist, and you can tell that's probably his weapon. Oh, I forgot to mention, Subutai would, Tumen would obviously have strapped across his back the Flexile, his massive cavalry sabers thing, which on his back just looks like this curved great sword of great like weight and height that is like kind of held up and kind of flattened a bit because sitting it can't properly hang off his back on the ground, so it's kind of hiked up a bit over his shoulders now and running across the ground behind him. Oh, well, I don't know about that Ray girl. He picks his ear a little bit. Only has half of her name left. Best to get away with all of it, if you ask me. How is that bastard Seth doing, anyway?
Seemed to have everything in order last time we were there.
How disgusting, isn't it? All his ducks in a row and he pretends they're not. He's a slime ball, I tell you, kids. He taps his forehead with his fingers. Even I wouldn't think I could outwit him if we really were at it. Good thing I could crack his neck easily enough. That bastard's just waiting for a time to make some trouble. You should be careful doing work for him in the future. But I guess it was through your school and all, so they probably know what they're dealing with.
Well,
What? Spit it out! Gwen says. And she kind of snaps back a little bit and goes, forget it. Sir. He rubs the back of his head and picks in his ear more. I was thinking I'd like you all a bit more. There's no... Are you sure you're Varation?
Clara will look towards him.
Pops, you know a lot of them aren't. They won the Vital Festival for us and they're going to Shade! What else do you need to be Varation? I guess a lot more, obviously.
General, can we discuss any information regarding the Grimm in the area?
We'll get there! I didn't ask for the winners for no reason, just to have them do some work for me! I want to get to know you all! Sit down!
She'll pause for a second, a bit like taken back about it. It's like, oh, okay, not like upset that it's like, oh, we can't get to the work, but more like not exactly. She didn't know who she'd be talking to.
Yeah, he waves over, and a couple of the soldiers soldiers are mostly like wandering off now. Some roamers nearby walk over to get the games table and lay out some food on the rug and everything. And he goes, sit down, have something to eat. Let's get to know each other a little bit more.
Clara will try and sit down like very immediately. And I'd like to describe her thought process, which is like she's taking the trying to take the leadership role very seriously because it's like the first big mission after the Vital Festival. And like what Mr. Toto said seriously, like we're not working for him. Don't take orders from him in terms of like, oh, if he tries to get you to like do something that you think you shouldn't do, don't just do it. So like she's trying to be somewhat respectful, but also not just act like, oh, we're just here to be your bitch boys.
Right. Nadeshka will follow up by sitting near the area too, kind of following Clara's lead on that and nodding a little bit. She's kind of quiet, but she's surveying him. She looks like intimidated enough, as in like, of course I respect who I'm talking to, but she's clearly quieted down and not trying to bark back or anything. My bot kind of leans over a bit, trying to like crane his neck and go, well, I should probably get on patrol, right? Nonsense! We've got fun guests this time! Someone else can handle it! Pops, I feel like I should really be taking on these sorts of responsibilities, you know? I'm gonna have to note how to do them a bit better when you croak. Well, you got a while for that, don't you, boy? So sit down, you brat! And Mockbat's eyebrow just twitches a little bit and sighs as he hops back down to the ground in that sudden burst of movement he does into a perfect, like, folding, relaxed position.
You certainly don't sound... Sorry. You
all he just said is, I guess I can eat. Yeah, go ahead.
You certainly don't sound like you'll be going anywhere anytime soon, General.
Ha ha ha! Don't plan on it! Fought a lot worse enemies than death, you know! He's not very creative, only comes in so many ways!
Any you think are worth mentioning?
Well, there's no good war anymore, so I don't really think it's coming in any exciting ways. And I've got too much energy to die from sickness. Huh? What's the matter? Don't sit behind your leader! He looks over at Felix. Ha!
Felix will move closer.
I've heard my natural, attitude can send some of you faunus off into hiding. Depends on if they're prey or not. You think those people were just cowards blaming it on themselves? Or is there something right to it? You afraid of me, boy? He grins. No. Spunky. Good. That's better.
Claire's
goes to take a big sip of his bowl, that has some similar looking liquid to in the wineskin and stuff. A bit heated up this time, and he just gulps it down without being fazed by the steaming heat rising off of it.
Clara is trying to partake of the food and basically try and act more Voration from how she knows from, like, you know, the people she's friends with in town, and try and ingratiate herself more with, like, the culture she knows is more appropriate for just Vorations in general.
Yeah, there are a lot of, there's some fruits and stuff, but there's lots of different varieties of meat served in different ways. Skewers that have been steamed, some roasted, some grilled, a couple of these dumpling-looking things like that, large different varieties of cut meat over some stocky vegetables and things like that, sauces and things. Not too many grain meal things besides those dumpling wrapping things and things like that. And as you bite into try one, it actually tastes a lot more flavorful than you expect, especially from the wrapping and stuff. And Gwen whispers over, "It's not wonton. It's an intestine."
And Claire will look at it and then Claire will look at it and then take another bite.
Yeah, it's incredibly good now that you realize that. As you chew the wonton a little bit, the wrapper itself tastes like it's a thin fried meat, and within then the other mixed in, clearly different animal meat. You can't quite place it. You're not familiar with it inside. It's really fucking good and a little bit spicy.
I can definitely see that you eat well here, General.
Of course! The Romer diet is one that requires the Romer lifestyle requires a diet to back it. Any idiot can eat food, but only the greatest can know how to nurture a healthy lifestyle. I would know! He smacks his giant fat belly.
Take it from me, unless you gorge yourself like this guy, you're not gonna get anything close to him. It's good for you. You need to be lean.
Or you just need to be strong enough to not care anymore, boy! Says as he grabs his head and kind of smacks it against his own forehead in a mock headbutt thing that actually makes a cracking sound from the two of them. Mockbot just kind of grins a little bit churlishly, yeah, Dad, whatever. So he goes back to eating some of his meal quickly and with, a little more dignity than his dad, just grabbing handfuls of it.
Yeah, can Felix reach over to the game pieces and be like, "May I try?"
Oh, sure, whatever. I'm too busy eating.
If you'd like, I could play a bit with you, Mockbot says.
I'd be honored.
Have you ever tried shogi before? Dad's imported a bunch of these from Mistral. They're good fun and, well, keep you sharp in this sort of thing. The game was based around old army strategies and things and refined a bit. It's not one for one, obviously, but hey, the sharpest generals are quick to take to it, so it's gotta mean something, he says as he picks up and plays one of the general pieces and signals to bring the board back as a couple of people bring it back, and he starts laying it out for you.
Well, I've seen it played once or twice, but I've never done it myself.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ha! You know it's rude to play and eat, right?
Shut up, old man, it's fine. You've done a lot worse while eating, haven't you?
Claire will take another bite of her food and look towards the General. Well, if you want to talk, I'm not shy, General, so please, anything you want to say.
What did it take for you all to finally win for us? I mean, are you gonna come here and tell me all the Voration blood was just worthless until now? He grins.
Claire will chew on her food a bit and try and think for a second, then swallow and look towards him. Well, wouldn't say that. I don't think we would have gotten where we are without the training that we got from a bunch of people adding around Shade, all the Vorations we had to lean on, interact with. If we didn't train, trial by fire like is custom here in Vacuo, I don't think we'd be anywhere near the level we are now.
Mockbot hums a little bit as he's finishing placing a few pieces and performing his opening move against Felix.
Well, that sounds about right. Chopping up others' cultures and taking advantage of it. You really are Mantlian, aren't you? Or should I say it Legion, I guess. That's their culture now, isn't it? She's got a point if it worked!
Clearly.
He bites into a big haunch of meat on like a cartoonish bone a bit and chews and speaks while he's chewing. That sort of little morsels of truth hidden behind platitudes. Trying to take after a tricky kind of guy, aren't you? Reminds me how that bastard Osiris speaks now. You know, he used to be a good one, right?
Good what?
Well, he used to be way better than his brother, but now they're both just the same in a way. He says he picks his nose a little bit. Don't know whatever happened to him, but the war really ruined that guy. Now I can't stand in the same room without getting the creeps around him, you know?
Claire's thinking on that.
He's a real bastard.
I happen to quite enjoy his company myself.
Oh, well, let yourself get tricked then. I told you, Rady Blood's tricky. They're all snakes at heart.
Claire will continue to eat, just, you know, taking that in and everything like that.
So, what's wrong with your boy back there?
Claire will look back towards Viridian.
Viridian's not sitting. He's like lying on the ground, you know, on his side with like his head cradled in his hand, elbow pressed against the arm, holding it up, and it's just gonna be like, kind of bored of walking around looking at stuff. Been using my semblance all day.
Oh, and you're tired already? What a coward! For one with birds in your brain, you're pretty pathetic.
Did I say tired or did I say bored?
I can look at you. You wouldn't last a day on the battlefield with that attitude.
Claire will look towards the general.
The Mistrali! He cuts Claire off as she starts to speak. Always used to say birds were omens. Used to work by them to stay the future and things. I always said they were just full of it. But you gotta say, there is something pretty magical about being a bird. To fly so high above everyone else. Ha! But look where it gets you. An attitude like that. There's a reason we're grounded after all. That's not true, Pops. I think birds have it pretty good. They see things we don't on a day-to-day basis. And it turns them into louts!
Claire will be taken aback for a second when she's, like, just cut off by such a loud, booming man. And then, like, continue to chew some of her food. This time trying to talk while chewing to... I don't know, she has some fucking weird thing going on where it's like, okay, he's doing something, I don't want to...
She's trying to play by his rules.
Yeah, I don't want to...
She sees him do something, it's like, well, this seems like the behavior.
It seems like the behavior, and I don't want to, like, put myself beneath him.
Yeah.
By acting
trying to
too
meet
polite.
him.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, General?
You want to give me a wit roll?
Sure.
Actually, this would be zeal, I think, more so.
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Since you're trying to be, like, follow his energy and not back down to that.
Oh god, I fucked up. Oh shit. Fuck. I did. I have to restart roll 20.
Let's go!
It's because I had my character sheet popped out, and then I tried to open it on roll 20, and it really didn't like that.
Okay. Sick!
Okay, there we go, sorry. Zeal, you said?
Yes, sir!
Okay. Oh god, what the fuck. Whew. So this is, I don't think I have any, no, I don't have any, highlights that I think would pertain to this. 7. Yeah, watch this be the first roll I fucked up. Never mind.
Alright, cool, yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to know.
Yeah. So Claire will, while chewing, kind of look towards him. Well, General, if I'm gonna be taken from the people around me like an legion, why don't you fill us in on what we might be lacking from your point of view?
Well, motivation, first off. I mean, look at half of you! He growls a little bit. But your fire's not bad. At least yours. And Horny's here. Even the girl's got at least a chip on her shoulder.
Claire will look towards Nadeshko, then towards the General.
Yeah, he meant Gwen, not...
Yeah, I know.
Okay, cool, yeah.
Let me... How does she look to you, General?
Nadeshko kind of clicks her tongue like, "Why the fuck are you talking? Don't make him look at me." And he rears his head over and grins at her for a second. Looks like she's playing pretend! Nadeshko, reaches up forward and, smacks some of the plates away and goes, "Hey, fuck you, old man!" See? So nervous! As he kind of puts his massive hand, which can, encompass Nadeshko's, head on top of her head and gives it, a little squeeze, and she, flinches for a second, and he just pushes her to sit back down. Relax! A little play will get you there eventually, kiddo! Nadeshko looks frustrated, but he doesn't have much else more to say on her. I didn't care about the secondaries you brought too much. I left that in your headmistress's hands, so I guess she thinks it's funny to bring first years. Well, that's pretty fair. I did say bring anyone.
Well, I think that's your style now. Real.
Isn't it? I can't tell if she was just getting cocky afterwards or if she's always been like this. If I hadn't seen her fight in the war, I'd say otherwise.
Claire will chew on her bean a bit and will look towards the General. So, Claire will think how to word this, but then look towards him. Do you miss the war anyway, General?
Of course I do, a little bit. There's no life for me without war. But a conflict requires necessity, not frivolity. You can't fight for a bad reason, and you can't fight with no reason. It ends up being pointless after all. So now we're stuck fighting like this, over petty scraps. Delodos knows it too. They're just being too stubborn about it. Too many kids like you all live there now. They don't realize things, so we're stuck here, waiting them out.
Well, I think I'll take that saying from you, General.
Go for it, it's not mine! But war, yeah. I prefer a fiercer battle. Grim. They're boring to fight. He growls a little bit and frowns. None of them are smart enough. They're not like people. It's not fun. Fun doesn't make my blood boil anymore. There's no good feeling in it. No prey, just monsters without thinking. Even the bigger ones, they're not as smart as the dumbest general. At least they try something. The amount of pressure it takes to fight in a war. To know you've got people's lives in your very hands. You don't fight enemies like that enough. Don't understand the kind of thing it does to your brain. The sort of leaps you have to make. The lives you have at stake. It's not the same feeling of fulfillment, I'll tell you that. But hey, who wants to keep getting their own people killed? Certainly not me. So I can be happy there's no wars like that anymore. I just can't feel as satisfied, he says as he kind of lets it trail off a little bit and chugs some more drink from his bowl. And I'm certainly not fighting anyone as great as the Mistrali anymore.
So, think on that for a moment. On this very loud man's more complex feelings on battle.
He'll slam his empty drink bowl on the ground now and get nod to mock body size as he was in the middle of thinking of a move against Felix, and he'll pour some more for his good old pops. And he'll grin back to the rest of you. Ha! That old owl bastard's retired now, ain't he? Drives me up to the wall knowing he's trying to take a peaceful approach to things. Slimy bastards probably got something planned. He should just be leading the Fang already themselves, not the White Fang.
Mm-hmm. Claire will think back. Did you fight against the owl?
Oh, yeah! A lot of times, right? Gwen speaks up a little bit and he tilts his head. I guess someone pays attention. Of course! Him and them Faunus! One of the fiercest fighters the Mistrali ever fielded. It was one of the reasons we were able to have such a kickback when the king wooed him to his side. Those bastards were some of the best fighters I ever had. The owl was a hell of a general, but he was an even fiercer monster on the field. He points up to his one of the scars on his forehead. Gave me this one, and a couple more that I can't show you since they're on my ass. Had me on the ground, that bastard. Ah.
Is that right? Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I guess it's good.
And this one, he tilts his head up a little bit, where there's like a small but like a very like noticeable cut in area, like a stab wound. Closest I ever came to dying. Good old beast of the prince gave me that one.
Claire will think. Beast of the prince?
Haha! What do they call him now? The old one? Wily bastard slid into obscurity after all that. What a waste!
Claire will look towards Felix.
Yeah, Felix will... I'm sure that his opponent across can now see that he's clearly in a different headspace all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll be like, I see, so you've done battle with the old prince?
Well, of course I have! A lot of times! Bastard bloodied the field with more veration and veilish than I've ever seen. Soon it was Mistrali, too. Well, the ones who wouldn't conform to what they wanted. Bastard was a real loyalist for as much as they treated him like a dog. Had something he wanted. Fought against the turncoats, too. His brothers one day, his enemies the next. A real nice blade. Couple of them. Though I'd remember it as the other day. He growls a little bit. It's gotta have quite the monstrous heart to be able to turn on a dime like that.
Felix will... He'll really want to say something, but he'll hold his tongue and then kind of turn back to the game and be like, yes, that is... you've been in many battles, haven't you?
Isn't that obvious? What, are you dumb? Ha! It's like you don't even know who I am.
Claire will think for a moment. Not about who he is, because she already knows who he is.
Yeah.
I passed that role.
Yeah, he'll take advantage of you being quiet as he keeps chewing and just keeps fucking barreling on. But one of the best! Yeah, the old prince, he was good. But I never would know if the old dog would have been better. Bastard had to be on our side, you know. The butcher. Doesn't he work at your school now?
You're gonna have to give us a little more than that, sir.
That old dog, Toto!
Butcher?
No one cut more blood for us than he did.
Claire will look a bit taken back.
I'm not too narcissistic to admit that. An army causes a lot of blood, sure. But I can't take credit for what my boys do on the field. But the butcher could, at least.
Mr. Toto?
Are you sure about that, sir? How many Totos do you know? There's a lot of fucking weird names here. I guess there are to you, Mr. Ollie. But he kind of takes a deep breath after he takes another drink. Talking about the past bores me. I've experienced it once. I don't need to do it again.
I think I can agree with that.
You're too young to be saying things like that, you little brat. He kind of smacks you on the head with a little karate chop.
Claire will try and activate her semblance to not just like it. Because she doesn't know how strong this man would put into just doing that.
Oh, yeah. He cracks off the top of your shell with a resounding, like, thunk. Like it sounds like metal hitting metal, and he laughs. You're more spiny than you want to be, aren't you?
Claire will...
Well, that's good, he says as he puts the hand back, this time doing the same thing he did to Nadeshka, where it's like the palm that can grab your entire head, and you can feel his, like, iron grip as he pulls you forward a little bit. I don't want no minced words or anything like that. You shouldn't be holding yourself back so much. You're gonna get bad habits. Stop molesting kids. I'm not! And she's not a kid, is she? He says as he throws her back, kind of pushing her into Felix and having both of them roll back to Viridian as he accidentally puts more force into it.
Claire will just be taken aback a bit as she's trying to steady herself.
Yeah.
And like, she'll just pick herself up and try and just, like, get back and sit in the same position.
Yeah.
Felix as well.
Yeah, Felix's antlers kind of like hit Viridian across the face, and Clara lays on his stomach as they pull themselves up. Oh, I guess he just tanks it. Okay.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, cool. Nice. Awesome. Okay. So, Tumen will, This conversation is, obviously, we can't have literal conversations that go on for hours, but honestly, we've probably been talking for 20 minutes, so it's probably around the natural time. He'll let out a loud belch and go, we'll have plenty of time to get you talking later, after all. And you kids are uppity enough that you've probably got to know what you're doing. So, Makvat! Yeah, I've had him the whole time, Dad, he says as he lays out some maps over where the food was that gets cleared away by some other people. I've marked some of the routes with the most activity that we'll expect. The problem going on now isn't exactly so simple. I'm still hungry, he says as he turns over. Makbat, why don't you show me how competent you're getting, little guy, as he smacks him on the back again. Give him a bit of a briefing. And Makbat sighs and kind of scoots the game board out of the way to stand up a bit forward. Oh, dear old Dad, thanks. I really appreciate it.
Claire will try and look over the maps more closely as he's talking.
Yeah. Makbat, you feel a little creep go up your spine as you realize Makbat kind of gave you like a little hard stare for a second while you turned down. And before you can look up and match it, he's already back to looking polite and kind of looking over everyone else. As you feel, he has that same sort of energy to presence like his dad. It's just like super focused, and when it trails onto you, it gives you like goosebumps sometimes when he like looks at you hard or something.
Right.
And he points down at them as he kneels down to the map with you all. Right, so here's Del Odos, obviously. The biggest problem with the situation right now is that they're being pretty lackluster in realizing how difficult they're going to make it for themselves. The VRA is not exactly going to take no for an answer, but they really want to argue some better terms, which is fair for them. The problem is they're probably not considering how incontent the people are. When things like this happen, the citizens get real antsy and, well, take it from me, a lot of the guys down the chain who do the fighting for the people up top are a lot dumber than the others. They don't realize the logistics of things, the nightmare it caused if they start rebelling. So, from what our scouts say, there's already some infighting and factions breaking out within the city. Well, city's polite. I'll call it, I'll just stay with city. I don't want to be too rude to them, I guess. We're gonna be working with them after all once we're in charge, and, well, as dear old dad can tell you, war's a hell of a method, but once it's done, you gotta treat people right so they don't turn their backs on you and keep giving you food. We don't really want to have to grind them to dust or anything. They're our neighbors. We just want them in the VRAs. He kind of grumbles a little bit, grasp. But hey, the roamers will take care of them more than the army does, I bet. Anyway, like I said, the longer this goes on, the more infighting's gonna cause more grim than our siege even at this point. But the tension's already caused migration packs, as he's moving his finger over to points on the map, to have forces breaking off from here and here. And the weather doesn't help. Storm season's real nasty for this sort of situation. A lot of Del Otis's farms and agriculture are being impacted by the flooding and things like that, which just ramps up the tension more and more. And, well, the people trying to leave and escape to one of the other encampments or cities nearby that are afraid of it are getting picked off by Grim and causing more and more problems. The flooding makes it difficult for them to take normal paths, and, well, you could almost say some of them are being funneled to migrations. Which would be great if this was an actual war, but, well, we've basically already won and just surrounded them and are being humane about it. It's a waste of good old-fashioned tactics, I tell you.
And Clara's examining the maps and looking. What she's thinking.
So, we need to hold your hand to tell you where you might need to go?
No. As she's
Perfect.
Looking over the different areas of the maps, and she'll look towards Gwen and Felix a bit and look. I think there might be a good place to start.
What about that? Nadeshko jabs a finger at a mark, which is like this red, different colored line section, which I could have made a little sketch of this on the map to make this more simpler to you
fine.
guys, but it is these areas pointing off towards the Tien Shan entrance and like towards like Vale and Wall and stuff. And it's different colored from other migration areas and doesn't have notes from that and things. And Muckbot laughs a little bit and goes, "Oh, right. You definitely wouldn't know about this, huh? That's the predetermined migration path we're gonna try and steer the refugees towards. Not everyone's happy with how gracious we're being even still. I mean, seriously. We're the nicest conquerors these guys will probably ever meet. So we've got an intended path to send the refugees off. We don't want them causing more problems anywhere in our land, so we're aiming them towards Vale and Wallen. Like usual, they'll probably send them off into the Verdant Vale afterwards. I think the old king could handle some more. He's always offered us so much help, we might as well send him our poor and enamored former citizens, right?" "Might as well. Don't want them mucking up any of the terrain nearby and causing more problems. If they stayed and caused more discontent, I'd have more of my own men and even some of the old citizens they are trying to protect get dying from the Grim from all that anger they're causing. Let him be the king's problem."
Well, Jeshko, I think you're right. I think we should handle that then. It's most important to make sure those people, well, don't get too harassed on their journey out of Vacuo into Vale.
Yeah. Plus, if they knew huntsmen were here, it'd look more, comforting to travel than just seeing a bunch of your guys lined up, right? That way, maybe we'll get at least a few more going down it, and the more that leave, the better for your siege, right? "So," he says as he grabs her head again, a bit more affectionately this time as he nuzzles her. You're pretending to be a huntsman, but not..." Oh, let me rephrase that. "So, you're pretending to be a huntsman, but you got something in there that's good. That's nice." And she'll wince back and glare at him. "You're both right. I'd put you there. Good work. I don't want to have to order you around after all. Looks like you're not so stupid as your teammates make you look.
Claire's trying not
Thank
to,
you, sir.
Claire's not trying to even acknowledge the jab.
Yeah.
Well, I think we already know what we're needed then.
Of course you do. Huh. Sun'll be setting soon. Rain'll probably be coming in tomorrow. Get some room in the camp. We have tents for you and everything. Promise that no one will be bothering you or they'll be answering to me. So only I'm allowed to bother you.
Well,
We'll have some roamers available if you want people to help you with path making and pathfinding in the area, since I'm sure you'll need some assistance in getting it down. No offense, but even with this weather, some of our basic scouts need help with it. Figure we don't want you dying on us, but the rest of the work's all to you. I don't want to waste any able-bodied men on you.
Well, we'll make sure to use all your assistance, General.
Of course! That's very gracious of me to lend it.
As Clara will look towards both of them. Well, if you'll excuse us, we gotta go prepare for our mission tomorrow.
Of course! And he smacks Macbeth in the back of his head as he's leaned back down looking at the game board, doing that, like, sort of, what's it fucking called? Like a model lean where he's on his side with his, hand resting on his knuckle, like a fucking model for, like, an underwear magazine or something. He sighs, and he goes, "Oh, now you want me to go on patrol? Well, looks like this game will have to be postponed for a while, Felix," he says as he hops to his feet and takes one step back before doing a quick sprint forward and like a flip forward over all of you, sailing through the air and landing on his horse, standing up. "Alright, I'm gonna go gather my men then, Pops. Hopefully we'll get to see each other later, Huntsman. I'd like someone interesting around this place, and hey, seeing some people who pull off a ration well is strange and all," he says as he taps his horse. "Come on, Macduff." And his horse rears up suddenly and sprints off, with him remaining standing perfectly well on his horse. Looking quite strange and weirdly imposing, just stood up on it. And Nadeshka's gonna sigh and get up as a couple people come to attend to two men and a couple more soldiers walk up. "I'm gonna go look for my teammates. Do you want help with that? Are you not supposed to help us? I mean, this just seems like a logistical issue. Clara, is there anything else you need to go over with us, or..."
It's probably better if we discuss the mission once we're all together.
"Right. I'll go help Nadeshko find them. You guys can go find the tents and stuff. They got probably better to offload some of her bags," she says as she hands you, like, her stuff, and Nadeshko tosses it over.
Yeah. Alright, we'll meet you there then.
Both nod and both wander off.
As,
You guys can
as we can start to walk
usher
off.
this area.
Clara will look towards Felix and Viridian. You know, you two could have spoken up a little more in there.
I don't feel like talking to assholes, Clara.
I'm sorry, but
It's a part of the job, Viridian.
Part of your job, long as you're all team leader, Clara.
Clara will just sigh a bit, then look towards Felix.
I simply didn't want to make things worse, I suppose.
What do you mean worse? The stuff about your master?
Yes, I did not think it would have been good to tell him.
Claire will kind of chuckle a bit. No, I couldn't say for certain, Felix, but I don't think that's the kind of guy that seems to hold too many grudges. I mean, he did say he doesn't like to he doesn't like to, dwell on the past too much.
That is true, Clara, but I feel as if talking about this too much may lead to bad things. The less people that know, perhaps, is the best.
Claire will just stand there for a moment. Well, if that's what you think, I can't really say you're wrong in assuming that. I mean, we already saw what we were supposed to be keeping to ourselves before.
Yeah, well, perhaps I'll... Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll change my mind later. We'll be around here for some time. Suppose I could talk to him on it if it strikes me.
I just think he might be able to give you an interesting take on your master, considering he, got to actually fight him and then worked with him so long ago. Thought maybe it'd be interesting for you. But, I mean, that's barring we had the time for it, given the mission and all. Who knows what will end up happening.
That's true.
Either way, I think we can get to the tents and offload all those bags. Hopefully they won't take too long finding everyone.
I have faith in them.
So I guess I am good to go to the tents then.
Yeah, for reference, this would be your tent area, and this is Nurture's. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. You guys can offload your stuff, and eventually more of Nurture will wander their way back with Gwen. And, Yeah, I'm writing this on the hilltop. Climbing, exploring. Yeah, if you guys want to actually talk about this and not, or just off-screen going over the details, you can do it, and then we can have, like, any dialogue you want to hold with people here, we can have, and then, if not, or just want to cover in the background, say what you might have chatted about, how you're feeling, we'll get on with actual mission work.
What do you guys think?
I think that I guess we could have maybe a group scene about this, discussing what we're gonna do.
Yeah, it's fine
Yeah.
with me.
Cool.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah. Clara would have been standing next to Yuya, trying to be more in the center, trying to address everyone.
Yeah, here, you guys could have gone to fire started at one point, since this is now at night. Can make their way towards around it. Reina's laid down on the ground.
Right. So, Yuya, why don't you start off by addressing where we're going?
Right, well, we're heading east of here, basically, a little north. We're gonna try and ride out to the territory on the east side of Del Odos, where there's a attempt to squeeze the people out who are non-conforming to the current situation. Basically, anyone trying to get out of the city currently is being allowed to leave only in one place, and it's towards the Valish border. So they're being funneled in one direction. So that's going to cause a lot of issues and a lot of negativity and stuff like that. It's how they're probably handling the Grim to the best of their abilities. The VRA's got a bit of a, perimeter dealing with Grim attacks heading to the city directly, but from migratory paths and things, there's still going to be holes in it, and this is one that they're way less interested in protecting currently. It's basically a death pit for anyone who's willing to leave the city and abandon it themselves. So, I guess they don't really take much mercy to them. So, that's where we'll see a lot of Grims. Or Grim.
Yeah.
The idea would be patrolling that sort of area. There's a path through some of the plateaus in there, and above some that winds up and down a little bit before the terrain starts to even out a bit. Clara and I said we should probably each take different sides of it. Still be within communication range.
Yeah, and we're making sure that all the people that want to get up towards Vale can do so without any Grim getting in their way. It'll be kind of a long trek, but this is probably the place that we're going to be most needed.
Yeah, basically. At least it's the easiest place to find the concentration of people. Should be. We'll be getting some people to guide us on the paths for the first couple days we need, but after that we should stop relying on them so much in the first place.
I agree. And thankfully, since we'll be in range of each other, we'll be able to communicate if anything unexpected happens.
Yeah. They also said we'll be provided with some horses ourselves. We probably shouldn't use them in combat unless any of you are trained in them. I ain't trained, I'm just not a retard and learned how to ride a horse. Yeah, well, anyone besides Tammy, who's an expert, can handle them. Apparently they don't get spooked as easily, so just ask the people at the stables how to manage them and they should be fine. There are means of transportation around the steps, so don't get them killed or whatever.
Claire will open up. Claire will point towards the map. So it will take us about this long to get from the camp to where we're gonna start breaking off, and then after that we'll break off again once we get to the main area and start taking our separate ways to cover the trail from both sides.
Yeah, there's no estimation on when they'll actually crack and the siege can be over, so it may be a few days of patrol, but it's definitely going to be a lot more busy than normal patrols since there's just a magnet of Grim to this place, so you should expect some activity.
And we'll make sure to have regular check-ins every 6 hours to make sure that the situation of the other team's just fine.
Yeah. And when it gets to nighttime, ride back, obviously, in case I need to say this and we're separated. Fighting in the plateau at night's a death sentence for anyone who's not Felix, basically. Not only is it dark and flat, but you're gonna miss all the trenches and pitfalls down to rivers. These things are sheer cliffs, in case I need to fucking remind you.
Anyone have any questions?
I can't actually think of any.
Yeah, Ben, were you saying something? I heard you on mute.
I was just gonna have Felix say, I'm quite clear on what we need to do.
Yeah, I got one. Tammy raises her hand, laid back against like a sleeping bag, or not a sleeping bag, just like a mat near the fire. Hey, Nadeshko, boss. Nadeshko just kind of glances at her. Does that stick up your ass uncomfortable or what? So Nadeshko grimaces and grinds or clenches her fist. Well, that's it, I guess. I'm going to bed, she says as she bumps past Tammy. Ooh-wee.
Alright, looks like we can break there then.
Oh, thanks for letting me. Tammy kicks her hat back a bit and leans back on the mat, staring up at the stars. Peaceful and content. Raina nods instantly once over and runs off.
Claire will look around a bit and sigh. I'm gonna go chat with Nadeshko a bit more about the mission. I don't think it'll be anything too pertinent.
Well, sure.
Alright. Felix will get up and I think he'll... I'm gonna talk to Gwen, by the way.
Alright, cool. Yeah, she's just like here. I don't have inside tent maps, so whatever.
I don't know if
Tammy will nudge Donnie for a second and go, "Hi, you think Miss Vegas should be worried about something? She's real attached to our team leader. Maybe old boss is a cheater." No, Tammy, I don't think so. Donovan laughs, placating her. I'm going to go do some repairs on my equipment, make sure they're in good shape. I want to talk with some of the locals also. She nods off of his shield to go chat with these soldiers. And Tammy still stays at the stars. Viridian got anything?
He'll just like once Donnie's walked off, Viridian's like laying down, eyes closed. So he's gonna be like over towards Tammy. Yeah, okay. Just gonna be like, you really gotta pick her apart like that now?
Tammy doesn't respond immediately. She's staring up, pretending she didn't hear you.
Yeah, whatever. Viridian says he turns on his side to be the other way.
Alright. Well. When Felix kind of walked off over here. Felix wanted to talk to her about it. It's just like them walking around the camp a bit. Good backdrop for it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I just switched music a while ago. But camp music, right? Funny me. Alright. Cool. Go for it, Chief.
Alright. As they're, just kind of walking around the camp, Felix will say to Gwen, I do hope that Team Nurture can get over whatever is the many problems they're facing.
Ugh, I know. What a mess. I didn't realize they were all so difficult all the time. Guys, this is how they looked on every mission. I guess they haven't had that many yet, but still.
Yes, well, perhaps we have a warped view of it. Our missions tend to escalate.
Like a few of them did. Yeah.
Ah, yes, City Patrol. I know, but I fear that I've underestimated how deep these problems are.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, this was kind of like our first couple missions. They just didn't come to a head so much, and I guess they really haven't either here. We did used to bicker a lot more.
That is true.
Like, not this bad, I think, though.
Yes, it's the frequency, I think, that gets me.
Yeah, Clara was too nice to ever go back at me, and Viridian was too lazy to ever cause that much of a problem. And you were too weird to really notice, so you'd just be agreeable half the time. So we got lucky.
Yes, I suppose that's why we made such a good team.
Yeah, there's still some rough parts we could work on, but, I mean, I've certainly improved, and so have you.
I would say all of us have.
I wouldn't. Only mostly. I mean, Viridian's taking things more seriously recently, which is nice. I'm glad I finally convinced him to use different ammunition. But, I mean, I guess we were kind of lucky to win the festival, all things considered. It felt, like an uphill battle at times.
Yeah, well, it wasn't... It was not the perfect conditions, considering all that happened.
Yeah. Man. Felix, I have a question.
Yes.
Gwen looks a bit conspiratorially concerned about something. Like, she's obviously about to ask you something leading.
Right.
So, I know you didn't originally want to be a huntsman in the first place, so I'm sure a lot of the schoolwork was weird to you at first, right?
Oh, incredibly.
Yeah, but, would you say you had trouble grasping why it was necessary?
I suppose maybe at first, but it's
But you know now.
instruction.
She cuts you off to the point she was clearly fishing for.
Yes, Felix will hold up a hand, but I am quite familiar with instruction. So it is just a different type that I was not familiar with.
I guess that's a blessing in disguise then. I don't know. I just had to talk to Raina about this a while ago, and it's really fucking annoying.
I see.
Well, she's trying her best and stuff, but she got really confused by some stuff Viridian said, and I was just trying to tell her that he's wrong about it. That girl's got a lot on her mind, more than I knew. She just, like, asked me if I wanted to play fetch with her sometimes. I didn't know she was this, like, worried about stuff like this. I would have offered to help her study way sooner.
Yes, the things she said to me on our walk here are concerning, frankly.
Oh, did she say anything real bad? I mean, she looked kind of, less energetic. I just figured you guys were, I'm not gonna... Wow, that sounded really weird in my head. Why did I... Sorry, I don't know. I was about to say, I assume you're gonna talk about, like, menagerie things because you're a faunus, but I'm sorry, that's really weird.
That is strange, but I'll forgive you. It's more that she kept referring to herself... I think perhaps the things Tammy says to her are damaging to her, in a way. Referring to herself as a dog and such things makes me very uncomfortable.
Well, I mean... I don't know if Tammy's the only one who says that. And to be fair, she can turn into she can turn into like a Beowulf and stuff and plays fetch with people.
Yes, but I
mean, yeah, it's pretty mean to call her that, sure. I mean, I guess she's got some, image issues.
to say the least.
Great. Now I want to strangle Viridian even more. Well, he's your partner, so I'm leaving it to you. But tell him to stop telling first years that it's not important to learn things in Huntsman academies.
That does not sound like something he would say directly.
She said they basically went on and on for a while about it. She said she needed to know how she should be getting practical work done if it's actually important compared to, like, school work. Gwenda shrugs. I don't know. To be fair, it's Raina. She might have misunderstood it, but she was pretty adamant about it, and I don't know. Adamant that she was right, luckily, thank goodness. But still. Tell Viridian to, maybe figure out his words better next time, and also to remind him that exams are coming up soon, and if he drags us down again, I'm actually going to be pissed off this time. Like, we had a first year that we're allowed to all make mistakes in, because, oh boy, I made a lot. So I'm willing to forgive that, but second year? No. Definitely not fucking happening.
It is
If our team's grade average gets fucked over again, I'm going to be pissed.
You would say it is a part of becoming a huntsman, so I don't see why he would not take it.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
I mean, he must go for a C every time, yes?
You seen his grades?
Viridian
decided to figure out how to use
put them up anywhere.
Yeah, Viridian decided to use dust in a different way. It works, but he doesn't learn any reason behind it, so it's not exactly useful in practical exams.
That is... I will speak to him on this sometime. Perhaps
and his
after
history
this.
needs work.
Yes.
Medical and field practice.
Anything else I should know about?
Orology, I don't remember it being too... Or Orism, I don't remember it being too bad, but... Then again, Miss Sutra's way too nice to us. Oh, engineering, definitely. I'm doing my best, but, I mean, come on.
This is quite the list.
Hey, what can I say? He just hasn't put in the effort yet. Maybe he's afraid of being dumb.
I do not know. That is Felix will kind of look down and be like, I suppose as his partner, this falls to me, yes.
Oh, yeah, it's your responsibility first. Then Clara's, then mine. But I'm getting out ahead of this one.
Right.
I guess it's all our responsibility because we're friends, also, she says, like, kind of casually afterwards. But I mean, we're on the job right now, so I'm thinking like we're on the job.
Of course.
Duh.
Yes, I'll get out in front of this when perhaps we're in a better situation to speak on such things.
Oh. What's so bad about the situation right now? He's just, like, lying down over there, I think, still. It's not like he's gonna get anything.
Felix will just kind of deadpan look at Quinn and be like,
What?
Are
If
you
he keeps
suggesting-
doing dumb stuff in front of the first years, that's bad. At least he asked us not to do that.
Felix will audibly click his tongue when she says that, and be like, yes, You're right, that is part of why we're here.
Yeah, basically. We're not supposed to directly help them, but we're supposed to be there and survey them. And if we can't even do that to ourselves, I mean, that's pretty fucking embarrassing.
I will speak on this with him.
Thank you, Felix. Come on, let's grab some more of those dumpling things before we go back. I'm a little more hungry. Something about that guy really inspired me to eat more.
He was quite boisterous about it.
I know, right? I want that kind of energy. Be useful. Then I can maybe keep up with idiots.
Felix will just kind of look at her strangely, and I think we can end it there.
Gwen gives you that creepy smile, like where she's saying, "Isn't my joke so funny?"
Oh. Oh,
And,
Felix
we
will
can
give her the
fade out
pity.
on
He'll
that.
give her the pity laugh.
Yeah, we can fade out on that. Clara wants to talk to Nadeshko, right?
Yes.
You're right. Yeah. You can find her in the tent, sat back, arms or legs crossed, arms kind of like folded, trying to be relaxed in her lap, and she looks like she's trying to relax and focus on something, but she's just got a mad expression on her face.
Alright. Clara will come in and sit down. Hope I'm not bugging you.
No, not like you're bugging me particularly more than anything else would be. What is it?
And Clara will just sit down and look at her. Well, just wanted to see how you were feeling about everything. The mission so far.
Is that like a mean joke?
No?
How do you think I'm fucking feeling?
Think you're feeling pretty bad about it? Due to
Yeah.
how everything's been going?
Duh.
Claire will, pause for a moment. Is this how most of your missions end up going?
Well, we've only had so many, but yeah, and I don't see the pattern changing anytime soon.
Claire will think for a minute.
Do you handle your teammates differently? She says, opening her eyes finally and staring over at you.
Yeah?
She frowns. How was I supposed to know we're supposed to do that? Like, how different do you act with each one of them?
Claire's thinking for a moment. Huh.
And how do you do that, like, in front of all of them?
Well, Claire's thinking. Well, it's not something I knew to do from the start. In fact, I'd say I took the opposite approach when I first started. Acting,
Right.
trying to, be real, leader-like and address them real officially.
Uh-huh.
But that
Yeah, I
didn't-
know how that sort of thing goes. You can spare me the details on how poorly that works.
Yeah, so, I guess things really changed just as I got to know each of them a bit better. got to, well, have more than a few stumbles and us actually just becoming friends. And then it kind of naturally went from there. I knew how to talk to each of them a bit differently. Knew, what to and not to really kind of sound like when I'm talking. And then how they generally respond when I'm trying to act more leader-like. But I did have a big, I think I did a big announcement when I finally decided what I'd act like when I'm doing things related to missions in the team and such.
Big announcement, huh?
Well, I made it clear how if I was talking to them about, like you were doing, back when we were going over the mission details, how if I'm talking like that, it's basically means I'm talking about something important, and from there they kind of know how to act, not giving me too much shit, and just, giving their opinions if they feel it's valuable to the situation.
Yeah, I guess I get it. She kind of grumbles a little bit after a few seconds. It just, I don't know if that would work for me. The idea of being so conscious of it's already a pain in the ass. I don't know how I'm supposed to be able to keep that up. Think it's the only way, or is there another, or you think it can come naturally for some people other ways? Lucy always seems pretty hard on her sleeve, and it worked out for her.
Claire will think for a moment.
Did that take a while?
Oh, Lucy? Well, I'm not her, obviously, but from what I noticed, it seems like they clicked almost right away. It seemed a lot more...
fucking right.
Lullaby seemed a lot more, together than any of the other teams were. Irene and Hagios had their stumbles at the beginning, too.
Huh. You don't say.
Oh, yeah.
Seem pretty competent now.
Oh, yeah, but, sort of like with us, there was kind of a click moment after a while where people something happened that made them all want to try and get it to start working out. You should have seen Hagios and Jose at the beginning of the first year. They would just argue every time they were near each other.
Huh. That's weird to think about. Kind of side eyes a little bit. These two get along real fucking well. I would have never thought that, at least.
Oh, yeah.
Butt buddies or whatever.
They were at each other's throats all the time, and, Roserim wouldn't really try and get involved too heavily, just kind of watch over them from the sidelines. And Team Iris was as dysfunctional as they come. Or not Team Iris, Team Nor was as dysfunctional as they come. Irene barely even wanted to talk to them outside of official stuff.
Well, I can understand barely wanting to talk to your team sometimes.
Yeah, but, I think she finally came around when she saw how that was going.
She still is a little too high-strung.
Yeah, but I think that's just... I don't think that's changing.
Yeah, I just wish she was a bit less of an ass sometimes. Whatever. Shko kind of sits back down a little bit, lets her back loosen up a bit. It'll just have to happen, I guess. It's the worst answer to hear, but I keep fucking hearing it.
Claire will lean back a bit. Well, that might not necessarily be, the right answer, Yuya. Just waiting for something to happen. Not like that's what I was trying to do. You can go and ask Felix, especially. I was going on and on all the time about how to try and improve things with our team. Not very successfully for a good while.
Yeah.
I guess I sort of lucked into it kind of clicking eventually and then getting where I was coming from. took a lot of growing from not just me, but everyone.
Right.
Claire's...
So, like, should I, like, try and do a nice thing for them once in a while or something?
I mean, yeah, being friendly is always good.
Yeah, like one nice deed.
Well, is that like a Miss Raleigh thing? Like...
No, it's some asshole suggestion. Forget it. No, never mind. Forget it.
Oh,
Just kind of looks a bit flustered.
Alright.
I'm not getting fucking anywhere. She just like flops back down onto her sleeping bag now, completely just stopping, trying to even get close to relaxing and meditating. I'm just gonna go to bed early. It's better than wrenching my mind up in a fucking knot for a while.
Well, I did want to ask you one more thing, but if you want to turn in...
It depends on what it is, she says, just kind of like flopped over, still looking the other way.
I guess I was just... I know I asked you this a while back when you were talking to me in the gym, about, you know, everyone on your team, but it's been a good while, and I guess I've noticed some things, so I was wondering what, you know, your take on all of them now is.
I don't know if it's really changed.
I'd like to roll rapport just on whatever, just on like the answers she gives to that.
Sure. Yeah, she sounds kind of defeated at the prospect of not seeing any change within them, or maybe not feeling any change with herself and how she sees them or anything. Nadeshko's whole point is she feels stuck in a mire of inability to do anything, and every time she does something, it just doesn't work out great, and nothing's really changing, and the team's just functioning by the skin of their teeth right now. The answer frustrates her as much as saying it does. She's not trying to blow you off with a short answer and being frustrated. It's just what she thinks is true.
Claire looks towards her and then thinks for a moment. It looks different to me than how you described back then.
Like how?
Well, Tammy for one is, well, she certainly seems to be trying more, even if she is, well, talking back to you all the time. Not showing you respect or anything, but she's definitely, well, I can't say she's not putting in any effort. And, well, Rain is probably one of the most, interesting ones. She just seems so, disconnected from what you guys are doing. I mean, even right now, she just immediately got up to go run away after we were done speaking.
Can you repeat that first bit about Rain? My Discord cut out for a second, sorry.
How she seems like disconnected from everyone.
Huh? No, that's just... Rain is always, running off and doing whatever, isn't she? Is there anything wrong with that? She's not gonna get herself hurt or anything. She's not like an animal.
Well, yeah, I'm not worried about her getting hurt, but just worried about, well, why she might be doing that?
Nadeshko kind of like leans up a bit and looks over her hair, a bit bedheady already. I don't know, it's what she likes to do. I mean, I asked her why she likes to run around and climb on stuff once, and she said it's what she used to do back home. She does it to get to know a place or whatever. I guess. I don't know. Is it... She kind of grimaces for a second. I mean, I guess she's a little more skittish. Recently. But, I mean, I thought she'd be, like, if there was an actual problem, I didn't think I'd not hear about it. Raina. She doesn't have those, really.
Doesn't really look that way to me.
Well, you don't live with her, you know? Raina's weird. She does a lot of weird things. They don't always have a lot of logic to them. Mostly.
Claire's gonna like look towards Evia for a second.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can't count how long it took me to learn that Felix paints to himself to kind of clear his mind, or you know, how interested Gwen was in all that nerdy stuff. Well,
Yeah, well, when I ask Raina's things, it's not like the answers come out too, like, deep. Normally it's just because I feel like it, or I wanted to, or something. If she wanted to tell me, she would, wouldn't she?
Claire will think for a moment. I don't exactly know about that. I mean, sometimes people might want to say things, but not know exactly how. I certainly had plenty of times like that.
Well, Raina's the one I was worried the least about, but great, I guess I have a fucking problem there, too.
Claire,
She looks down for a second and sighs.
Claire will, like, look at her, like, fairly seriously, not, like, any judgmentally at all. Just, like, look at her trying to, like, you know, keep kind of gauge of how she's feeling in the conversation.
Okay.
I mean, better off knowing what's going on with someone than just believing that they're alright. I can...
Yeah, well, excuse me, I'm just a bit fucking pissed off I didn't notice anything was wrong. Some asshole who doesn't even live with her does. She's my partner. I should have noticed something like that first.
Trust me, yeah.
Sorry, Senpai. But...
I know how you feel. A lot of the stuff can be real frustrating. I had plenty of moments I felt like, you know, I guess I just felt so bad about how I just wasn't getting it. How it just seemed like, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I was questioning why I was even put in this position.
Yeah. Right. Well, that maybe can be a bit easier than the other ones, at least.
It certainly seems like she doesn't not like talking to you.
Sorry, there's a funny motorcycle. I guess not. She doesn't mind talking to anyone. I think she just likes people in general. I don't think it's anything special. I guess. I don't know. We're friends, I think.
So, I don't think it should be too hard there to, well, get to the root of any problem that might be there.
Yeah, well, I hope you're right, I guess. I don't want more problems that I can't solve. I already have enough of those. Damn it. She's gonna get up a bit and, like, go to pull her skirt back on. She's just in, like, boxers and, like, an undershirt. She's gone to bed. Her long, like, Tsukabon skirt style thing. Putting some shoes on.
You going out?
Well, yeah, I gotta go find Raina. Something's the matter.
Claire,
I'm not gonna fucking sleep on this.
Claire will look at her for a bit. Well, don't let me keep you then.
Yeah, I wouldn't fucking let you. Sorry, senpai, but I mean, this is important. I'm not gonna fucking spit in your face after you give me advice. Plus, I got time to make up for already. She says, shoving her hands in the little pockets on the skirt and grumbling to herself. Thanks.
As Claire will just exit the tent with her. It's no problem. I'll see you bright and early to head off for the mission tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to it. She'll go off into the camp to look for her.
As
Won't
Clara
you be
will
finding her?
start walking away from the tent, happy that she got somewhere, and
Cool.
sad that Yuya won't find Reina. It's a big place after all.
It's a big place. It'll take a while. Alright.
Philo, you can sleep outside with Viridian.
Philo, you want to talk to Viridian?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. You can find him just lying on the ground.
No, really?
Yeah, Tammy's there.
Where is he?
Tammy's there also just lying on the ground looking up at the stars. Her cowboy hat's kind of tilted down, so it's a little hard to see if her eyes are closed or not.
Right. Felix will walk over to Viridian and just give him a kick in the ribs. Not like a hard kick, obviously, just like nudging him.
Oh, Viridian will go and like rub his side and be like, "Ah, something bothering you?"
We need to speak, perhaps on the hill.
Show.
Felix will just wait for Viridian to get up.
Viridian will get up slowly. We'll just kind of like hold a hand out. After y'all.
Right. Felix will, hopefully not trying to Jack Nadeshko style, but let's go over here to the hill.
The hill.
The hill.
Yeah, go for it.
So Gwen can
These
peek out
hill-
of the back of the tent.
Yeah. These hill and stuff areas are like mostly mounds. They're not too monstrously large like mountains, but over to this side leads up to probably the largest one, which is why they have more scaffolding bits going up to it and stuff. But you can pretty easily get up them just walking after a minute.
Right. Well, as they get up there, Felix will turn to Viridian and be like, Something troubles me, Viridian.
Viridian will kind of like jokingly rub his side again and go, "Yeah, kind of got that message."
Ah, don't be such a baby. I barely tapped you.
Oh, your barely is a lot, Felix.
Please, don't start this.
Alright.
It's just that I've been told that you've spoke to Reina, yes?
Well, a couple times, yeah.
Yes, did you tell her that she did not need to study or do well in class?
Viridian will just kind of tilt her head to the side for a second and go, Oh. Now, see, I can see how you could take it like that. I told her, I don't feel that I do that. But she wasn't really having none of that. She had her own ideas about it. So we just ended up talking about it for a bit.
I see. Well, I think she may have... Well, maybe she's not putting it into practice, but I would... Perhaps you should think a bit more before you say such damaging things to someone below us. In the academy, that is.
Viridian will just kind of raise an eyebrow for a second and go, Alright. Damaging things. I mean, I get that Reina's not the brightest studier and all, but I don't think I was turning her off.
Maybe not. But let's... I'd like to change the subject a bit. Maybe not too far. But you mentioned you also feel as if you don't need to do schoolwork, yes?
Well, I mean, not as much as everyone says you gotta.
Viridian, that's simply just not true. You know, Gwen will be quite angry if your grades go lower than they apparently are.
Yeah, so they just won't go lower then.
But can I take your word for that, though?
And he'll kind of like pause for a second, look a bit baffled, and then go, well, I mean, if you can't take my word on something at this point, I think we're going to have a problem. But I mean, we're getting close to something where if I screw up too bad, I ain't going to be going on to the next year with y'all, ain't we? I at least don't want to fuck that up. I mean, I got to graduate with y'all.
Of course, Ferdinand, but perhaps you should focus a bit more on studying, as to not look so... You understand it could look a bit embarrassing to be so low, right?
Oh, y'all saying it would be embarrassing for the people who's associated with me, because I wouldn't be that embarrassed about it. Well...
Then let me
I
rephrase
guess I
it,
can understand.
if I may. It will look bad to, say, a team like Nurture, yes?
Alright.
It looks bad when we, the people who have not only won the Vital Festival, but have gone on quite the... What word should I use to describe our missions? I don't even know what to say. But the point is, we have a status to maintain, right? We need to look good in front of them, not... Felix will kind of stop talking and kind of look and see if Viridian's getting all this.
He'll just kind of look at him for a second and then go, Viridian's gonna scratch the back of his head and go, are you kidding me? You're one of those people who thinks that, he's just gonna kind of shake his head and go, so we gotta look good because we're actually doing good at the important stuff?
Well, we simply do not want to set a bad example, and it is part of becoming a huntsman. I feel like you're not understanding the... I mean, the reason we went there, Viridian, is to obtain skills. And the like, yes?
Yeah.
Although you may not like to... Or you may not like all the subjects we are forced to go into. They are important to a point.
And he's just gonna kind of sigh and go, look, I just can't agree with that. I don't see where all of these subjects matter.
I'm sorry, Richard, real quick. Can you say that again, real quick?
Oh, yeah,
I just want to make sure I...
Yeah, it was like...
Yeah, speak up a bit. You're pretty fucking quiet, Richard. Get more into it.
Shush. I just can't agree with
No.
that. Yes! I just can't agree with that. I don't really see where all the subjects we're doing matter.
Felix will kind of look almost defeated and be like, Viridian, that is... Surely. I know that they're not all to your taste, and I mean, I do not like them all myself, but I mean, you can see the value in each, at least.
The only value I can really see in some of the stuff is that it's going to test you on it later, and if you don't pass, it's going to hold that against you. I mean, sure, it's neat and all, but really, what's the point of all the history lessons we get in? And, like, I get why you need to learn all how to use dust and all, but all the advanced stuff, it's like I ain't going to be a scientist. Why does I need to learn that mixing stuff? Like, I know how to use dust. I want to learn how to use it better. But I ain't going to be, like, trying to find new ways to do stuff with it, is I?
Well, Viridian, those are all things that a huntsman needs to know. History, I mean, look on today, yes? We've met a man from history books today.
Alright.
And
So-
admittedly, I have also neglected abacology, but its usefulness and applications are vital to some of our actions we take, wouldn't you say? I mean, you alone, Viridian, I've seen you do many useful things with it.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's really useful to know how to use it and stuff. Get creative with it. But I mean, like I was saying, the all high-minded stuff, that just don't come to me.
Viridian, it's not high-minded stuff. You wish to be a huntsman, yes?
Yes.
Actually, don't. You catch him. I shouldn't have even said that. Of course you do. But these classes are not there for no reason. They are there to teach us how to be huntsmen. You're not... It is not to be high-minded to understand these things. It is the standard to which a huntsman must measure up to. That is why they're in place.
Just gonna sigh and look at the ground for a second, and look back up at Felix and go, look, like I said, I don't want to be going and putting off getting my huntsman license any more than I have to. So I want to graduate with the rest of y'all. So I want to pass those tests that they use to see if we're learning all this stuff. Which means, well, I gotta put in more effort than I want to study some stuff that I don't think is going to be helping me too much. And stuff that I don't think I'm really going to learn much of a lesson from. But I'm willing to put in work even if I think it's useless because someone, somewhere, put that in my way of the thing with me and what I actually want. And he's just going to kind of shrug and go, so as long as we can agree on that, that's the most important, well, not important, but most prominent kind of issue here right now, right?
Felix would just look at Viridian and be like, Viridian, I am looking for a yes, I will do better.
Well, I think I just told y'all that I do not want to be going and hamstringing my own path to being a huntsman.
Well, yes, but you... Felix would kind of look at the ground and kind of look a bit befuddled and be like, Viridian, you've come to an academy. They lay out a plan for you and standards you must meet to become a huntsman. That is the whole point. Unless I'm misunderstanding the education system.
Well, Viridian's just gonna kind of like throw his hands behind his head, and it'll be like, well, maybe if I had seen some other way to get there, I would have gone with that, but I went with this, and I do intend to at least go through with it, even if I don't fully agree with it, kid.
Yes, so you will do better, as it is your only path.
And he'll be like, well, I feel like I was saying it in a different way, but sure, I'll go ahead and say, now, to make sure I is not being held back from being a huntsman, I intend to do better than I've been doing so far. Or at least try harder, even if I don't think there's much use to it.
I see. Well, Felix will kind of suck in a breath and be like, if you're going to do better, then I suppose that is what I can ask of you. But perhaps we should speak on this a bit more later.
Yeah, maybe we should. I mean, I don't mind speaking, but he'll just kind of shrug and go, I mean, I don't really got many points to back up the way I feel. I just feel it, Felix.
Yes, well, that is interesting, but I feel as if you are on the wrong path here, Viridian. You, after all, do want to. Well, I suppose you want to be the best huntsman ever, yes?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm sure that even the best huntsman had to go through tests, Viridian. And it's only for so many years. Once you're licensed, you know, you don't have to take all these tests every year.
Brittany will breathe out a bit and go, yeah, boy, and that's something to look forward to.
Exactly. Well, I suppose this has been fruitful in some way. I, do hope you take this to heart, because, frankly, Gwen will be quite angry. And she'll be angry in the way of screaming at you. I'll just be disappointed.
Yeah, well, who couldn't have seen that coming?
Let's sort of shrug his shoulders. I'm going to go try and get some sleep. Unless you wish to speak on something about the mission.
We're kind of look down at where Tammy is, and we'll be like, nah, don't think so. Let's just make sure we do, the job we're at. After all, we don't want no people who've already been through some bad shit to get even worse.
Yes, that is part of a huntsman's job, keeping people safe, so let's make sure we do our best.
And nod. Be like, I tell you what, you know, I kind of like it up here. I think I'll spend some time up here for a bit.
Alright. I hope you don't... Well, don't hurt yourself getting down, Felix will say as he walks down to the camp again.
Alright. I'm gonna go get something to eat.
A few moments later.
Back in right now. Okay, let me get my DMing voice on before I give this description. Okay. Cut back in now.
Yeah, you're good.
So, you guys will be spending a few days working on this patrol route thing. Where you're going to start, obviously, on one of the first times you go out. As you will hit back up the plains, but you'll have a few days over the time at camp to talk about it and talk about how things are going and what you want to do, or any of the NPCs that are here, like Nurture, Bot, Tumen, or Dr. Gossamer. So, out on the trail, you guys follow the pathfinding group that's showing you the areas to traverse along the area. The raised plateau you are on gives you a good route to... well, I should say it's the same raised area that is a ways down, a couple miles or so, that you can traverse it all the way across past Del Odos and towards the lowered plateau section that they talked about on the migration route. And you'll be guided to some of the ways to get down to the lower area of the migration route, which has some minor flooding and shit in it now as you're surveying it. And you will be getting like the tour of that for a while over the day. And as you are going across it, you will take a look down at the mighty open valley. It's got similar bits of green and stuff like the rest of the fields here, but with the water damage and stuff, there's a lot of more upturned ground and muck and stuff. And you are cognizant of watching going by a couple different a couple different chains of people, some with horses, some just walking, some on a vehicle and stuff, leaving the area. The main part of this plateau has been really upturned by a lot of travel recently. from the city, which is like a walled, protected. It's not like a huge like city like Shade is underground, but it's definitely bigger than the above ground fake sort of smaller city of Shade, and it's got the same sort of size. Like it goes on for a while. Got a big walled area, but it doesn't strike you as anything more than a well-defended township bordering on growing outside of its larger bounds of towns. You were told that there's only like 7,000 or so people living in Del Odos, really, currently. And among the fighting force viable there is nowhere near comparable to the force the VRA has, obviously. So quite puny in that regards. And so as you're watching down the valley, seeing these poor refugees trying to escape this horrible situation because they don't trust the new conquering force, or they just have some, reason else they'd like to leave in general or something. How does this whole situation make Team Supernova feel as they're looking over this? Anyone chatting much? Anyone got things they want to say about this? You haven't fought any Grim yet today, but you're all prepped and tense and ready for it, I'm sure.
Yeah. I'll go first. Clara's thoughts are like mostly trying to focus on like keeping her eyes peeled for Grim, making sure that like everyone that's like going along the path is like okay, making sure like everything's going as it should. We're just trying to be as attentive as possible. The situation itself is something she's unfamiliar with personally. Like this kind of like, okay, they're all from Vacuo. The VRA is like pushing these people out. But she's trying to not bear that too much mind because it's not really helpful to the current situation, which is trying to protect everyone from Grim.
So she's able to compartmentalize that well enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'll go next. So,
Sure.
Sorry, just 1 second.
No, take your time. It's fine.
Sorry, it says in my throat. Felix is, I would say, obviously focused on the mission, but he is kind of paying more attention to making sure that the people are safe, I guess, because that is part of the mission, and also, Felix kind of, now realizes that is just as much a part of the mission as killing Grim. So.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Viridian is like, whenever he's looking down at the people who are going to be protecting these refugees, is always thinking that this fucking sucks, and it's like not fair that these people are not just being forced out of their home, but forced out of their home into a kill box that needed huntsmen to come in because the VRA who was doing it to them isn't going to protect them, but are still, the person in charge was still like, let's get huntsmen out here to clean up our mess. This is just kind of, he's like, I don't like this, but he's like, I wish I could do something for them that wasn't just saving them from dying.
Yeah, okay. So Varian sees this going. Let's see. Well, as you guys are on your patrol route, of course, you pass different groups once in a while of some of the patrolling VRA, not VRA groups, just roaming storm tribesmen and stuff who are out here either doing some hunting or just general patrols of Grim activity and stuff, and they'll of course like pass by and say hello, and sometimes we're checking with you guys for any activity reports. But the most noticeable one that you catch on the horizon is pretty obvious because you see Mr. Mockbot standing on his horse in the distance, and he rides his way over to you guys, stood atop of his horse Macduff. And he gives you guys like a hail from a distance to approach. How are you guys finding riding on horseback, by the way? Who do you think? You think you guys are doing all right? Think some people are doing shitty on it? Because you were provided horses with this, remember?
Personally, I would like to say, because of Clara's natural affinity with animals, and like she's outdoors enough. Well, like it would have been a bit like strange to her, but she's tried to ride the seals before. Like
Yeah, of course.
she's not completely foreign to the idea of riding on an animal. So like it would have taken a second for her to like break in, but she would have adapted quick enough.
Yeah, Mary Sue, I got you.
Yeah.
yeah.
Jesus, dude. I'll say, mean, DM, make me roll if you want to, but Felix.
Oh yeah, of course. Wouldn't want to be too overpowered here.
Yeah, wouldn't want to be too overpowered. I'd say Felix is probably, had some hiccups, but I don't think he'd be too bad at it.
No, I
mean,
think
obviously,
it's fair,
he's
because-
not above asking, like, Viridian
Yeah.
or Clara for, help on things.
I mean,
so.
it makes sense. Felix took disadvantage, can't swim, so he should be able to make up for it in other
Exactly.
places.
Oh, thank God, dude.
Yeah, it's finally coming around.
Hey, look out, there's some water. Don't step in it.
It's gonna rain, dude.
Yeah. Gwen's not good at it.
Hey,
Viridian is like, this isn't too bad. He's not a natural at it, but he likes it.
That's good.
Claire would have been trying to help Gwen out.
She's very touchy about it, and she's taking it very personally that she's having the most trouble out of everyone for some reason.
It's because she's small.
Yeah, it's because she's small and the horse doesn't respect her. Yeah. So, Muckbot will ride his way up, still stood above the horse, looking down at you guys, sat down on it, because, of course, he's a fucking weirdo who can do that. And he's like, Huntsman, how's the first day on the steps here?
Mm-hmm.
This predatorial eye gleams over everyone.
I find it to be fun.
There's been a lot less going on than I expected so far.
Well, it's not like we're exactly letting every grim pass that we can. He looks down over at the pass. Besides, there's only a few stragglers today. Rumor has it there might be a larger scale migration since one of the political groups inside's getting awfully touchy about concerns of what the VRA is going to want out of them. I swear people get so worried about this sort of thing. You'd make it seem like they were under actual siege, right?
Claire's like looking around a bit. I'd appreciate it if you can keep us in the know if they do end up turning up.
Yeah, it'd only be reasonable, right? But I figure champions of the Vital Festival could handle it fine by themselves. Dad said you seemed pretty capable, all things considered. Well, before he met some of you, at least. Hey, those are his words, not mine, he says with like a sly little smile. But seriously, he says, looking down back at a group of people in like some rattier looking clothing who have clearly like bundled up on some other robes and shit and then traveling from cart, like drapes over shit in the cart and are just like have some oxen and stuff carrying it. Some of these people really do make you feel uncomfortable looking at them. They clearly are worried about robbers trying to look poor like that. Wonder why they're so scared of the VRA being in charge. Maybe they've been doing something a little illicit and don't want to be put to death or something. Rats fleeing from a burning building, huh? But hey, maybe I'm just wrong.
Claire will hum a bit. She's not since she spent basically her entire time in Shade when she's been in Vacuo. Like, her relations with the VRA have been very sparse. It's just, like, Lieutenant Shock on, like, some missions and such. And, like, the ones around
the
Shade.
people who were all the soldiers in the city. I mean, probably some of them from
doing vigilante work pretty well by now.
Yeah, it's just like the large scale like VRA. They're like out here
Sure.
in actual vacuo doing things.
Sure.
That she's not super like intimately familiar with. So she's just trying to like kind of take it in, and like Claire's trying to take to heart what Mr. Toto said about like not picking a side. So like Muckbot is obviously making these comments on like why the people might be like why the other side is making the decisions they are, like why they might be choosing to leave or why they're just resisting the VRA in general. And Claire's trying to like take that in because like I think naturally someone making comment like she looks at this guy who's really strong making comments about people that appear to be ragged, like as they're like walking a desperate trail to get away from like all of this, and like he's commenting on them like, oh, they're like they might just be bad. Like he's obviously doing it with like a sly grin and not super seriously. But she's her natural reaction to that would be like slightly negative, but she's trying not to like pay that much mind, trying to not like be swayed to either side and just focus on like keeping people safe and not getting too involved in like emotionally in like these people that are like struggling to get out of the situation, and only focus on keeping them safe and not really the reasons they're choosing to do it.
Sure, yeah, I get you.
Why is it weird? Isn't this what usually would happen? I mean, maybe these people don't know the difference between the VRA and the wars you've all been fighting for ages.
Ages. Yeah, I guess they have been, but if they don't know that, then they're no pure-blooded Federation. I'll tell you what. Anyone's got a good sense of them would know the VRA's the top dog around here. That and the roaming storm, well, Dad's division of it, his army, we're one of the best out there, I guess. If I'd even consider myself part of it at this point. I'd think anyone who gets a light sentence from a guy like him should probably be a lot more grateful about how this is going. This is top tier stuff, you know? Knowing how to wage a siege properly. The VRA's trying to consolidate as much power as they can. Get more land and people behind them. It's not a bad idea, honestly. I don't know why they'd have such a resistance to it outside of their own, well, perceived superiority. But anyone looking at things should understand that they're in no place to object to it. I can respect them, though, for trying to drag it out as much as they want, try and get some better terms for things. I don't think we're even going that hard on them, or I don't think Dad's even going that hard on them, but... well, it's playing with bouncing on a razor's edge, playing it like that, isn't it? If they just got tired of it, well, Dad's raised plenty of places before in the past. They don't call him the Great Khan for nothing. Can't earn that title being a softy.
Claire will pause for a moment and look towards him. Is there a reason he's not doing that now?
Yeah, well, what would be the point? Dad's not a bloodthirsty dog as much as people would like to think he is, especially the Mistrali. He's a smart man, knows his way around a battlefield and off of it, more importantly. I mean, think about it realistically. What good would raiding a place like this even do us? The whole point is to consolidate power, get these people behind the idea of his VRA. The roaming storm would enjoy a little more territory where they know they won't be harangued as well by any of the locals. Really, assuming all went well, it would benefit both sides at the lack of their own independence. But even the VRA's never been keen enough to really keep everything under one military dictatorship like they'd like. It's more a second Khan re-emerging from the sands. Oh, Dad's a little too lackadaisical to realize he could probably reunite Vacuo with a little bit more effort. But I'm too fat and too ambivalent to it, I guess. No natural enemy of us, so there's no point. He doesn't see the bigger picture that could be here. And nor do those people. He nods like some of the refugees leaving. I mean, seriously, it's pretty dogged to leave everyone else to themselves. Assuming they're so scared of the VRA, they're just leaving their neighbors and friends to deal with it themselves. I really respect the people being impotent more about this. At least they're holding out for something. These people scuttle between roles like they've got different choices and things. It's why they look so uncomfortable. They don't know where they're supposed to be in the world. I feel bad for them. But, well, not enough to really do much more than make sure some passing Grim don't kill them for making this mistake. I'd be down there offering them a little more guidance, but Dad's pretty sure any more intervention from us might cause more panic than deserved. Else I'd be helping them along a bit better. Always nice to give someone the guidance to the role they're supposed to play, you know?
Claire is thinking on that, specifically the phrase, the role they're supposed to play.
Yeah, sure, it's a weird thing to say.
I like the role report.
Is anyone else? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, please, if anyone else has anything to say, please go ahead.
Yeah. You wanted to roll, like, acumen or something? Or were you rolling rapport?
I want to roll rapport because I'm more interested in like the not like the exact like phrase, but more like like the feeling I get from him when he's speaking on this.
Yeah, I got you. Anyone else listening around or feeling like contributing, or is like Furian's ears off?
I guess I'll roll rapport, I guess, right?
Well, if you want. I'm just asking, like, what are people following along with the conversation, or just like literally ignoring it, or not? I'm just curious.
No, God, no, I'm not.
No,
in character, Felix is not ignoring what he's saying, but yeah, I think I'll roll report and understand what he's saying if that's not too much trouble.
Sure.
I think.
Yeah, Viridian's he's kind of following along, but not enough to be like, that was interesting what he said. Roll rapport.
Yeah, I don't mean it just for rapport, I just mean in general. Don't worry. Yeah, okay. I mean, Gwen kind of just like snorts a little bit and it's like, I mean, I don't really know like why you'd say it like that, but to me it just sounds like they're looking out for themselves. There's nothing bad about that, is there? And he just kind of chuckles a little bit, not really wanting to like argue it too intensely. He doesn't seem like personally offended that I disagreed with her. And I mean, for Clara and Felix, it's easy enough. It doesn't take a lot to clearly understand that the way he's talking about that is if he's referring to like a concept that he's like familiar with talking with, and is using less so in the general sense of what some like hippie would say, like, well, we all have a role to play in this world, and more like he's directly referring to a concept that he's familiar with and expresses and things and seems comfortable with. To Clara, it sounds like something more like a religious thing to say, like that kind of direct sort of quoting from maybe like he's saying it from like a form of scripture or saying within said like group. It clearly is like some nomenclature that he is appropriating and then quoting in a sentence.
Claire would have paused while thinking on it for a moment. And do you mind elaborating on that? The role they have to play?
Gives you a wry smile a bit, and then surveys the group. Well, I guess all of you could use a little more guidance in that regard also, huh?
Claire's like looking at him as in like she's like just paying attention, like waiting for him to speak up more on it.
And kind of snaps a little bit and goes, I mean, I get the turn of phrase. And he chuckles. Okay. And then he goes, and then he kind of closes his eyes in that like polite smiley sort of way and goes, well, it's not that I'm trying to tell you what you should be doing with your lives or anything. Them either. It's more of an important understanding in the concept of paradise. I'm an actor. An actor of paradise. I suppose you're all non-native, so you may not have even heard of it in the first place.
Apologies, but I'm personally not familiar.
Oh, you don't have to bend over backward about it. No. Well, I've accepted guidance in my life to a degree. A mindset that refines one's own brain to understand what we have to do the most in our lives. That set me straight. I suppose I've had a coming to the goddess moment, as they would say it in a ridixical way. To a degree. He kind of stretches his arm out and twirls it a little bit and holds out his fingers in front of him, waving them in the air, smiling to himself. Everyone has something they want at their heart, right? You all do things because there's something that feels right, and you all restrict yourself from doing something that feels wrong, right?
That's right.
Such a simple concept. Even a baby starts to get it when they start to hurt themselves, feel something soft. That's the natural order of people. We have roles, things we enjoy, things that are wrong to us. And understanding ourselves as a person is more important than anything in this place. Finding a sort of guidance, because there's an abundance of us. Everyone wants something else in this world, and we're all moving in place. In a twisting sort of puppet show, one might say. It's a concept of self-reflection you have to understand within yourself. It gives you a surety, confidence in life. Makes it easier to know what you're doing is right or not. To really become who you are. My speaker, the man who taught the Sands this. Sephiroth Avalon, the grand orator of our little clergy. He does quotation marks, I guess you could call it. It's more like a show, really. There aren't any much more rules than understanding that. Okay. He kind of raises an eyebrow over at Gwen and looks at all of you.
Claire was...
What, did I say something so weird?
Claire was listening to this, and out of character, I was taking some time for either of you to ever say anything.
No, I get it. You guys are just stunned into silence. He's standing on his horse. That's pretty impressive.
But yeah, Claire would have been listening, because like, like, when she decided to, like, come to Vacuo, one thing she's very keen on, especially in the places she's going to, is, like, learning cultural aspects of them, because she wants to be able to connect better with the people she's actually helping. So learning about this, like, pseudo-religion, that, like, he's talking about, where it's, like, yeah, she can pick up on the fact that, like, he, like, you know, said, like, clergy with, like, fucking quotes. So it's, like, it's, like, obviously not a direct parallel to, like, the religion she's aware of. But, like, it's obviously something of, like, a more spiritual nature, and it's very interesting, because it's like, oh, something coming out of Vacuo, like, something more new that's coming out of Vacuo. And it's like, oh, this could probably be very important to, like, keep in mind.
Yeah, I mean, he just basically said, like, the guy who taught him is the guy who came up with it, basically. So it's relatively, has to be new.
If you don't mind me asking, is there somewhere I can go to listen to your, speaker?
Well, it's a bit difficult to actually reach paradise itself normally. He goes off to place, and, well, those that listen well enough end up getting there eventually, discovering the coordinates of such. But, well, I'm sure there's plenty of actors within Shade still. Anyone who knows the goal of paradise would understand it. It's not so literal as in actually on Earth yet, but it's a goal. I mean, who doesn't want heaven on Earth, right?
Claire looks, like, interested. And she'll pause and look to him for a moment. Well, hopefully I can find a couple actors in Shade that might be able to tell me more about this when it's a less pressing situation.
Oh, certainly, certainly. Well, if I had to guess, he said, tilting his head a little bit and squinting his eyes at Viridian, who gets like that creepy riding up your back feeling when this Mukbot turns his like eyes on someone seriously for a second. He goes back to a casual smile. I think your friend here might know some.
What? Excuse me?
Oh. Never mind then. I guess you might just be a normal user then. Well, your secret's safe with me, friend. He gives you a little polite smile and a little finger in front of his lips. I think you all have a job to be doing, and so do I, so let's not dither too much now. Perhaps I'll see you all at the camp again later.
Right. Well, we'll probably run into you again later, so safe travels then.
Likewise. Keep the azure sky above you, friends.
Claire will nod.
He'll signal for the rest of his group who had been taking a break to get water and stuff and eat some of their packed food to get a move on as he rides off into the distance, bobbing with his horse. Gwen cranes their neck over. What the fuck was he talking about, Viridian?
Yes, I must also ask, what was that about?
What? I don't know. I never heard of this paired-ass stuff before.
And why does he assume you know something about it?
I don't know. And he'll just kind of shrug and go, think for a second, and then go, yeah, no, I don't know. Guy must just have some weird, I must have just picked up some weird duration thing at some point. God knows.
Right.
I do not think he is the type of man to make that mistake. Felix will kind of look over Viridian looking for anything.
Yeah, he's got a creepy eye. He's kind of handsome, though.
Yeah, he is pretty handsome.
I wonder how much older he is than us.
Didn't his dad say not too much? But his dad seems to say a lot of things.
Yeah, I think I can still hear some from here. Well, he's an impressive figure, I guess.
Maybe you should talk to him later, Verdi, and see what that meant, because that was kind of weird.
Brittany will just kind of wave and be like, I'm sure it's nothing.
Would you rather speak to him or his father?
I sure ain't talking to his pa about something.
What's your deal with him, anyway?
I want to keep my eardrums. And...
I figured out of anyone, you'd be interested in talking to the Khan, Viridian.
Why would you figure that?
Well, you love Vacuo, don't you?
I mean... Yeah, it's a pretty great place.
Not more than...
led all of Vacuo. He's the guy from the Great War, Viridian.
Yeah? And?
Oh,
a while ago.
God, you're fucking stupid. Gwen just hits her horse's reins. It doesn't move at first, and she kind of smacks on the neck, and it moves a little too fast, and she jerks off, getting rode ahead a bit.
Claire will jerk her horse. I'm gonna go make sure she doesn't have an accident.
That is a good idea.
So Claire will kick her horse a bit and try and take off after Gwen to make sure she doesn't fucking fall.
Yeah.
Felix will just turn to Viridian and say, well, you have a job to do, so let's not think about it too hard just yet. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a sec.
Okay. I hope Gwen doesn't break her neck.
Do you want me to cut?
Yeah. Yeah.
A few moments later.
As Clara goes to go assist Gwen with her horse, Viridian wanted to actually go ask McBot something as he's gathering the rest of his men to get going off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can approach the strange man standing on his horse, the hawk of the roaming storm,
Yes.
as he's diverting a couple more of his men and telling them to fan out, and as they ride off a little bit, and he takes a big sniff out of his nostrils and stares up at the sky a little bit.
Huh. How observant.
Yeah.
I don't know observant what, but apparently...
Eye on the sky, this guy.
Yeah, I got him.
Yeah.
I think I understand. Alright, yeah. We'll ride up. And, And, 1 second. Right, Viridian will ride up and go. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I thought I fucking DC'd.
No, someone interrupted me on my end.
Nice! Let's go!
Yeah, very sorry about that. Yeah, Viridian will ride up and go. Hey, something's been bothering me.
Yeah. He'll barely turn his head away from looking up, but his eyes, you're kind of like coming up at a side profile of him. His eyes will look over and he'll give you a little small lined smile and kind of wait for you to continue.
He's gonna be like, alright, Viridian will just be like, wait, see that, and then go, why all ride your horse like that?
I think it's fun. Besides, it feels most natural to me. My semblance makes it incredibly easy, but it's a pride of the roaming storm to have comfort on one's mount like this. So I don't normally use it either way. It would be embarrassing to have to rely on just that, but I won't shy away from it in a more difficult situation. You won't catch me trying to impress everyone in battle for something as foolish as tricks on a horse. It comes to practicality at that point, he says as he kind of like raises his other leg, and the other one gets this sorry, I was just trying to remember what his actual fucking color was. Right. This like reddish, like rusty red, long exaggerated free like talons and like a back talon from the claw hook on to like the horse. It doesn't look like it's actually hurting it as like the aura like kind of goes into it. It doesn't like react or anything.
Right.
And you see him like bend and move around his body, showing that he's like completely latched onto it with that little aura claw fading into it. This is when it's necessary. But outside of it, he says as he puts his other foot back down, it's just practice. And the aura claw kind of like fades away.
Viridian will kind of scratch his head and like squint his eyes for a second and be like, okay, I see. Well, he'll kind of posture on his horse for a second and then go, well, I don't know exactly what y'all have been doing, really. Well, I'm sorry. I don't know exactly what y'all semblance does, but I can see that you got a point there. It's helpful on that, but really? Y'all do that standing riding just for fun? I mean, he's going to kind of scratch his head for a second and go, I mean, I spent a couple years on a boat myself, and that ain't nowhere near as unlevel as these horses are while they're running. I've learned ain't no one born with that kind of balance, so like, you must have worked pretty hard to be able to do that, and you're saying that's just fun?
I commit myself fully in all pursuits, including enjoyment. You have to find something to keep that childlike part of your brain entertained on the long rides here. All work and no play makes me a very dull boy.
So is that one of those actor things?
Something like that, definitely. It helps us recenter our state of mind and remember what's important, even the little things. Living untrue to oneself goes anathema to the ideals of us. Not to make them as lofty as anything like that, but it's true. Forcing yourself to do something you dislike or to hide a part of yourself is only a negative to you.
Well, I mean, it's not like I think it's weird. Just the first time I ever saw anyone do something like that.
He smiles and raises a little finger. Well, we all pride ourselves on being unique in a way, don't we? So I'm happy to hear that.
Right. Viridian's just gonna kind of like turn for a second, and then like kind of look back. Well, not turn, but like turn before still go, like, catch back up to people, and then kind of look back, and then go, by the way, what was you talking about before?
He gives you that creepy sort of like half smile stare down where it gives you goosebumps on your arm as he surveys you a bit with his eyes. They flicker over you for a second. And he smiles, trying to look a bit like apologetic, and holds up a hand. Oh, I didn't mean anything bad by it. I just assumed you had sampled some of our treats before.
Some of your treats, huh? Well,
I'm a very
maybe I
observant
have.
man, and I pride myself on my eyes. Being able to detect anything about a person is something I should be able to do at this point. And there are certain tells with it. I didn't mean anything bad by it, of course. Just disappointed that you didn't know anything about where they came from.
Yeah, well, I think the stuff that I know about it, probably wasn't the same as what you was talking about before. Didn't really get into talking about it too much, I guess.
Hmm.
Brittany will just kind of wave it off and be like, well, if it's no big deal, we can talk later. I kind of got a job to do.
Oh, of course. Anytime while you're staying here. You're honored guests, after all. And I'm happy to share more of the knowledge that, well, leads to a happier life and this sort of thing. We all have a role to play, after all.
Yeah, that would do. That would do. Okay, let's ride off.
Yeah. Yeah, you can ride off with that uncomfortable pressure of knowing someone's still staring at you as you ride off for a little bit before you catch up with everyone. Gwen and Claire have kind of gone ahead a little bit as Claire is trying to teach Gwen how to stop agitating her horse. And Viridian rides up next to Felix after having gone back for a minute.
Yeah.
Felix want to do an understanding roll in Viridian. Or
Yeah, sure, I guess.
yeah, if you want. Oh, no, you don't have to, man.
No.
You could just look at him and ask what's wrong.
I'm sorry, what'd you ask for me?
What?
Ben! What do you mean? Ben, are you okay, man?
No, I'm
doing
fine. You said understanding, right?
Yeah, it's an understanding.
That is
It's not
what he
a roll.
said.
It's not-
Right. Look, man, you spun me around.
I can tell, Ben. What I would... Ben, there's no understanding stat. I just meant, do you want to fucking ask?
Well,
or
I
no?
thought you were just using that as shorthand, you know?
No,
I didn't think you
no, I
literally meant.
was just asking if you want to ask or not.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Viridian would look a bit troubled coming back, right?
But
yeah,
Richard could say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like coming back, Viridian's just kind of like, I mean, regardless of whatnot, the intensity is still at. He's just like, that guy is quite intense. And Baba Rose, is he still looking at me? No, he's not. It's just lingering feeling like, a bit jumpy right now. A bit look over his shoulder like, not am I gonna get jumped, but that guy was kinda intense. Kinda weird. Wish you weren't like that, but
Yeah.
alright.
Right. Well, I guess if Viridian rides up next to Felix will quickly realize something is bothering him and then say, is something wrong, Viridian?
No, he'll look over again and go, I don't think anything's wrong. But that guy, Macbat, he's a bit intense. You know?
Yes, I got that impression.
Yeah. So I had to know why he rode his horse like that. And well, kind of wanted to know if he meant anything by that thing he said before. Y'all remember when he said I was familiar with an active thing? Well, I guess I understand what he meant now. And it wasn't a big thing, but then he will look back again and just be like, I don't know. I just get the sense, I guess, still water runs deep around here.
I must say I find it curious that you're intrigued by him.
Huh? Oh, well, I mean... Yeah, well, that thing he was doing, that's the kind of thing you'd see at a circus, kid. But, like, he's just doing it for fun. You know? There's something to that.
Well, it is quite impressive, I'll admit. I do hope that your talk with him was enlightening.
I think it could stand to be a bit more so. Maybe I'll try to clear that up later.
Right, we should be vigilant right now.
Yeah, we really should. Let me get a look around. He'll say as he just bird off.
All right. And you guys can get back to your day's ride, getting familiarized with the plains and the immediate, I believe I said it was like a valley. Yeah, the valley area, I think I described it. Of where they most of the possible refugees and people leaving the Delodos would be traveling on. It's the main hot zone that you're going over again, and it's another day surveying the area, finding Grim and stuff. You find, obviously some packs of Grim, but none so specific enough that we're going to have a combat for them currently. So you probably spend a couple of more hours before it hits around midday, and you're going to go back to the camp for food and, to get some rest in and, dispatching a couple Grim and all of that. And you'll be heading back to the camp. Obviously, if there's any more things you want to talk about or any questions while you're out on the plains, the steps, I can answer them now. But if not, we'll just go back to the camp for now.
I think I'm good right now.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Cool.
Yeah, take us to camp.
Cool. All right, we'll go back to camp and...
A few moments later.
All right, everyone. Well, now that we're back at the Roamers camp, as I said before, my internet flickered there for just a minute. Do whatever you like. We are in a relatively amount of free time. So if your scene wants to take place at any part of the day or anything, assume it's manageable to get there. There's nothing that will happen immediately to interrupt it currently.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
you
good.
know the characters that are in the camp. It's yourselves and Team Nurture, the occupants of the camp from, Tumen and his son McBot, and then the good Dr. Gossamer.
Alright. Well, immediately as we get back in the camp, Chloe's gonna look towards everyone for a moment. Well, we're parking our horses. Looks like Yuya and Team Nurture are back. So I think I'll go catch up with her and see, how their team went on patrol. And I'll fill you guys in if anything important came up.
That sounds
Yeah, alright.
So Clara will park her horse dismounted appropriately and probably head off to find Nadeshio.
Sure, sounds cool.
Yeah, I'll have Felix turn to the other two and be like, I need to go speak with the Khan if I can get a moment of his time.
Yeah, okay. Good luck with that.
Yeah, well. You'll probably be able to. Not like there's doing much around here besides waiting for that town to give up.
That's true. Felix will head off towards the tent.
Cool. How about Verondian?
Viridian's gonna be like, horse up. I guess look at Gwen and go, right, well, I got some things I want to talk about with Mr. Flammel, actually.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Gossamer. Okay. Right, good luck with that. I guess I'm gonna go, check my gun.
Have fun with that.
Oh, I will, Gwen says as she gives her horse one last suspicious look as she ties it up where it's supposed to and heads back off to the tent. Alright, who wants to go first?
I'm impartial. I could do anything. So if people want some more time, I can go first, but it's up to you.
Look, I'm ready, but my physical body needs some time to recover. Start with someone else.
Okay.
Like, I know what I'm going to talk about, but I just
I mean,
need a
if you
little
want
time.
me to take the shot, I'll take the shot for you, Richard.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm
Man.
just saying,
Go
give me like
for it,
5
then.
minutes.
Just,
Sure.
yeah. My body is a shield.
All right. We can start on Philo then.
Yes.
Please call my
Felonious.
character by his real name. Thanks.
Felonious Prince.
Thank you. Thank you for going for... See, that was a G check. Thank you, Noah.
Anytime. Okay, give me a second. Right. Okay. 1 sec. Okay. You can find Mr. Two Men by his comfortable camping area, his nice tent and everything. He's surveying spread maps with pieces on it and stuff. There's more people around here milling about, but as he spies you somewhere distantly through the groups of people, he shouts for people to clear away and move for you to come sit down. As he grins with his crooked and, well, not really crooked, but more just like jagged, sharp-looking teeth. And his intense eyes, already dilated and everything. Stroking his sort of like neck, or that's not really a neck, it's more like a chin little straps thing, like a Fu Manchu's thing. As he stares over at you. Boy! Getting used to riding the horses yet?
I must admit it's quite strange. Felix will sit down closer to him and be like, I never done that before.
What are they teaching you these days? Huh. To have a bond with an animal's important, after all. And something as magnificent as the steeds we ride might not be everywhere else in the world, but you can at least do something for yourself.
I must say I respect the amount of training it must take to do what you do.
Oh, you think it takes a lot, do you? Well, I guess it does to someone like you. While my children are born here, all the children of the storm are paired with their mounts, their steeds. They learn to ride them as they learn to walk. It's an expectation. He just kind of grins wildly.
Then it must come naturally, then.
Well, they wouldn't fit in here if it didn't.
Of course. Only the strong, I imagine.
Strong. It depends on what you really mean by that, doesn't it? As he gets out a big jug and starts pouring a bowl to drink and pushes one over towards you of the murky gray alcohol.
Felix will take it up and just look at it and then
It's
try
rubbing
some.
alcohol.
Oh, Felix will be polite and not down all of it, obviously, but he'll just
Yeah, it's
take
one of those
sip.
big fucking serving plate
yeah,
cup
I get
things. Yeah, he
Put it
tips
down.
his down from the center and keeps drinking and lets out a big ah! What is the point of being strong if you don't know how to ride a horse? That's what my dad said.
Well, I imagine it's quite the necessity.
You're missing the forest through the trees, boy. It's not about the horse itself, it's about the point of it. Strength doesn't have a purpose if you can't do something as simple as that.
So, learning the basics, in a sense, is important.
You really are a riot, aren't you? Sure, that's what it means. Go for that.
I must say, I came over here to speak to you on a matter that's troubled me.
Then why are you waiting for that? Then what are you waiting for? You've been letting me ramble.
I must...
He just laughs over you a little bit more to himself as he pours out more drink.
I must say that I'm sorry that I may have lied to you when I came here.
Well, I've never been one for liars.
Yes, well, you spoke of the old prince, and I feigned ignorance, but he is, well, my teacher.
Hey, apple really falls far from the tree, doesn't it?
I am sorry, but I'm learning quite a bit about him nowadays.
He strokes his beard a little bit and raises an eye and bulges one of his big eyes out as his eyebrow raises as he stares at you, all bloodshot. You're not a quarter as ferocious as he is.
Felix will look a little, let a little bit of sadness shine through just a bit, and then be like, I think that I try to mimic what he does.
Well, that's where you first made your mistake. What's good in mimicking something you can't do?
I do the best with the instruction I was given.
Smacks his belly and lets out a little like a guffaw and sips some more of his drink. So, you were afraid I'd be holding a grudge or something?
With the things that I've learned, I imagine he does not have many friends.
He spits out something sort of indistinguishably dark and black looking. Maybe he was chewing on some tobacco, or maybe it's just some gunk in the alcohol. You're not sure and you don't care to look at it. Off on the grass, and he chews a little bit as he smirks. What sort of talk is that? I have no ill will towards a man like that. He stood true to his cause. Fought more ferociously than most. It was war, nothing personal.
I must say, it was a foolish snap decision on my part.
You're too deep in your own thought, it sounds like. You look uncomfortable in your own hide.
I must say, this place is a bit... it makes me a bit anxious at times.
We're on the bridge of bloodshed. Anyone would be anxious. It's the tension in the air. We ride a very thin line between letting those people all die for nothing. Of course you're anxious! Ha ha!
Look a bit troubled with how plainly he stated that. Like,
Look at these lines! He jabs down towards the map and some of the figures and things. Each of these figures represents 5,000 men. Of mine, these of theirs. Bundled up in a camp like that. They're not gonna last long if they wanted to have an actual siege. But we're not here to kill them, after all. They're neighbors, brothers of ours, soon to be a comrade should everything go well. And yet, the smallest thing, a piece that a map couldn't even show you properly, could cause this all to go wrong. Tell me something. Do you think Thracians are proud, boy?
I would say that they are.
Of course they are! That's what makes this so troublesome. If this were a war, it'd be different. But this is political matters. This is personal. These men in there, those walls of theirs, are stewing on their pride, loathing the nation around them, ire towards our beliefs, thinking theirs are worth more than ours, forgetting of the value of lives so quickly. It's enough to make a man like me weep! This isn't war. This isn't a necessity. So that's what makes it all the more tricky. A man like that, he says as he kind of looks up at the sky, if he were an enemy to them, they'd hold him on terrible regard. Want to string him up on a cross, stab his eyes out. They'd kill your master if he was against them in my position. But what we had wasn't this, it was war, simple as that. Two sides caught in a conflict that didn't matter to the soldiers on the ground. Not even some of the generals cared. Simple as that. Impersonal, difficult, but easy to cope with. That's the difference between things like this, boy. In here, you feel the tension of death. On the battlefield, all you feel is numb. That's why you have to find something for yourself there, or else you'll die a sad sack. Worse off than any Grim. Take that tension and loosen your shoulders a little bit, and remember you have a purpose here.
Felix will kind of look at him, a bit surprised at how, like, almost teetering on inspiring that kind of was, and he'll be like, I see, thank you.
Ah! You look like you needed it!
Yes, Felix will kind of, what is the word I'm looking for? Kind of sip at the alcohol again, kind of almost forgetting because he's a little bit stunned right now, and be like, I see. So war is that much more simple, huh?
Nothing more simple than killing Grim. Men become faceless enemies to you. That's why the ones who don't stand out and mean something to a man. You form just as much of a connection with your brothers in arms than the enemies you cross that leave something to remember you by. That's what the old prince meant to me. Someone I could remember. A man who cut through the battlefield and was a burning wave of heat, emotion, something for the numb of war. He sips his drink a little bit, and a moment of surprisingly calm reflection as he stares into the sort of murky drink. I hear he went by Jaeger afterwards. The Faunus over there. They earned some of their names, a place in a society that didn't want them, at least the ones who remained. Well, not like it mattered to the rest of their tribes, I've heard. Tell me, do you know of the free men of Mistral?
If you were referring to the bandit tribes...
Yeah, that's what they called them. The Emperor's never had a good way at handling anyone who goes against them, so he spins them to be villains of themselves. They were just men born with unfortunate pride. Or fortunate, depending on their lot in life. Not like I'd ever want to listen to that Snake of an emperor, whichever one it is now. But the tribes there, they were the most ferocious fighters allowed on the fields of Vacuo. The emperor promised them land if they would capitulate, honor in the Mistrali Empire, a place granting them rights, daimyo ships, the like, should they have success in the battlefield. It was a desperate cry for assistance, to find some of their most ferocious enemies and neuter them on their own playing field while their own soldiers were off invading our lands. And it worked well for them for the most part, at least for the ones who were willing to compromise. They were the smart ones, if you ask me.
I do not think that the Emperor made good on his promise.
Well, he didn't win the war, did he?
Felix will just kind of look away and be like, yes, I suppose he didn't.
What good would he have to reward them? And the ones that came back were in half as many men. Now the real smart ones abandoned it all. The owl cut his ties, came to the side of Vacuo and Vale, and look where it earned him! Ha ha! That old bastard's fiercer than any opponent I've ever met. Maybe not as strong, but certainly as shrewd. A cold, burning hatred buried deep within him. Oh, but Jaeger. Well, he was an outlier at least.
How do you mean?
The success he brought didn't go unnoticed. He made a name for himself. An icon. Something useful. The Emperor is no fool. He wanted that. He built the legend up himself, and the Emperor took the rewards of it. I know he went to go serve them afterwards in some capacity. His tribe was fractured. It's good to keep tabs on old enemies, to know what's happening in the world in general. The next time they... He just starts, coughing and hacking up his, a lung really quick. And, grabs his giant belly as a couple of his soldiers nearby look over a bit worried, and he holds up a hand, and he heaves a few times and leans back, sweating a little bit more, and takes a breath. Forgive me.
I do hope you're alright.
He smacks his, big belly and shakes his head. I'm fine! I got ahead of myself! I'm not as young as I used to be, but I'm certainly not dying. I guess me and Samoon have just gotten a bit big for our age. As he looks over towards his also large but fat horse, who just huffs into his personal water well and shakes his head and goes back to sipping it. What was I saying again?
You were speaking on my master.
Right, Jaeger. Well, he was useful to them. I kept tabs on them. I never knew if anyone else would come riding to our borders, looking for war or just land to settle. That's where a lot of the western coast of Vacuo came from originally. Mistrali settlers. Tribesmen who wanted more land and managed to carve something out of the harsh sands. Less migration than were expected in the post-World War, but there were certainly some. I heard they fell in with some of the corpos.
Felix will be kind of, looking down and he's obviously piecing together, it's obvious now, how, his master earned his position.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I must thank you for this information.
Please, don't thank me for that. Any time to recount stories like that. And I'd rather you grow up to be someone of worth, after all, to carry on a legacy like that. I want my boy to have proper rivals or allies out there one day.
Well, I suppose it is not out of the realm of possibility that we may one day fight.
To keep the legacy of the prince alive. Now, wouldn't that be something of worth? Names, recognition like that, they mean something to people. You want to be a huntsman, right? Well, to inspire someone's your job, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Well, if you ever feel like whetting your blade on something better than Grim, I'm sure we could have work for you here. But I don't think I'd hear the end of it from your dog back at your school, so forget I said anything!
Yes, I'm afraid I must decline that offer.
Ah, finally getting some backbone, good!
Yes, and thank you for your inspiring words.
Don't thank me! Just toast to the memory of him! He says as he lifts his own cup.
Felix will also lift it and chug back more.
Yeah, it burns as it goes down.
He'll fight through it.
Based.
That is some interesting stuff. Much different than they have back at Shade.
I'll make sure to send some back with you.
Oh, you're too kind.
He laughs maniacally. Impossible to discern if he knows how much you hate it or not.
Right. Okay. I think that's an alright place to stop it.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to me. Alright, Rickard's rapier, you here?
Yeah, I'm good.
Alright, cool. So you wanted to go find Dr. Gossamer?
Yes.
Alright, well, the good doctor had, as you make your way through the Sea of Tents, you will spy him, eventually, as you were, like, probably pointed out there if you were asking around, at one of the many stable areas, as he is, has out an old-style notebook, not like a scroll or anything, and some, pens and stuff, and is taking some notes and examining what you recognize as the previously injured horse as he's doing a second checkup to see what has happened with his leg and see what condition it's in and all of that. That, or who knows, maybe he's just scrolling things down. That's just what you would presume from being someone with intelligence looking at what he's doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And he seems rather absorbed in studying then, doesn't notice you approaching.
Ah. Come on up and go. 1 sec. Okay. Come on up and go. Well, what's the diagnosis, Doc?
He'll straighten up for a second and cough, and adjust his spectacles and turn to you and give you a small smile. Ah, Mr. Amis. Well, everything seems to be in order. I'm just gathering more detail on what I can see from the specimen here, he says as he pets the horse's face affectionately, and it kind of whinnies and huffs near him happily. Everything's fine, as I expected, but especially in field work, I like to double-check that nothing went awry. It's a measured sort of treatment plan. I don't distrust my own hands. I know I can apply it properly, but you never know if there's any outside effects that might have slipped into the concoction. An improper balance in the procedure I did would cause some adverse effects. Nothing too seriously outside of major misfunction or major intrusion, but still, better to be certain about these sorts of things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can understand that. I ain't ever seen nothing like what y'all did before. And that horse's leg was pretty dang tore up, and now he's looking spick as a spittle.
He beams a little bit and adjusts his spectacles so they kind of go white, covering the eyes a little bit with pride. Well, I don't suspect you would. It's my own process, after all. It's not something that's commonly practiced, as I'm still perfecting the study of it myself. I have a few papers on it that'll be published at a further date, but for now it's mostly remained in some sort of smaller medical circles and abacologists who are practicing the theory of what I've proposed. Not yet, but soon to be perfected, hopefully. Calculation.
Ah, I see. So it's something damn new then, huh?
Oh, yes. Not something that hasn't been in the world's consciousness, I might say, he says as he corrects his glasses and the little light kind of shines out. But it has not been yet practically performed at a reliable and replicatable level. Are you aware of the theory of oracular abacology?
Dog, I think you know the answer to that by looking at me, but really? Now, I know I clean up well, but no, never heard of that.
Well, I'm never too certain, he says, as he kind of taps his pen kind of on your shoulder a little bit. Not like the top part, not like the actual pen writing part. After all, as champions of the Vital Festival, I would expect some of you to be on the top of your fields. But, understandably, this is not something I expect your teachers to be professing anytime soon. It's the theory of the infusion of abacology and oracology in all things, primal in nature, as in man, of many have been professed, to be made of dust. It's written in the Radix and many other additionally ancient tomes for a reason. It was a long-running theory that we were essentially dust ourselves, whether professed by the goddess itself or old wise men. The theory, thus, would be aura has an origin within the mineral dust, or, of course, the material dust is made of aura. One sort of chicken laid the egg sort of thing. One came before the other and thus birthed the other. So, in theory, there's a correct procedure and calculation that would refine the process of dust to, well, he kind of pinches his own little skin, like rolls up his sleeve and pinches his skin. Us, technically.
Well, woo-wee. That ain't something I've never really considered before. Huh. He's gonna, like, kind of scratch his chin for a second and then go. I need 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. Someone needed something.
No worries.
Right, where was I? I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Brittany will be like, huh. I guess it makes sense. I mean, Brittany scratches his chin and be like, I mean, I never thought of them as one and the same thing, but I always did think, it's kind of weird that both dust and aura was both a gift from the goddess. I mean, why does we need 2 gifts to help us from the Grim?
An essentially good way to view this sort of thing, as it is an abstract. The transmutation of dust to its energy form is already one of a sort of miraculous procedure that we've based our entire society on, no matter where you lay brick. Every culture eventually relies on it to proceed in its own scientific advancement, and just, well, life itself. These wells, for instance, he points out across the camp. A civilization like this could never fully prosper without a reliable source of water, necessarily. Imagine a world where we would require more than a couple of reliable taps of water dust. Pure kind, of course. You can't have any fracked or dirty water dust used for a procedure like this. But imagine the difficulties that would come without onboard drinking water. These people have also developed the hydroponics necessary to supply their plant dust. He points out across the field towards one of those larger, sort of built-up rows of dirt and things with plants growing out of them. They've blended a nutritional value, which provides a nutrition that is, while not as beneficial as naturally grown and well-kept soils and normally grown food, gives them enough feed for their horses and themselves to provide the rest of their diets of meats and other dried vegetables that they purchase to supply them with a healthy enough lifestyle to have this, well, moving city of theirs. He spreads his arms out. A thing that would be impossible, of course, without the understanding that they have of dust, but will only improve over time as they develop new and new methods with abacology itself.
Yeah, it sure is something, Vernian says, looking around at all the tents and be like, I mean, sure is something, like, never seen nothing like it before, really, but you know, guess it could always be better.
It's beautiful in a way. Every city, every civilization could always improve. Humans live with a symbiotic relationship with dust. Without it, we would be able to live, well, nearly in none of the places we've settled anywhere across the world now. Thus, the understanding of humans' innate companionship with dust leads one to realize that there is fact in everything that has been preached, and not much in just symbolic, but in reality. Plant dust itself is one of the key leading it's one of the key leading points to lend this theory credence. After all, nature in itself, with its bindings in, well, plant life even having been discovered in the last couple decades to possess a level of aura unbeknownst to us before that, provides us to believe that living material itself can be directly made out of aura, not just conscious living things like animal and humans. Thus would explain the reason why plant dust has been able to supplement oracular recovery in the past. I'm sure as a huntsman you've employed, or at least had one of your classmates employ, the use of healing through it. It rapidly recovers the natural aura should it be properly executed by a practitioner of abaccology.
Yeah, it was mighty helpful once or twice when it came around to that. Know someone who's got a real thing for plants, I guess. Yeah.
A very useful profession. Horticulturists themselves have been able to create a field of study in abaccology that have redefined the ability for us to settle civilizations, at least sustain them after the settling of them. It's a very interesting field of abaccology. I'd recommend looking into it in your later years. Find out if you have a specialized horticulturist class at your academy. But I'm rambling a little bit. In that theory, plant dust would be a sort of nutritional byproduct, would be the nutritional would be the nutritional ingredient of the procedure, one that would lend itself to recovery and healing and growth of aura. So, theoretically, every form of dust must be a byproduct of the human themselves. If you took a human, you'd be able to find particles, forms of dust, attributes from all kinds of natural forming dust, perhaps, or even some that blend themselves naturally in the human body to make it. That is the theory of abaccology, of oracular abaccology, that there is a quantifiable makeup of the human body in dust.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's true, Doc, but dust does seem to get everywhere.
No, I suppose it is quite the giant idea, he says, swinging his arms out a little bit and smiling and correcting his glasses so they catch the light again. I mean, really, it does sound ridiculous to think I could show you stacks of powder, crystals, and proper measurements that would be a human body. But as we've been able to discover more and more over time, there is a particle level makeup made out of dust in most things, should the abaccologist be able to activate it properly and have the proper reaction.
Yeah.
So, I've done my own research and been able to come to a mostly reliable, at my own current state, depending on the severity of the injury, combination that allows for a rapid growth of not just the aura, but skin tissue as well. As I've shown on spots here. He taps the little horse.
Well, I mean, if it works, how am I to say it ain't true?
Well, I've gotten a reliable mixture currently, but I still have to test it on an infinite number more times before it's proper, and it still requires a procedure that I've yet to have anyone else replicate at the current time. So, I'm still writing out formulas to properly explain it to others. The problem with abaccology at certain level is those who get a skill for it start to forget how to transfer that knowledge to others. Not to sound full of myself, but I'm sure you understand what I mean. As a huntsman, you have a much wider range of use of dust than anyone else, even scientists such as myself most of the time. In the field, I'm not sure you'd be able to always replicate the sort of actions you might perform on a quick thinking using your instincts. If you could you really be able to break down how you use dust on a day-to-day level on a scientific term, for instance?
Oh, no, definitely not. I mean, I got myself some quick ideas when it comes to dust and putting it places and making it do stuff, but you'll be like, I mean, I don't think anyone's ever asked me to write down how to do that.
He nods and smiles a bit sadly.
That'd be a bit weird, actually.
It would be odd, yes, but think of the benefit of being able to properly articulate and understand the exact makeup of what you do, thus being able to adjust it at an even finer level than expected. But like I said, it's not something that comes easily to most, even some in my own field. I still struggle with coming up with the proper explanations for the full procedure myself sometimes. I have numbers and I have theories, but replicating it for others comes with a sort of subtle difference. Something we've called the oracular oddity. After all forms of aura that people possess do come in different variations of texture, feel, and, well, as the Mistrali would say, a bit different image. I'm sure you've practiced something like that by now in your oracular studies themselves.
Yeah. I mean, we did something like that really early on.
Exactly. That sort of difference in aura can cause a different reaction out of the same procedure if it is not taken into consideration. Thus, my current calculations and my current Thus, my current calculations and my current procedure are refined around myself. I've gained quite the knack at it, and I've honed it to a place where I don't feel it endangers anyone to perform. But at a more global level, I'm still developing a greater understanding of how it could be applied to all kinds of oracular types and be globalized. If we could have this sort of procedure understood by most medical professionals in the world, then even those without aura themselves would be able to, well, reach the same sort of healing that a practiced huntsman does. And perhaps even recovery of lost limbs and things like that at a greater level, but, well, that requires more than just a number. After all, you'd have to replicate the sort of similar body type. You'd have to really get a different sort of... Well, it'd be a different formula to person, I suppose. I'm sorry, I'm getting off track, I think.
Reno's just gonna kind of like stare for a second, and his eyes gonna get a bit wide for just a bit before going back to normal and be like, "Oh, hot damn, that'd be incredible, Doc."
Well, that's what I'm researching. Hopefully I intend to leave a large contribution before my time is up in this world, if not revolutionize it myself, but, well, as long as I make headway, someone else will eventually pick up the slack.
Huh. Wow. And to think, the goddess gave us dust just to protect us from Grimm in the first place. Now it's doing all this stuff.
It really is a testament to how much she provided for us. We were given so much. Element to control the world itself, to shape it to a better place. Something that we've only been able to utilize to such a degree until now. That's where I came to such a passion for the field of abacology. I wish to understand exactly the gifts we've been given and do the best with them possible to show that I've truly embraced that sort of feeling. How could I be grateful if I just did it to the least of its abilities, after all?
Yeah, I mean, man, I'm feeling all the passion coming off you, Doc.
Oh, hey, thank you.
It's pretty cool. So, like, this oracular abacology, like, how semblance figure into that?
Oh, now that is the most fascinating procedure. After all, no two semblances are exactly the same, especially on an oracular basis, with the typing, the thematics of the creations, the connection to one's personality affecting it to a degree, which has more basis in oracular studies than you'd give credit. It leads to an entirely different field, one that's unbearably difficult to consider, but is so fascinating. I mean, without the ability to recreate a semblance, one could come around who revolutionizes the field of oracular medicine itself and leaves it in a complete disarray at our own old proceedings on it, should their semblance be able to leave an impact beyond their own capabilities. Insight can be gained from someone's own uniqueness, not just through their own process of using it, but through what their process tells us about the physical forms of said process. Such as, well, if one were to have a semblance that would definitely revolutionize or repurpose the same process in another way, we'd gain a complete different understanding of the calculations involved, such as turning fire dust into a liquid somehow. We'd be able to properly analyze a new form of the dust's effect. The same sort of reaction you get from attempting to ignite it, having a different process, would tell us nothing about how its own application is used with that semblance that would be useful, but would tell us something new about the material being affected itself.
Oh wait, you mean like turning it into some kind of lava dust or something?
Yes, without the proper formula of doing so normally, being able to affect the fire dust on a base level with that semblance would give us a glimpse and possibly more data about fire dust itself, a component we might not have understood properly that the aura itself is reacting with. Of course, auras and semblances have been called a sort of spiritual thing over the centuries, and it's not incorrect, but there is something under the hood there that we can understand on a scientific level. And that sort of interfacing, changing something in the, well, I guess you could call it a code, really, of how the dust works, means there is something we can glimpse from it. Even if it's unable to be replicated by someone else, we're gaining more insight into the subject itself.
Damn, Renneil's just gonna say as he like lets out a breath and like makes a motion of like over his head, like, oh, this is some real heavy stuff. And be like,
I know.
Well, let me say, all that stuff, like the words themselves sound crazy, but like hearing you talk about it, I'm like, I'm gonna sweep the lawn, Doc.
Wow, I'm glad to hear it. The old process that this was called was alchemy. Oracular abacology is essentially its more modern interpretation, as some find it a distasteful original art, but I prefer to embrace it fully. The idea of alchemy, the transference of dust through other oracular processes into something greater, creating things, has been a fascination of mine since birth. I wish to do more than just repair Spot's leg here. I wish to help it with all of its inbuilt problems. This underbite it has.
I got a question for you. Alright, so, like, I mean, I'm not totally sold on it yet, but, like, if this theory is, like, true, that, like, aura, dust, it's all the, like, same stuff, alright?
Yeah.
So, like, if that's true, like, alright, so we huntsmen, like, we can manipulate dust without aura, like he'll say as he, like, pulls out a crystal, and just be like, without even pushing on it, I can, like, use my aura to set this off. And, like, we can, like, throw dust around into our aura and our semblances and stuff, right?
Correct.
Alright, so, okay, so, like, my semblance, like, splits off bits of my aura and stuff. So, like, if you can put your dust into, like, your aura, what happens if you, like, put aura into dust?
Putting aura into dust generally would result in the triggering of a dust's effect, depending on the influence. Think of it this way. The activation of dust could be theorized to be... Picture a scale, putting weight onto it. You get a different result depending on how much you would push down, how much weight you can exert. The dust would have a different effect per decimal point of that weight, depending on how much control over the aura you have. Powering dust generally leads it to its most primordial element. Powering a fire crystal, obviously, would create the flame, sometimes an ignition and sometimes an explosion of itself. But over the years, of course, we've developed methods of extracting energy from dust itself without aura. So, theoretically, the implementation of aura into dust could lead us to a point where we're able to gain energies unbound by its natural state from the aura siphoning into the dust, such as using electrical dust to create a generator. Theoretically, there may be a way for us to employ that same method by using electrical dust to fuel us.
Renneil say, looking at, like, the crystal in his hand, but he didn't snap, he was just saying, and be like, wow. You know, I always thought about activating the dust first and throwing it into my semblance after that was the way to do it. But the other way, Yeah, might be something to that.
Oh, yes, definitely. Some ancient methods of dust, before we had utilization of tools like dust catalyst that... Oh, excuse me, that's just me burping. Before we had tools like dust catalyst that allowed huntsmen to more use retrograde methods of implementing dust and weaponry together, would rely on things called dust focuses. Crystals, formations, tools they stuck them in and shaved them down, as in a refined gem, one that would have multiple uses to it, obviously, would be used as a sort of focal point for those to put aura through, like a sort of reflective glass that would shine a different color through where you put the aura, he says, as he's like motioning his hands to kind of show it. You would shine the aura through, theoretically, and get a result through the dust itself. So old abacologists and mancers of dust would have focuses they'd carry, such as a fire dust crystal they'd use to explode flames through it, like a sort of old-fashioned flamethrower, things like that. The study of it has become less useful to huntsmen now that we have dust catalysts, which allow for a wider utilization of dust, but it is cutting out that focal point of primal understanding of how to manipulate dust. I wouldn't critique a huntsman for using one, as I think they're entirely too useful as a process nowadays, but there is something to be said about the lost art of attempting to use it on a simple basis, directly like that. But that's why it was so difficult back then, and why there was so little who could properly perform this sort of, well, magic, he says with like quotations and smiles a little bit as his glasses shine again, in the past. It is very much possible, though, and is a skill to use, if not for the novelty of it, to gain a better understanding of what the use of a dust catalyst is and how to properly use dust in its most raw form.
Sorry, just the dog was being loud for a bit there.
Understandable.
Yeah, alright. Brittany will be like, wow. Wow, there's a lot there, huh?
Oh, I love the opportunity to be able to run my gums about this sort of thing.
Oh, I mean, don't let me stop you.
Oh, that's a dangerous thing to invite, Mr. Amis. I warn you ahead of time.
No, that's fine. I'm not doing anything for a while, and I might not get all of it, but it's dang interesting.
Well, remember, the study of alchemy is not my own invention, of course.
Right, of course. I mean, and if I can take, just a little of it in, I might have something to surprise Gwen with later.
A lovely reason to do it. These sorts of parlor tricks and things I would develop were quite useful in charming my own wife.
Yeah, no, I did not mean it like that.
Oh, don't worry about it. You don't have to feel embarrassed in front of me.
Yeah, I don't feel
embarrassed. We're both men, aren't we?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I guess so. You want to go on?
Oh, of course! You want to cut off the scene there?
Yeah, I was thinking that was...
As Mr. Costumer will continue his impromptu TED Talk on dust.
Okay, good.
Lovely. You're like, alchemy!
How can I make the Philosopher's Stone?
Just find the right calculation, dude. Find the right formula, bruh.
I'm sorry, did you say a pile of dust in human proportion?
Yeah!
Human transmutation's illegal?
No, it's not. It's just never been done.
Hey! Brittany, you could be the first.
Oh, dang.
I guess I'll need a little extra dust for him.
Tall joke.
Sorry, I was laughing too hard. I screamed by accident.
Got it. Alright, I'll be right back.
Sure. Alright, yeah. Carme can make her way over to Nadeshko.
Yawn. Okay.
Okay. You kill yourself.
It's a joke.
I'm sorry. You're a joke.
Okay, should I heal my HP damage?
Yeah, you can. Should probably check to make sure if that's healed or not on the other map. Still be on. Yeah, you're good. Okay. I did think of that. I'm a genius.
Nice.
Okay. Right. you will be making your way through the camp as you see Nadeshko and Donovan kind of past a crowd of people. Like, like I said, there's always more NPCs. I just don't want to literally have the map freeze up and be unreadable. And you see them talking with each other. After coming back from their march, they both have their horses still kind of nearby them that they had been using, you'd think.
Right.
Since they're leading them by the reins and stuff.
Well, Claire is going to, be walking through the camp a bit. Not like, hustling. Mostly trying to just take it in, take a breather after the long ride back. And eventually, we'll be looking for them, finally spot them and start to walk over to them. Before, waving a bit to get their attention before she actually makes her way over.
Alright, yeah. And you can come up on the... Nadeshka will just kind of give you a little, she'll flick her head so her hair's over her eyes, and she'll give you a little nod over, and Donovan will smile and wave. Ah! Senpai, how's it going?
It's going well. Hi, you two. Just mostly wanted to check in after the patrol.
Yeah, riding a horse is just kind of fun, isn't it? I was just saying that to her.
Oh, yeah, I'm certainly enjoying it, and seems like Felix and Veridian are taking to it pretty easily.
Did you have any practice before this?
No, not any too significant. Watched some stuff on horses, and, I've certainly given my shot at riding things back home, but nothing I'd say is this, specific.
What do you mean you tried to ride stuff back home?
We have reindeer back home that I try and jump on, but it's not exactly the same thing.
Nadeshka just kind of groans a little bit as she stares at you like you tried to ride a fucking reindeer. And Donovan just laughs a little bit and goes, well, you did your best with what you were given, I suppose, right? I always heard stories of some of the Mantlians up high north having those big wolves they'd ride. Is that true?
I think so. I mean, it's not something I ever got the chance to try. I have, ridden on a sled with dogs, dogs before, but not exactly the same thing.
I guess if they get as big or bigger as that headmistress's dogs that she brought in, I guess I could see people riding those. Still seems a little ridiculous, though. Well, it's a story for a reason, I guess.
I mean, I can say that, well, I don't remember those things as wandering all over the place back home, but I certainly know they were out there somewhere. Clara will look towards both of them, and then, ask, did you guys see anything peculiar on patrol? Oh, fuck. Hello?
A few moments later.
Okay. Well, Donovan will smile and kind of lean over to grab the reins from Nadeshko and go, well, Senpai, or he'll go, well, boss, I'm gonna go take the horses back to the stables, I guess. And she'll kind of screw her face up for a second, like she's thinking about saying something, and then sigh, and then give him like a small smile and go, all right, yeah, thanks, Donnie. And he'll smile at you and walk off with both of the horses as Nadeshko sighs and scratches the back of her head.
So, how'd the first day of patrol go? We didn't find anything too interesting out there. Mostly what we expected.
Yeah, they led us around the other side of the divide, or whatever the fuck it's called, and then some of the fields there, some of the bluffs and stuff, and yeah, nothing crazy, a couple grim, nothing troublesome. I guess nothing bad happened, so that's like great, awesome. Donnie's a tough nut to crack.
What do you mean?
Well, it's not like I can tell him he's doing anything wrong necessarily, but I'm trying to get something out of him, you know?
Hmm.
We're still not really working well together, even if he's working well right now.
That is a tough one, given how, how friendly and easy to work with he is.
Well, that's, like, part of it, sure. But, I mean... I don't really have the authority to be telling him that, honestly. I mean, he's better trained and knows this better than I do. So who am I to say anything to him?
His team leader?
Yeah, but by what? Because I, like, was in the right seat? He would know better than me currently. So it's hard to put a finger on what I should be focusing on. I don't know.
Claire will think for a moment. Well, is there anything that, comes to mind?
If there was something that came to mind, Senpai, I would have told him it already, you know?
Claire like, tilts her head while thinking a bit. Well, I mean, yeah, but, like, something that might come to mind, say, if he didn't have all this experience, you think is making it hard.
What do you mean?
Well, like, I mean, there's something weird or off, right? That's making you even think about this in the first place. Like, why?
Yeah?
Yeah, well, what would you do if you if you didn't think, like, he's already been trained so much? Because if there's something wrong, then there's something wrong. Doesn't matter, who did what before you were here.
You just want me to pretend like I don't know he's doing the right thing? Dude's brain looks like it's smoking.
Claude's gonna...
I don't really get it, Senpai.
Claude's gonna think for a moment how to properly word this to not sound even more confusing. Can I roll wit?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, where's... Okay, 3. Oh, 1,
3. Free's free.
That's 3. Yeah, pretty good. Okay.
Yeah, pretty good.
So, I'll probably say this in character, but what I'm trying to get across is basically the idea of, like, well, it doesn't, like, just talking to him about the issue you're having is kind of like basically like half the battle, if not more. Just like getting across to him, like, hey, I feel like we could be working together better, and like, I feel like there's some kind of disconnect going on here. Is like the important part more than like, okay, how do we fix it? Because just making both parties aware of it might actually go a long way, just in general, even if there's not like a hard like solution in mind already.
Yeah, okay, I gotcha.
So let me. Well, I mean, I think just making it clear to him how you're feeling on this is probably the right thing to do, no matter, really what else is going on. Just, if you feel like there's some kind of oddity in the way you guys are working together, I mean, Don is a real understanding guy. I think he'd be able to recognize the same.
It just sounds lame to, like, tell him something's wrong, but I can't figure it out. But, I mean, I get what you mean, Senpai.
Claire will
I don't know, I just
smile, put her hands on her hips, and look up a bit. Well, sometimes you gotta be lame as a team leader.
She sighs a little bit. In, like, frustration. Not with you, necessarily, just in general. And kind of, slumps a bit, I guess. I guess. I don't know. I just... it feels lazy to put on his plate like that. But maybe that's kind of the best I can do. I mean, if he knows what to do, maybe he'll have a better idea of what I'm saying and be able to tell me what the problem is. Right?
I mean, yeah. It sounds like you already got it.
I guess. It's just, I don't know if I would get there normally. It's not like I want to give Donnie a lot more to deal with. I just feel like an asshole trying to tell him how to do things. Especially with how he got trained how to do things, after all.
Claire will pause for a moment and then look towards Nadeshiko and smile a bit. Listen, I think I can't say we all go through the same problems, but that one, I definitely remember having quite a lot when I first started. I mean, I went to an academy, and same thing with Gwen, but, well, I was just pretty middle of the pack in the academy, didn't do anything real special, not like I was the top of my class like Irene was, and Gwen was a valedictorian from hers, did real well and everything, come to school and knew much more about, like, you know, what we were going to be doing when a topic of a different Grimm came up.
Oh yeah, she knows a lot, I've heard it a lot.
Yeah, and then we have Felix. He might not have been as smart when it came to basic school and stuff, but...
Yeah, but he had his weirdo powers or whatever.
Yeah, he picked things up real quick, and he was certainly strongest of any of us when it came to combat. So,
yeah.
I mean, I can really get the feeling of, like, can I really tell these people what to do when they're, well, better than me at a lot of these things? And,
every part of it.
Well, I guess what I found is, well, yeah, because they might be better than me at a lot of things, but, I mean, we're supposed to be a team, so their strengths in a way are mine.
That's simple, huh?
I mean, yeah, I mostly just think you're overthinking it like you do a lot of things.
Clicks her tongue and looks to the side, laying some of her shaking her head so her bangs fall in front of her face, a bit blushing. I guess I do.
Claire will smile a bit.
I'm just worried about poking the nest with things Donnie knows, but I guess if I go this way, it's not really being insensitive, is it?
I don't think that this is the type of thing that Donnie would really have any problems being real open about, or would really bother him at all.
Right.
I mean, you know better than me on that, but, I mean, seems like there are only a couple topics that I think would stir something up like that.
Yeah, I guess so. Right.
And I mean, if worst ever comes to worst, all you have to do is apologize.
You make that sound easy.
Is it not?
She scratches the back of her head furiously a little bit. I mean, it's not that easy. And you don't want to be an asshole.
I mean, as long as you didn't mean nothing bad, I don't think it's that wrong.
Words mean a lot, you know?
Well, yeah, I'm not saying to deliberately try and say something mean, but...
No, I know, I just mean it's not easy to always go back on them.
Yeah, but I feel if the other person can truly recognize that, you know, you meant nothing bad by it, it should be... I mean, nothing you can't make up for in the end.
I guess I'm just not sure. I'd always assume people would go with that, but yeah, sure. Fair enough, I guess.
You shouldn't let the fear of making a mistake stop you from, you know, doing something.
What are you, a fortune cookie? Sorry, senpai.
No, it's fine.
You're probably right.
Here, I'll try and write these down for you to be a bit more,
Don't be an asshole, I got it.
Claire will,
And then she pauses and blinks and goes, oh, sorry, you were being serious, weren't you?
Claire will smile, but no. Jeez, what are you taking me for? No, that was a joke.
Well, you just sound like really, sincere a lot.
Claire will look down a bit confused. Oh man.
You have a good poker face, alright? Shut up.
Claire will put a hand on her chin and think to herself that, I've never been compared to Felix in this way, but I don't know about this. And then look back towards the next show. Well, as long as nothing, sounds like everything on the mission is going well, pretty as expected for both of us. So
Yeah.
we should probably just keep on keeping on and hope nothing, nothing peculiar ends up happening.
Oh, thank God, I just disconnected from Discord for a second, not the internet. Sorry, I got scared the shit out of me.
Don't worry, me
yeah.
too. My heart skipped a beat.
Yeah, yeah, and Nadeshka will just nod in agreement at that and go, right, yeah, okay. And I guess I'll go get something to eat and try and talk to Donnie a bit about it. I like it. You get back to your business, Senpai.
Claire kind of looks around. Huh.
Is this going on my report you gotta hand in about us?
What? No, I mean, I don't think so.
Well, whatever. Even if it does, I'll solve it before it becomes a problem.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you guys start working really well together compared to how you started, I mean, that's probably just going to be a bonus.
I guess. I'd think it'd be a negative that didn't start well.
Claire will look at her a bit confused.
I mean, it's like if you're bad at the start of the test, it doesn't matter if you win in the end.
This
If
is
you answer the first 4 questions wrong, and they don't make up for it later.
Yeah, but this isn't like a written exam.
I don't know. Mr. Toto's pretty fucking serious about these sorts of things.
I think he'd just be happy that you guys got better.
I don't think he can be happy.
You know, I don't know if I can argue with you on that one.
Yeah. Freaky old man. She says as she goes to walk off to go find Donnie.
Claire will pat her on the back and smile a bit.
Just look a bit, like flustered and nod and walk off, muttering a little thanks.
Claire will also look around the camp and think of what important business you might assume her to be doing and think, well, maybe I should try and do something that might be beneficial. I don't know what that would be, but I can walk around and see if something strikes me.
There you go. Alright, bros. What's next? Who wants to do something?
Do you guys have anything?
Do something.
Do something. We always have the continue the mission button, which is there for when you guys are done, doing things for now. On the mission.
Well, I just want to hear Ben say even one word before I say something.
Hey, I'm looking around the camp.
Owned zoned!
Hold on a second. You can't sit here
Ben,
and just leave
All
lingering.
you need to do, Ben, is go, and that's enough to know that people
my
are
fucking
thinking.
God.
Ben, don't do this joke. It wastes too much time.
I hate this joke.
Nah, I'm good, man.
You don't have anything? Oh, the other funny joke!
Oh, God. Jesus.
Ben's in a mood.
Richard, you got anything?
Yeah, I think I need to have a quick talk with Clara.
Okay.
Ooh.
Well, I guess that fills me up for having something.
There you go. You guys have the floor.
Sure. Any specific place you want this to happen, or just randomly in the camp?
I'll just find you somewhere in the camp.
Sure, I'll move 5
Viridian
feet.
would have been, yeah, of course. Viridian would have been looking for Clara a bit later in the day, after hearing Gossamer talk.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Viridian will spot Clara. He'll wave her down and be like, "Oh, Claire, there you is. Hey, wait right there." Let's say as he starts coming up through the tents.
Alright. Claire will just immediately stop and just wait.
Viridian will walk on up and go alright, got something I want to talk to you about.
Well, yeah, I ain't got nothing going on. Shoot.
Alright, cool. Alright, so it's about this mission, y'all, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, alright, so we've been out there today helping people, but there is something about this that ain't striking me right, you know?
Claire will put a hand on her chin and kind of think.
I mean, just something that would, I would appreciate if we, addressed a bit. You know how Mr. Toto and Miss Gale, they were don't take sides, just do your huntsman job, right?
Right.
Well, the way I see it, it's we's all doing that and stuff, but those orders, they ain't really ringing true at the moment, you know?
How do you figure?
I mean, the Khan is the one who called us here, and he may have called us here because he wants us to handle this grim business of these people who are evacuating and make sure nothing else goes wrong, but we's laid up in his camp, we's seeing his men, we's walking around with his son, and we're helping both sides, sure, but, I mean, the least we could do as huntsmen is at least know what's going on in that city that's under siege right now for the people who ain't leaving, right? I mean, I don't think that would be taking sides, do you?
Claire's thinking for a moment. Well, I certainly don't think so. I mean, in the sense, as long as we don't get involved in what's actually going on, I don't think learning nothing would be a problem.
Right, and I think going in there, just poking around a bit, just seeing what it's like in there under their siege, because I mean, we should be allowed to do that. We're protecting both sides. Give us some insight on how to better go around and not just scout through these areas looking for Grim, but figure out what kind of things might be drawing them in. Obviously there's going to be drawn into the people who's leaving their homes forever, but I want to know why exactly there's going this city is holding out for so long if things are looking so bad against them.
Claire will think, Noah, can you clarify for me the logistical sense of okay, how far away is the camp area from the actual city, and the in and out of how things are going on?
Right. Well, the siege camp, as stated, isn't a normal direct outside the literal gates of a city. The way towards Del Odos. Let me look at the map really quick so I can picture myself easily. So it's essentially just a ways off of Del Odos. Traveling to Del Odos off horseback would maybe be, depending on the pace, at a normal riding pace would be 20-30 minutes. It's across a couple of the plains and the steppes. And they have a couple more camps set up directly in the siege position. This is the place where a lot of the roaming storm is, because it's an entire tribe. So a lot of the soldiers are placed at the direct siege camp, and this is a ways bit of round from it. And it's easy enough for them to travel. On a hard ride, it's 8 minutes if you're riding super fucking fast to get over there. And the logistics of it right now is Del Odos currently has a couple of those larger divisions split up into separate camps and also held up with some equipment and some more guns and siege equipment if necessary around Del Odos. And by Del Odos, there is a neutral camp zone set up where they are talking with the diplomats and trying to discuss the terms of them surrendering and allowing them to, integrate Del Odos into their territory, and have been doing so. Currently, like most days, there's some discussion of it. Besides that, Del Odos is mostly shackled up behind their walls. Like I said, it's a large enough city in the size of Remnant, where I think I've said there's like 10,000 or so people in Del Odos. So it's a pretty big place, but it does have like the large like wooden walls set up and things like that. So it's not like an open place you just walk in. You'd want to like approach for the neutral ground if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Claire will think for a bit. I certainly agree. I think gathering more information on the whole situation would probably be for the best, and probably just help us do the job better. I mean, get a better lay of what's going on.
Yeah, so like that kind of thinking about doing that. So just bringing that to your attention. See if there's a way you want to handle it. I mean, honestly, he'll kind of shrug and go, like, ain't that far away. Probably could run over there in the morning, or sometime they send in their diplomats to do that talking shit and just try to check it out then.
Well, we definitely want to go by the campground they have for discussions and such. Just going up to the walls or such would definitely be, well, it'd be a bit weird given the situation. Want to meet with the people from the town that they're specifically sending out to talk with everyone. And, well, I think we could probably do something like that. I mean, as long as you're willing to go the extra mile, probably send out a few extra birds, while we do spend that time headed over there. It shouldn't be that big of a problem. We can, have the birds help us scout around, keep an eye on everything going on while we're taking the extra time away from the actual patrol.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't got no problem with that, but we probably don't have to call off the whole patrol while doing this,
Oh, yeah, I mean, just for a little while the patrol's going on, we'd head out there pretty early on before, everything's gotten more full swing, and then, made sure that we're keeping our pace on a watch on everything on the trails.
He'll nod and be like, right, yeah, got it. Oh, and should probably make sure Tammy comes along.
She does know, lay of these lands better, so she might be able to tell us something, more,
Well, I just mean, like, she's real proud of being from, Lodestar and being from here and stuff, so she might be able to notice something cultural if something like that's going on.
That is true. I'll make sure to talk to Nadeshko about, seeing if we can borrow Tammy for a little bit.
Alright, good. That was basically all my concerns.
Oh, yeah, I think we could probably handle that in the morning then. Claire will think for a moment. Hey, you have any idea what, that guy Muckbot was talking to you about?
Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, I got an idea, but I mean, I don't know how, I don't know if I'm right, and even if I is, I don't know how he would have noticed something like that so well. But I got an idea.
What do you think it is?
Well, I think his old actor stuff might have. Sorry, I think his old actor stuff might have something to do with. I'll just kind of scratch his chin for a second and go. I think the Jabberwock might be involved in that.
Oh, Claire will scrunch her face up a bit for a moment.
He'll be like, I mean, it kind of makes sense. I did find out about that stuff from some of those desert tribes.
Man, that stuff's supposed to really pack a punch, huh?
Well, I mean, yeah. You get the good stuff.
Huh. Well, you didn't take it now, did you?
I mean, nah. Remnant just kind of like sniff at his wrist for a second and go, nah. Like I said, I don't know how he would have noticed if that's what it is, but I might not be right. I just didn't directly ask him yet.
Well,
I just get the feel from what I did ask. That might be it.
Well, that's certainly peculiar. It's not like I noticed any of that on you. But maybe there's something special, or maybe you could just be off the mark, like you're saying. It is just a guess. Well, it is kind of interesting the way he was talking about it. So, when you do get a chance to, gab with him about it and see what he was actually meaning, I'd be interested in finding that out.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to clear that up, but well, I ain't in no hurry to. I mean, that guy's just a bit unnerving sometimes.
I did feel like he was looking at me one time, and, well, Chloe's gonna tilt her head a bit. I didn't feel anything bad by it, but it did feel a bit odd. Well, either way, I'm sure I'll get my own chance to talk with him a bit later. Shall I shrug a bit? I do think when we get back to Shade, though, I'll probably look into talking to some of those actor people that are around town. He said there should be a couple, people like that, prowling around Shade, given how big it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, lots of different people in Shade. If they're there, I mean, I don't know how you would go about finding them if you don't know about them, but I mean, you'll shrug and go, they don't seem like the kind of people that would be too hard to notice if you know what you're looking for.
Claire
Just
will...
give it that muckback guy's way of acting.
Claire will chuckle a bit. Well, I gotta say, I know most of the people in Shade at this point, so I think finding those type of folk won't be too hard. I mean, someone knows someone that should know someone like that.
Alright, so if you know most people in Shade, why do you need a chain of 3 someones to find someone?
Well, it's not like I know exactly everyone and what everyone's about. I just, know of enough names and are on friendly enough basis that I should be able to find someone like that at some point.
Alright, I mean, I just think that 3 someone's deep's a little much. I mean, probably just 1 or 2 someones.
I mean, Claire will kind of look at him and shrug a bit. It's hard to say given, how vague just being an actor is. I mean, they might think I just mean like a clown or something.
Yeah? I mean, you should probably mention that their paradise shit along with it, or you might just go end up seeing a play or something.
Yeah, that probably would be for the best. Well, I have plenty of time to think about how I'll approach that. Well, you go mention to Felix and Gwen that we're gonna do that in the morning. See if they want to come along for that too, or if we're just gonna handle it ourselves. And then I'll go talk to Nadeshko about seeing if we can borrow Tammy, and then I guess either of us can go mention to Tammy about that.
Yeah, alright, I'll go let the boys know.
Alright. Claire will give him a smile and a wave off.
Alright. Coolio. Plotting.
As I would like, I don't know if this has to be seen or not, but I'd like to at one point mention to Nadeshko, hey, can we see if we can borrow Tammy for a little bit in the morning?
Give me 1 second. Let me think if I think it needs to be a scene.
Sure. I'm gonna use this moment to go use the bathroom.
A few moments later.
Or then was either gonna go ask Nadeshko if she could borrow Tammy or just look for Tammy.
One of those two, right?
Well, yeah, basically just mention to Nadeshiko, hey, we're gonna see if it's okay to borrow Tammy, and then probably just mention that, like, yeah, I'll just go mention it to Tammy once I get the go-ahead.
Yeah, sure. If you want this to be seen, I can have you, like, find Nadeshiko at some point. And you can actually ask her that directly.
Sure.
Yeah, if you want. Go for it.
Okay.
Go for it, guy.
Oh, after finding Nadeshiko, Claire will walk up to her. Hey!
She had been kind of, stood back watching a group of those roamers in one of those wrestling matches. She'll look over and go, "What's up, senpai?"
Viridian and me decided we were gonna go swing by, the meeting spot they have outside the city for, like, discussions and stuff, just to get a better idea of the entire situation. And we were wondering if we could bring Tammy along, since she's, more of a local than any of us are. She might not be exactly from this spot, but she at least knows more about Vacuo than anyone.
Nishka frowns a little bit and sighs and goes, "Yeah, I guess that's a smart idea, though throwing Tammy at, like, a negotiations meeting is like throwing a match on, like, dust. That shit'll just go up in fire if she actually says something wrong, probably."
Claire will stand there for a moment, then, like, look over towards the constant. Well, I don't know how much of that is true, given how people act around here.
Nadeshka sighs and looks over with, like, a sort of squint and shakes her head. I don't know. He's more smart about this than he sounds. Dude's a legend for a reason, after all. They put him in history books for what he did.
Oh yeah, I guess I was comparing her more to the general atmosphere that people around here try to have.
Yeah, well, a lot of the people, she says, looking at the wrestling match, don't exactly do the talking for a reason, I think. But sure, I guess. I guess it wouldn't be a problem. I mean, I appreciate asking me in the first place.
Well, I mean,
I guess we'll leave this to you guys then.
yeah, I mean, if you think that's the right way to do it. I mean, it's mostly just checking out to see what the situation was. It shouldn't take more than just, a few hours early in the day.
Sure. Zeshka says as she pulls up a little stool thing to sit on and cracks her neck a few times. Yeah, not like she'd complain out of getting out of the early patrols anyway. And we'll do fine. Yeah, go for it.
Alright then. Well, that's good to hear. Clara will look at the wrestlers for a bit and just relax herself for a moment.
I guess I'd have one condition then.
Yeah, shoot.
Think we could take Gwen on the patrol with us then?
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that.
She's good at dealing with Donovan and knows her stuff pretty well. She wouldn't be the same sort of eye that Tammy is on a patrol when she's actually opening them. She kind of grumbles a little bit. But I figured she'd be good to have along. Plus, I think it'd be easier to talk to Donovan about this with her around anyway. It's my problem to solve, yeah, but I'm gonna use, tools to that effect if I can't do it myself, right? That's not getting away from the issue, that's just making sure I don't fuck it up.
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. So sure, Gwen can go with you guys, for that bit of the patrol.
Right, thanks. Alright.
Do you want me to mention it to her, or do you wanna?
You do it. She kind of quietly mutters.
Sure.
I don't want her thinking I'm trying to order her around or something. I don't want her to get pissy with me. She can be really, difficult sometimes, no offense. I don't know how to handle her like you do.
Claire will smile and laugh a bit. You kinda get used to it real quick. She's actually a really good person, so it's not that hard as long as, you get past some of the prickly bits at the beginning.
Ugh. A lot of prickly bits.
Claire will think for a moment. So, you haven't talked to Donnie yet?
I mean, I kind of have. I don't know. Like I said, he's not exactly difficult. It's just hard to start. And I told him that there's an issue and he's trying to figure it out now. I don't know.
Well, I think having Gwen around will certainly help you with that, if you want to use her to her fullest.
Yeah, I guess so. Not that I want to make it sound weird like that.
I don't think there's anything weird about it. I mean, you're using me right now.
No, am I? Not like... When you say it like that, it sounds weird.
Claire will stare at her for a moment, then, smile a bit and chuckle.
Asshole.
By the way, you went to go talk with Rhino last night, right? After, you left the tent?
Yeah.
How'd that end up working out?
She kind of looks down a little bit and slumps her chin into one of her palms. I mean, it wasn't bad, but I guess I just realized that she's got a lot on her mind. It's not like I could solve it. She said it was nice to talk about, but I feel bad that I didn't notice.
I mean, you notice now, and you didn't hesitate.
Yeah.
You didn't hesitate to actually go talk to her about it.
Yeah. I'm not looking to feel better about it, Senpai. Thanks, though. I'm more confused now than ever, but I guess I stopped worrying about her for a reason, and I mean, she didn't seem bothered by it, but I guess I realized that was probably an easier mistake to make than I realized. She's got a weird life.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't say I know all too much about it, but I've heard enough to know that she's real particular.
She's a lot more insightful than I gave her credit to. She just didn't want to talk about it before. I don't even think she was offended or touchy about it. She just seemed so dedicated to figuring it out herself, I guess. Which isn't a bad thing, but well, it felt weird that there's not a lot to say that she hasn't already thought about. And I don't think she's lying when she says she appreciates hearing things, but I just feel there's not a lot I could do right now. But if she said it's something, I guess I'll just keep talking to her. And making sure she doesn't keep just talking to herself now. That seems like her biggest problem, I think.
Well, you can trust me. I really know that just having someone you can talk to, even if it's just, openly just saying things without much of a response, can be, well, it can be a whole lot of help.
Right.
So,
Nod slowly. Yeah, I guess it is. Having one person at least can make a whole difference. Having a lot more I don't have enough experience with yet, but it's showing its upsides. And it's just a lot of hassle sometimes. Well, I'm not going to let her fall out of my sights again, really. So, I guess I'll be a better partner in the future now. Whatever, not the latest start, I guess.
oh, brothers now. Well, that's real good to hear. Happy things are looking up.
I guess you could call it that. Being a huntsman's certainly a fucking handful.
I'll say. Claire will look kind of happy when she says that.
That's good, just kind of nods a little bit, eyes closed, thinking and, contemplating.
Well, trying to think. Can I roll understanding, mostly because I'm curious at, like, her mood compared to when I talked to her in the tent the other night? Just what's happening.
Sure.
Or not understanding, God, rapport. You fucked me up from yesterday.
Yesterday, you mean earlier today when I cut out for a minute. Right. So you're comparing her to how she's feeling then, which I believe was frustrated.
Very frustrated.
Yes.
Feeling like there's just nothing she can do.
Well, it's changed now that problem she's talking about with Reina isn't the one she felt like there's nothing she could do with. And now it's more of a just like and like she said, she didn't feel exactly like happy because she realized there's a problem that she didn't know about and then isn't sure she can do anything about it. And it's less frustrated this time as it is just like kind of tired and like, oh god, that's a lot to deal with, and like contemplative on it. And Nadeshko seems a lot like a lot more humbled than like she likes to act, where she's, loud and boisterous and has her own flow with things and maybe can be a bit rude. She's more like subdued and bogged down by a lot of this stuff, and maybe a negative way. It's not like she seems very depressed or like agitated. If anything, it just seems like she's a lot more like calmly like thinking about this and kind of quiet, which strikes out of character for her, but she doesn't seem like upset or like hurt or tired necessarily in like a physical way or something, like she's been beaten down. It just feels like instead of puffing her chest out, it's just not for once, and she's just stuck in this contemplative, trying to think deeply on these subjects and figure something out herself, rather than, her outward facade she put on about her other attitude. And that's what it really comes down to. It feels like she's kind of let her guard down about this, or it doesn't have time to be trying to act a different way, and it's just stuck with just herself now.
Right.
Which is a lot more muted than general.
Okay. So Claire will pause for a moment, then look towards her. Right. Well, I think I remember seeing Tammy somewhere around here while I was walking around. So, I can just go mention to her that we're gonna be taking up her time for a little bit tomorrow if you want. While I'm making my way back to go talk to everyone else on my team.
Yeah, go for it. She'll probably be more receptive to that anyway.
Alright. Well, other than that, I guess I'll talk to you later then.
Yeah. See ya. Keep me updated if there's anything important you learn, I guess.
Clara will wave as she walks away.
Give you a little nod as she goes back to thinking. Alright, Tammy's napping.
Okay.
Hat's in front of her face.
Clara will, as she's starting to walk up, just look over. Hey, Tammy!
Snores loudly. The hat drifts a little bit in front of her face from the snore.
Claire's thinking. Tammy!
What?
Need to talk to you about something about the mission.
What time is it? It's like afternoon.
Still like afternoon-ish. Almost dinner time.
Almost. I was trying to sleep off this hunger. Come on.
Sorry about that.
What is it? She says as she pulls her hat down and sits up a little bit.
You don't mind if we borrow you for the morning part of the mission tomorrow, do you? We're gonna head down to the negotiation camp and see what's happening there.
Well, shoot, you could have just said, yeah, take me along the whole way. I would go the whole fucking mission in there. Yeah, sure, why not? Good. Just kick, like, smack her hat a few times, dusting it off.
Alright, well,
Could use the excuse for a little fucking change of company.
then me, you, Viridian, and Felix will head down there tomorrow in the morning, while Gwen goes with the rest of your team.
Oh, great. Gwen won't even be there. Perfect.
Well, I think that's all I really gotta mention to you.
Yeah? We leaving just as early as normal?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Alright. Yeah, sounds easy enough to me. Wait, why am I going with you?
Claire will sit down. Well, it's mostly a thing of, maybe there might end up being a Federation or local thing that we might not get. So, thought it'd be more handy just to have you around. Just to make sure we're not missing something real subtle like.
She yawns and goes, huh.
I mean, you did even notice
Alright.
that thing with the blood on the ground, so there might be something that people say that we're not exactly privy to.
Well, yeah, I guess y'all don't know enough common things about this place. Sure, I can do that. Huh. Don't know if I've ever been an expert before, or at least a wanted one.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, other than that, just anything that strikes you.
Yeah, I guess, sure. Yeah, like I said, any excuse. That one sounds nice.
Claire will just sit down for a moment and just drink some water from a pouch. So, what's your take on the mission so far?
What's my take?
Well, yeah, how you feel about things?
What are you fishing for?
Claire's just gonna look at her for a moment.
You
Right.
want something?
No, just
Yeah?
Claire's just gonna sit there for a moment, just looking at her, just wondering what you're thinking about the mission. I mean, I'm not the one that suggested.
To what end?
Claire's thinking. Well, I mean, this kind of situation is really weird to me, given, I mean, nothing like this ever happens back home. So I thought, as a local, what's your take on what's going on?
I heard you guys had tons of bloodshed up north. I thought you had a whole civil war about this sort of thing.
Yeah, but that was kind of more regular. And
I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't fucking know. She kind of rests herself back on the bedroll, staring up at the sky a little bit. I mean, nothing too weird about this. People have disputes over things like this all the time. Yeah, I guess this is a bigger one. But, no, I guess that makes it kind of weird. I don't know. Why? You bothered by this or something?
can't say I'm exactly real hot and bothered by it, but I mean, Viridian's the one that mentioned you want to go by that camp to, see what the other side has to say about what's going on.
Oh, lily-livered, ain't he?
It would be interesting, to see all the sides. The people that are fighting to stay in their city, people here in the camp, and then...
I don't know what the hell they're fighting over, really. They get to stay there. I ain't kicking them out or anything.
Yeah. I mean, and then the third one's the people that were, helping to escort Old Wooded Vale.
Well, I don't know who the hell would want to leave and go to fucking Vale. They must not have a lot of friends here. A couple of, people who they crossed or something.
Well,
I don't know.
Must have some reason for it.
Well, I mean, I guess if you really don't like the VRA, now you're gonna be breathing down them neck. Not like I'd be, overjoyed to see them, but, I mean, putting up this much of a stink about it? What if someone was a little less kind about it? That place would have been flattened. I mean, seriously. How much are their pride worth to them?
I think that's what we're going to find out.
Ugh. We're gonna have to go listen to a bunch of oats talking about how proud they are? I mean, I guess. think you got an idea by now if they've been trying to pull this death trap off their neck, right?
I guess it always helps to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, well, I know you haven't spent a lot of time around the horses yet, but if I've learned something, the only thing that comes out is some real smelly fucking breath.
Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow then.
Woo-wee, won't we?
Claire will pick herself up and stretch a bit. Well, that's really all I want to say, so don't let me disturb your nap too much more.
Yeah, please don't. Gosh. Let you get her beauty rest here.
Claire will get ready to start walking away. Well, Tammy, go back to her nap.
Yeah, she'll raise her hat back over her face again and go back to trying to catch some fucking Z's.
So I will head back.
Cool. What's next, guys?
I just mentioned to Gwen about, hey, you're going with Team...
Yeah.
Can you go with Team Nurture?
It's fine. Yeah, we don't need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nay, yeah. She hissed at me.
She doesn't sound like that. Come on.
Come on, that's mean.
Yeah, I suppose I'm good now.
Summer.
Cool. Yeah. Oh. Okay. You guys can get on the next ride over to Delotos, to the station area at one of the forward guard stations they have in their territory, in like the first walled area, because there's multi-layers of wall and security. This is Remnant. They have to take a lot of weird precautions for Grim and things like that. And we'll have to follow the path through the steps up towards this leveled area. As you know, there's a lot of flat step areas and then bluffs that drop into large ravines or rivers or just slightly lowered step areas. You have to traverse on those thinner paths across the sides of them sometimes, like staircases. They don't always have ramps down for horse travel of natural like land. Sometimes they just are sheer drops and things. And you follow the now more worn trail, pacing past a couple of patrolling VRA people towards the station of the neutral ground that they are allowing some discussion to take place by the fortifications. A couple of people can question you on the way, but as you were told, I assume you're just like, yeah, here's my huntsman in training certificate licensing. We're here for a fucking reason. I presume none of you are belligerents who refuse to answer why.
Yes?
Pointlessly. Yeah, just get the check,
Yes, I am not.
Yeah, alright. No. Felix is going rogue.
Come on. Yeah, no, I'm not fucking gonna... Get me off the rails!
Give me
Sir,
up the rails!
Sir, this is Felix Prince, and that woman just referred to you as Philo?
Officer,
No.
I refuse. I don't have to show my number to you.
I'm sorry, sir, we have to detain you. Why? Well, your friend over there said that you aren't with them. Carl, why?
Tammy said be funny.
Then I
For their money.
Then I flick out Felix's huntsman licensing.
Then it says Philo on it for some reason.
I crossed it out and wrote Philo.
It's on a scroll. She scraped onto a scroll screen.
Why?
Cross me again.
Cross me again, bitch. Catch me outside, Philo.
These hands, Philo.
Philon, you ain't got nothing on me.
I would like to initiate combat with my fellow player.
Alright. Let's open up 5e.
Oh my god! Yeah, yeah. I know you made this system though, but
yeah,
can we
but
please
that's
do
how
player versus player combat?
canonically how player versus player combat works.
Oh yeah,
You
that
have to
sounds
play
like
it in 5e.
that sounds like a really good idea. Let's go for it.
Alright. You can make your way to the outpost. You see the tent of the neutral ground discussion area, and a lot of the security on one of the higher rise bluff cliffs that has some of the mounted guns on it from Del Odos. This is close to like the outer skirts of the first wall within the city that protects some of the inner land, then gets the more civilized place as the wall layers kind of go in. You see some of their tanks and things like that, soldiers around. It's there's a lot of tenseness here, especially much more worse than the camp itself, where there's just life because it's a mixture of a military camp and the actual just roamers base. Here, there's just soldiers looking nervously at everyone and at a moment's ready to have to actually defend their land if things go bad. You can start demounting as you enter the sanctioned area and are allowed in by some of the security and everything. You see off it towards the camp, there are a group of looks like either politicians and diplomats and things. Like the VRA people aren't in uniform; they're in like suits and things. Same with the OTOS representatives; they are in not like fucking classic suits, but they are in these nicer robed sort of shirts and. I guess their style would be somewhere in between like a old school, like I want to say like not fucking, I guess Ottoman style. So they have some like draped clothing, like larger circular hats and things like that. A bit more modernized, obviously, but that's the sort of ethnic inflection we're going with here. The Odo soldiers have these white with like yellow sashes and green additional like accessories is the sort of military style they have. These white like old rimmed caps and stuff. Their position and stuff on the rank on the front of it. A couple of the engineers have more like grayer and green outfits that are working on some of the tanks and stuff nearby. Stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, Tammy whistles over looking at some of the tanks and things.
Well, this place sure got the holiday spirit.
Yeah, well, what do you expect in this kind of sort of situation? I mean, they're really making sure they got as much of them big uns out in front. Not like they'd be the prettiest things to mobilize against stormers, but, well, they got them ways to go around them. Guess they got some sort of, trade going here. Don't remember the Oats being the best engineers like this, but, don't look shabby, honestly. Not like I'm an expert. Needing all this, though. Makes you look silly a little bit, right?
Clary's like looking around a bit.
Silly how?
Well, I mean, that old big old gun up there. I mean, they look like they've been installing those expecting something coming from the air, I think. Normally. I mean, I guess you could fire on the ground. Against something like heavier infantry and like armored vehicles, that'd be nice, but I don't know. You have to forgive me. I had to endure a lot of lessons on militaristic fashion from Grandpa. She kind of spits it out. And I know guns like that were probably based on expecting something a little heavier than most Thracians would be carrying. Just look a bit silly, like you bring a big gun to a fist fight.
I guess you mentioned that, yeah. Of course, usually when a fella brings a big gun to a fist fight, he expects to win.
Yeah, I don't know if what they're doing expected that. She just shakes her head. Sorry, fucking suckers.
Glover will look towards Viridian. So, I guess we might as well just get a look around till we have a better lay of what's going on, right?
Yeah, you'll say looking around. Seems like the place to just get a feel for it so far.
Don't suppose with this level of security, they might not be too keen on letting us in that easy. Probably the best place to start anyway. They put the nicest people out front.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, if we're just trying to gather up information, this is a better place to go than any. Well, might as well just start walking around, see what we can find out before we have to head back out.
Yeah, whatever you say, boss.
Right. Viridian will look at Felix and go, what you gonna do, kid?
I come here for the same reason as you, Viridian.
Good.
Although, these people seem quite jumpy, but if we tread lightly, we should be fine.
Yeah, no, figured that. Just remember, kid, like, the people out here doing this negotiating stuff, well, they's out here either because they ain't too worried about something going wrong for them, or because they really ain't worried because they, what I'm saying is, the important people who are making this go on longer than it should be are probably still in the city.
Right, of course. Felix will kind of like nod his head out, like for them to head out.
Yeah. You guys can get talking with anyone you'd like. Tammy will follow along until instructed otherwise. If you want her to go huck and jive with some of the other people and try and get information herself, she can. But until then, she's standing by as expert veration.
I will mostly just say, Richard, this is more your suggestions. I'm just wondering what you would like to do.
Yes. I would like to go, basically, like, get a feel for what the Atodos people are doing and thinking. Like, the people who are behind, not the ones who are like, well, this situation is out of hand, we're leaving.
Yes.
Basically, really, Viridian wants to know if the people who are staying behind have basically given up but are negotiating for better terms.
Yes.
What the hell is going on with that?
Right. You guys... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, which is like, he would be fine with, like, gabbing, like, with people around, but clearly the point of interest is what's going on at negotiation lands.
Yes. Your guys' arrival is, of course, noted by some people, and one of the Ototo's representatives is actually going to make his way away to kind of, as you're looking over and gathering information, and he'll see you all, and he'll wave at you over.
All right.
Got a blonde, like, whitish blonde hair and yellow eyes, and one of the green sashes, and, like, a fancy shoes and stuff. He was talking with some of the VRA diplomats, and they'll go, Senator Lemon. That's my name. Sorry. He like wipes his brow a little bit and sighs. He's like, mid-30s maybe or something. He looks stressed out a little bit. He hasn't shaved in a few days.
Right.
You're, the huntsman, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Clara Mesor, leader of Team Supernova.
Tammy Everly, expert representative of Team Nurture. Right. She goes to nod and offer you both a little bow and stuff. And he looks over at you two.
I'm Viridian. That's Felix. Good to meet you, Mr. Lemon, sir.
Nice to meet you all. Thank you all for your service. I've heard the Grimm have only been building in frequency, and we're very worried about a current migration path.
That's what we're here to try and deal with, sir.
Right. Are you interested in hearing where we've located any, or...
That'd be damn helpful.
Yeah, any information on the Grim would certainly be appreciated. Would help us keep more people safe.
I can do my best to get one of our surveyors to give you some information, though I expect if you're working with the Eurasian Royal Army, you may have better information than we're able to provide at this time, but we're certainly happy to extend ours as well, obviously. Says nervously a little bit, and Tammy...
we just happen to be working with anyone who's against the Grim.
Right, so I've heard. I just wish to... I'm glad to hear that. It's a relief.
Claire will look around a bit.
Hate to have to put these things to use against anyone, really, he says as he looks over to one of the tanks that's currently being repaired nearby. Grim, sure, but anyone else even would make it much worse.
I'd say. I mean, that's what the best weapons are for, right? Just taking out Grim.
Securing the safety of our citizens, I would say. He sighs, which hopefully would be taking out Grim, yes.
Yeah, it's real important to make sure that citizens is safe.
You should use a senator? Ototos has a diplomatic board of elected senators from the various regions in the city, yes. I represent the Upper East Side, Belmont and all that. He kind of raises his hand like you wouldn't even care. And then, like, you don't know the city, and he apologizes. He kind of like nods, smiles for a second, catches himself, and goes, I'm helping deal with the discussion currently with the VRA and the situation, especially within the city.
Yeah, that situation sure got a big hullabaloo going on around here.
Oh, that's a way of putting it, Mr. Viridian. Yes, I suppose this happened at the very unfortunate time for us as well, after all.
With the migration and all?
Well, it's never helped, but I was more referring to the election.
Claire will pause for a minute. Oh, so you had an election going on in the city at the same time, huh?
Yes, it's my,
Sorry,
second
I
office.
had to be brief for like 2 seconds.
A few moments later.
Said, elections, yes, it's, my second week in office.
Claire will look at him like with a bit of pity, just being like, oh.
Tammy looks with a bit of mockery and goes, wow, congratulations! Thank you!
Claire will look towards Tammy, but only for a brief second, then look back towards him.
Oh, he's got a sour look on his face.
Shut the fuck up.
Aha.
Whoa, I'm sorry I'm not allowed to say anything fun in my game.
I would like to
My
say
bad,
that
bros.
I liked that, and I didn't
Thank
say
you.
anything.
Thank you! Sorry. Let's go back to my grimdark setting.
I liked it too. I got pulled in by Blake.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Sorry, Blake never likes funny.
Yeah, that's why I kicked Liam.
That's why he plays a One Piece game. It's like, Ruby's fucking serious. No, if you throw me off my rhythm, if you break my immersion, I'm gonna kill you.
Okay,
Jeez.
okay, let's go. Let's
Yeah,
go.
he has a sour look on his face. Go ahead, continue, everyone. One of you can say something.
Okay. Oh, wow. That sucks.
Oh, well. Yeah. It's opportunity to prove my commitment to the good of the city and nation.
Yes, one can grow through adversity. I wish you luck.
Yeah. It'll be a real cool story when you're older, I bet.
Claire will nudge Tammy, like, to just not laugh at the man.
What?
And then look towards the sender. So, Claire's thinking of how to word this appropriately.
Sure. Tammy doesn't take time, so she says it inappropriately. So, like, was the election, like, real shitty? They disappointed in your result or whatever? Well, I'm not the only one elected, after all. I said we have a council of many senators for each of the districts and sections of the city. It's like a small nation state of itself, you know. You have to understand. Come on, get to the point. Well, I would say there has been a large political shift due to the Monten faction gaining a large amount of power recently. And as divisive as times are, then we also have some outside conquerors on our doorstep, here to assist us in changing the regime to theirs.
And what's the general consensus among the people in the city on that?
Senator Lemon continues to wring his hands together nervously. Divided!
I suppose that's pretty expected.
Yeah, I could have told you that.
Yeah, what's it divided between?
Oh, well, I happen to stand as one of the new representatives of the Liberty, the pro-VRA faction. We don't exactly have a name because the only faction that doesn't is the ones who wish to remain fully independent and fight for the Ototo's old represented legacy of our city and nation state, the Montan. They are digging their heels in and causing a bit of difficulty in attempting to have us take a measured but respected secession. After all, the VRA is quite willing to leave us up to our current governmental position, so as long as we are within their affected coalition. And, well, it is quite the honor to be to be welcomed to them by the legend himself, the Great Khan.
Oh, so they're the people who's causing the fuss. Now, well, what's they all about then?
I wouldn't demonize them so liberally, after all. That would be quite, They, essentially, as I said, have some concerns with seceding to another power of vacuo, and don't find the agreement comfortable. As willing as the VRA allow us to still remain independent to a larger degree, they find it a sign of giving up our moral values as a society and losing our independence, and thus have some resistance and wish for us to stand up for our perceived rights and fight against their attempted conquest, and attempt to rally some of our neighbors to also forming some longer-term resistance to eventually allow the VRA to give up their attempt to add our land to their ever-glowing sphere of influence. Essentially a current strategy of resisting the current siege and then creating an unfavorable political landscape for the VRA's actions in the long term.
And how's that working out?
Oh, well, I'm not exactly a fan of the strategy, as it puts a great risk to our civilization in the current moment.
Yeah, I'll say it puts a huge risk on there.
I mean, just the political schism itself during the election season was enough to add a large danger with the Grim migrations during this season already, and, well, they swung a couple migrations already from the turmoil. Brother against brother and families being split up over political issues is never good for the sanctity of a nation, and, well, this has certainly not helped. Oh, the good old Varation strategy. I must admire the general for seeing the difficult situation we'd be in and taking the opportunity to attempt to welcome us into the VRA at a time of great difficulty for us.
Clear.
For all, it's not exactly like we can control the Montan's resistance at the moment, and, well, I can only imagine how heated this is now can only get worse for us. With their ever-growing resistance towards accepting help from our neighbors and the ever-mounting jingoism they're proposing.
So they're digging their heels in even more from what it's fixing like, yeah?
Wow, you're a real political genius, Clar. Tammy whispers next to you, and he goes, essentially, yes, they have a very vested interest in resisting as radically as possible.
So, I'd gather from what you're saying there, you don't know how long this thing's gonna last.
Oh no, I have no idea. We are attempting to have some, more discussions on this and proposing solutions and arguing the terms and attempting to give them some more liberty. I mean, I don't wish my people to become subservient to a greater nation, after all. That would be giving up the Oto's legacy. I mean, we still take pride in our culture, and I don't want that to disappear, but I also wish for them to be able to safely live on in the next few generations. After all, Senator Moldabeast. Fuck me. Over there, he points towards, like, the woman. Senator Moldabeast, you'd presume, is here to attempt to bring back some form of agreement to the Montan faction as well. Eventually.
Claire will think for a moment. One of you can go if you have a better
I
response.
got Radiant's gonna just kind of like pause for a second, frown, and then go. Yeah, that sounds real nice. But, what about the people who don't see much, hope here? Who are packing up their bags and leaving for Vale? They keeping their Toto's, culture with them?
Oh no, probably not. Maybe. I wouldn't know about all of them. There's a lot of reasons some would like to leave. Obviously, there have been some radicals who broke off early and attempted to flee and are attempting to prepare to rebuild after a great migration, expecting Ototos to go down in smoke. Many are just scared for their lives at the threat of a revolutionary action causing bloodshed in our very streets from the Montans themselves. I wouldn't dare implicate them at going that radicalized. That would be very reductive of their current political position, but, well, the Grimm are circling for a reason. The fear is everywhere. We never know when this pot would boil over. Currently, if they continue to preach their radicalization and wish to so fervently handle this issue, we need more measured response and to, well, accept some concessions for the good of everyone and not cause enough unrest that we start firing upon each other before we have to then lead our generation to firing upon the VRA and causing a, well, large scale of loss of life on both sides. Goodness knows that it would be a toss-up to see who suffers more from the oncoming Grimm after such a horrid event. I don't think either side wants that.
Yeah, you can say that again. I mean, you got y'all city over there, you got the VRA camp over there, you got a bunch of people who want out of the whole situation entirely over there, and you got a big Grimm migration near here that's gonna be pulled in here. So really, I mean, we's here because all these tents are on fire currently, Senator Mr. Lemon.
Yes, essentially.
And
we very much appreciate having some help alleviating the current noose tightening around our people.
yeah, but if you think that noose is loosening up, you're dead wrong, because this is gonna go on for a while. We can't protect all three of those places at once.
Oh, I am well aware and doing my best, as my position allows me, to speed along negotiations towards a favorable outcome.
Alright. So you are one of those people who's got a plan to end this, right?
Well, I've got into politics because I want to make the world a better place, and starting with my home would be a very important start to me, so yes, I'd rather not see anything awful happen here. It's just been difficult so far, but I'm doing the best I can, and I know there are many friends on the Senate with me who are attempting that. It's just difficult to detach ourselves from our own internal struggles, it seems. I didn't know how tense things had been getting, I suppose, before it really exploded now. It's just really the worst timing, but... Well, how unlucky can you be, right? It'll turn around eventually.
Well, that's a spirit to keep. I mean...
Yeah, wow, real fucking optimistic. Tammy just looks like, what?
I mean, but you'll got a plan, right?
Yes! A plan?
Okay. Because, I mean, every day this is going to go on. Lots of people is going to get a little bit closer to being...
Oh, I'm well aware.
Across his neck.
Oh, I'm well aware. Sir, you don't have to tell me. I'm sure you see the most upfront part of that life as a huntsman, but I'm very well aware of the, well, names that go by of that we need to burn and memorialize. I'd rather keep it at a minimum, especially if I can influence it, and currently I think I'm making good progress with Sander Moltebeast, and the more of the Bonton we sway, the more we'll be able to overrule, and hopefully they'll have enough pull within their own faction to de-radicalize some of their more extremist supporters.
Well, no matter which way it ends up swinging, let's hope that everyone turns out alright, and we'll make sure to do our job and take care of the Grim while you get this sorted out.
Thank you. Sky's blessing upon all of you, he says as he claps his hand together and bows down a little bit. I cannot thank you enough for such selfless work. Please, if there's ever anything we can provide you with that I can help with, I will offer it to you at a moment's notice.
Well, the only thing that comes to my mind is the information on the Grim that you might have. Even confirming what we already know is more than enough help.
Right, I'll have one of my people send it over and just it says something like he's filling the scroll in just some time. They'll need to make their way through all the defense lines and things. It'll take but perhaps 10 to 15 minutes. I think, return soon to the... He says, to see what progress we're making, and hopefully hasn't reverted. Is there anything else I can help you with before I go?
Right, well, would you let me bop one of these Monta people upside the head?
I'm afraid I wouldn't want that to escalate anything worse right now.
Then I guess you can't help me no more.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it, and believe me, he says as he weakly shakes one of his small little fists, I know the feeling. We have to resist that. That's what society is about. Well then, I'll be off. Thank you, everyone, for your work.
Claire will nod.
He hustles off back to the discussion. Politicians. You wonder why these things get into such big messes.
This is quite the stalemate.
Oh shit, you can talk?
Well, it certainly seems like they're not getting somewhere fast enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
can...
we're gonna be here a while.
Yeah, I can see why old Khan was all real, frustrated with going like this. This really is just going to be worse than like an actual Khan siege would be at the end of the day if these chuckle fucks don't figure that out.
God, fucking damn it. What are these? Brian's gonna kind of like smack a fist into his hand and go, what are these fuckheads thinking? They put their own people in danger every day they do this shit.
Yeah, well, I always said the Otos were a bit too loony for me. You know, you wouldn't be catching something like this in Lodestar. We'd have already dealt with them by now. But nobody knows, everyone knows not to mess with Lodestar.
People have their pride, Verdian, even if it's not exactly logical.
Yeah, I'll say. You know, that's why you never start electing people.
Claire will just like kind of look up a bit at the sky and then look back towards everyone. I guess after we get the information we're waiting on, we can end up getting ready to head back then. I mean,
yeah.
It's not like we're supposed to be the ones exactly ending the stalemate.
Oh yeah, this ain't our job at all. Just a nice little pin to sticking us and jab us a little, remind us that the people we trying to help really don't even want to help themselves. Woo! Love being a huntsman. Fucking great.
That is a terrible way to look at things.
Yeah, I'm not really thinking this is the best life to be living. Talk about being like ungrateful living. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to the horses and stuff. Go make sure they ain't getting all spooked up by some of these tanks and stuff. Y'all figure out that information, hubba-baloo and whatever. I want to go stretch my legs, scout the area a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
All right,
These people make me real antsy.
We'll be back towards you soon.
Yeah, sounds good. I ain't leaving that far. Hop onto her horse and check it out and ride around the area a little bit to look at the encampment more yourself. Anything you guys want to talk about within yourselves right now?
I know that we're supposed to remain neutral, just do huntsman killing grim stuff, but if we didn't have those orders, I'd be half tempted to go shake those walls down myself.
I do not think that'd be a good idea. This is getting as close as we are now. Things are on a what's the thing to say here? A hair trigger.
They definitely do seem, wow. They seem like they're walking around along a thin cliff through the situation. But I guess following that metaphor, or our job is just to make sure no rocks fall on them.
So what? It's better to just let a bunch of people trickle their way to the wilderness, a long migration out of here, more danger on the road, and just try to do something. Brittany will shrug and go, I don't know that I agree with that.
Well, I mean, it's our job to make sure if they choose to go along that road, we're keeping it safe for them. And Claire will sigh. Listen, I can't say I'm the most happy about watching people clown around over there, refuse to, well, let me restart. Clown around out there while they put all the people that are probably in that city not really having to say one way or another what's going on. But she looks towards the diplomats, just talking to each other. Making a move, especially in a situation that's this on a knife's edge. Well, I don't think it's something that'd be wise to do, because not only do we not fully know, people involved, we just got here. Actually getting involved is not a thing, we're supposed to be doing. And we might just end up making things worse, even if we weren't told not to get involved with nothing.
I must agree.
And last thing we want is to be shaking people up more than they already are. Our jobs here is only to reassure them by making sure all the Grim waiting outside aren't going to become the most of their problems.
Well, if you ask me, nothing gets done about these, I'm sorry, you changed the name, so I can't even remember. What was it? what?
Montan,
okay. Yeah, you'll be like, oh, you ask me, nothing gets done about these Montans soon. They're just gonna be doing this shit again.
Well, I guess all we have to hope for then is that Senator Lemon and the rest of them manage to convince things with all them Montan to kind of find a better solution than sitting here looking all, and she's gonna look towards one of the soldiers looking all jumpy with their guns. And Claire will sigh a bit.
They can find a way.
Sorry, what was it?
He said, I do hope that they can find a way, as in, without this getting worse.
So do I. But well, while we're sitting here talking, there are plenty more Grim to deal with. And maybe we can check back in on how things are going after we've secured more of the Roman people making their way out of here. Even if we're not getting involved, I don't think anything will hurt by keeping an ear out for how the current situation's developing. Staying in the know and being involved are two different things, and I think staying in the know is certainly something that I don't mind doing.
I agree.
I mean, I don't get this whole don't get involved thing. You ask me, we're already involved as long as we're saving people.
Claire will
Rick shake his head and go, I hope that's enough.
Claire will rub the back of her head. That's apparently what we're here to learn. So, I guess we just have to hope that Mr. Toto and Gail are leading us in the right direction by telling us not to stick our nose too far into the business. So first things first, we should probably make sure we got our end of what's expected of us handled. And there are plenty of Grim out there that are going to be causing a ruckus. I don't think I have much more to say beyond that, unless you guys do.
I think I'm good.
Yeah, okay, I got it out.
Alright, cool. We'll go back to camp. But first, time to make a cut because I want to go fucking eat.